All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss.
25 ways to say shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby. Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby. Shibby. I'm so shibby.
Yeah, I'm well shibby, ain't it, bruv?
Shibbiest shib in the world.
As shibby as shibby can be.
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
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 Can we just stop on the shibbying?
How many have we done?
I don't know about...
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo. Shibby! Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Dude, you just...
Dude, you just touched Chrissy's, what was her name again? Chrissy's, whatever, hoo-hoos. Hoo-hoos. That's an official word, hoo-hoos. Well, hello, everyone. How are you? And away we go. Oh, I got my new catch line. Ooh, Birdie, a new name. Hey, Birdie. I was just about to say hi to everyone, but there's a new name. So, Birdie, LOL to you. Welcome. Birdie Hive Mind. I've mind my birdie. Miss Pie. Hello, Miss Pie. Everyone loves Canadian pie. Is my favorite. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Mimi, the quad axles of Mimi. Welcome. And Mr. Anthony France. Yo, yo, yo. Just stop by. You're out. Oh, whatever. Oh, you're out and about. Ooh, I gotta think about you because whenever you say stuff, I sometimes will take it wrong. So, dude, the next time I screw up, I'm sure I'm going to. Thank you for giving me the chance because you seem reasonable, and I keep reading your stuff too wrong. Like I take it the wrong way, and my mommy always said I was sensitive. And Pop Culture Paula, hello, hello, hello. Pop Culture Paula, does that have a ring? Pop Culture Paula, the pops. I love the P, and I got this new microphone. It has a pop filter, so the P's aren't too poppy. Pop Culture Paula. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I want to make myself big. I'm the big man. Watch this. I'm huge. Oh, I want to go bigger. There's the big man. So we've got everyone. Carol, aka Lita Joe, but this is Carol, and you've got to, hello, Shibby and chat. Hope all is well, my love. Yes. Before, you got to read Carol's messages fast because she's going to retract them. Just you watch. They're going to disappear. And so, Birdie Hive Mind, hello, hello, hello. And there's Anthony's. Anthony's out and about. And so, Axel, do you are you changing accounts, Mimi? Is that your other one or something, or what? Have I modded both for you? What's going on here? Or did you change your name or something? Or so this is you, Mimi, right? So what's this then? Your other one? Is this the same one? You're just changing your name? Because it has to be, because it has a ranch. You noodle head, you're confusing me. Nah, why yada. So I said hi to Paula, Pop Culture Paula, and I'm just going up the list. And who else? Oh, nobody. Oh, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Sorry, this guy. Hello, sweet, the dude, Shibby, sweet, sweaty dud Shimby. Oh, sweaty dud shitty. Yes, welcome, sweaty Dudley shitty. How are you, dude? I'm great, dude. What does my tattoo say? Sweet. What does my tattoo say? Dude. No. What does my tattoo say? Sweet. And there's that. Oh, Marissa saving me from myself again. Good afternoon, morning, evening, everyone. Well, it's good evening for us. It's 11 p.m. here in the East. 11:07 East in North America, 10:07 Central, 9:07 p.m. Mountain, and 8:07 p.m. on the Pacific weird West Coast. And for you, you're in the future already. So you're tomorrow. In Australia, you're like at least 14 hours ahead. So it's probably around 1 or 2 in the afternoon for you, eh? Tomorrow. So tell us, what do we have to look forward to in this future? Who wins the World Series? No, I'm just kidding. Remember, when I always think of that, I think of Back to the Future when he learned of the future. First thing he thought of was to try to bet on like sports and stuff. Because wouldn't that be awesome? Like if you know who's going to win the big fight or whatever, and you just put like money down. So there's that. And here's another one. A great distraction. A great distraction. Rebecca Ann. Rebby Ann. A great distraction. Oh, I missed you slipping in here. Yotan, Mr. Ja Rule, Mr. Anarch. Good morning to you. Who else slipped in here? Oh, don't be sorry. I was just kidding. But did you just go change your name now? You must have, because you started chat with a different name, right? Did you, or are you changing accounts? Do I have you modded on both? I need to know. I'll go look. I can find out. Oh my. So did you just change your name or accounts? Mimi. Mimi. And it's very nice to see you. Pop Culture. Paula, do you like that? Pop Culture? Or I don't want to annoy you. I think it sounds kind of neat myself. Ooh, bedtime stories with Shibby. Yes. I'm not. Oh, you're modded on both. So you're my. Oh, that's okay. That's cool. As long as it's really you, right? Because that would be. They're both really you. That's fine. It's fine. Why do you change back and forth like that? Do you have? Because I used to do that. I used to try to have a different account to do like certain things. So all the notifications or like I have a third account to maybe watch when I like to do my yoga stretching late at night. So I'm just kidding. Not really about them. And we're carrying on, moving on. What was I about to say before this one distracted me? Oh, that's exact. Oh, I'm lucky I clicked your name because that's what I was talking about. The bedtime stories with Shibby. I was going to remind you all if, so to be seriously, what we're going to do is I heard there was a new filing today in Richard Allen's appeal. I'm not sure if it was a filing or just a story. So I'm the first thing we're going to do is Google that and see if there's anything happening. If not, I will share my screen. Oh, I should share my screen anyways. So let's just do that regardless. And because we need the screen, either whatever I decide to do will be here. So what I was going to say is, yes, Rebecca Ann, Miss Pie, and all you lovely ladies, if you have to go to sleep, just keep me on. Keep Shibby on, and you'll have some bedtime stories with Shibby. And, put your favorite PJs on. Have a nice bath first. Those brand new, those undies you only wear like on a special date. Those ones, the special ones, put them on if you want. Your favorite PJs, most comfy, and your little bunny slippers or your little teddy bear claw slippers or whatever slippers you wear, because you're wearing them. And put your hair up in a bun if you want. Do whatever you do to sleep. And then you can even write about it and send it to me on my email or take photos. I'd really like to see it, but that's not mandatory. Just kidding. It's mandatory. No, I'm just kidding about that, all of us. So, and curl up in the bed, and listen to the bedtime stories with Shibby. All right, guys. Ooh, no PJs. Yeah, honestly, I'm a commando sleeper myself. Let's be straight up. This is adults here. It's 11 p.m. God. OMG. OM God. At 11 p.m., I'm telling the world that I sleep naked. And it's 11 minutes in. Oh my God. We are 11 minutes in on my live stream. And at 11 p.m., I'm telling the world I sleep naked. Do with that as you do with that what you want. Probably means nothing. Just trying to have fun here. So when I say the next dumb things I say, do not take it seriously, because I'm a big noodle head, and we all know that. So to be serious, I'll save you and make sure I say hi to everyone. And if you've Paula, LOL, something's happening good. Paula, LOL. And if you guys fall asleep, or if you find, honestly, if anybody else goes live, you can drop it in here and tell everyone whatever you guys want to do is great with me. And if somebody else goes live and you need to go check them out and come back, and whatever is best for you is best for me. All right. So that being said, what I've also said before is it's highly likely that I annoy you, or you're heard what I'm about to read or talk about. So feel free to mute me. I suggest you do this but keep the browser open, and like say you join another chat to listen to them, but their chat sucks, and then come here and talk with us in this chat. So mute me, listen to anything you like, anything that really makes you feel good if you've heard or I bore you, and then put theirs on and listen to them, but come back to this browser or whatever and talk to everyone here in this beautiful, lovely chat. Sound good? Alrighty then. So I will. Are you going to go live, dude? Right on. Yeah. I mean, there's ways. Honestly, now that I'm a professional, are you going to go on just your phone? I've never really done it on just my phone. I have my computer and multiple screens, so I'm not cheating, and if I have to type anything to you guys, I prefer to type in my iPhone. So I have my iPhone ready to open and my live streams there. Then I have a separate browser on a third monitor. So I have 3 52-inch screen TVs. So there's that. And also, Yotan, if you're going to, at the very least, you have Amazon or whatever store you shop around over there, like it's got to be like Walmart, whatever your big shopping store is, order or go find just get a decent microphone, dude. And or you can get the microphone and if you're going to go on camera, or you already have this, I'm sure, maybe, because I've seen a few of your things. So if you're happy with it, because I found the first bunch of live stream appearances I made, I was just using my Bluetooth headset, and it's just like a $25. It's called XANAMI, Zanami, So it's just they're great. I love them. They're sports, the ones that the Bluetooth that go around your neck, kind of hang on your neck, but they're also little earbuds, but it's Bluetooth. And I love them. They're amazing. They sound amazing. The battery lasts all day long. And I've never had the battery die on me. So the only thing is that, see how I sound now? A decent microphone is awesome. All you need. So, and if you go on your phone, you just put your phone in front of you. But you know what, Yotan? With those microphones, the one I bought, it was just like $50 on Amazon. And it has like the whole arm thingy, or you can put it on a tripod and stand it near you or in front of you. And what it does is it's wireless, and there's a dongle, like a dongle, like a little tiny thing that you plug into your USB port, but you can plug it into your phone. And if you have iPhone or Android, you can plug in to use that microphone instead of your phone's mic. And if you trust me on this, that would be very good. So you set your phone up how I've seen your videos. You set your phone up to show yourself, right? But then your phone, your microphone is probably farther away, no? If you're not on a headset, whatever it is. If you get a good microphone, they come with a little dongle that helps you plug into your phone. So then you're using that microphone and not your. So then the main thing to me is the sound. Like I sound much better this way. And also I turn off every time before I do these lives. I turn off. I have 2 fans blowing out my wall up there, and I have a box fan blowing into this room I'm in. And I have another box fan blowing on my other computer, and the charger for that computer gets warm, so I use it to cool down. Then I have another smaller fan that blows on my laptop, my old laptop, because it gets really warm. And I have like one of those air purifiers, which isn't that loud, but still I shut them all off. Because you don't want any background noises. But you do great videos, so yeah, if you're going to go live, the main thing is just playing with StreamYard and learning the whole sharing screen stuff. And so so the only thing, if you go live, Yotan or anyone, if you use the StreamYard or however it works, there's like, you see how I'm up here, like they cut when you see something on screen, I'm sharing my screen, right? Or you see my little guy there on the left, that means they're on the stage, right? So what you do is there's stuff that's backstage, like if somebody calls in, they're backstage, right? And I see on StreamYard, I see all these little squares down there. So if I put my face, if I put myself there, then I have to put myself on backstage. I have to put myself on stage. And then when I share my screen, then I have to put that share screen and then put it on stage. And then you can take things off stage, and then you can completely delete them. So just know, if you're doing the StreamYard or whatever it is, there's backstage and then on stage. And then, make sure your microphone's working, and it's not difficult. But it's just, it's, you got to play around with it to get better and better. But for you, if you're just going to go on, try it. Just go on, do a test. Do it next time, Yotan, next time. And I'll come watch you. Just do a test and play around. Say, hey, just doing a test. How does this work? How does this work? And you know what? You're going to screw stuff up, and you're going to learn what not to do next time. So, and I'll come and say, hey, can you hear me? And I'll give you a thumbs up. Just little things like that. So, yeah, however you do it, Yotan, I follow you. I have notifications on. So if you ever go live and I'm awake, I'll come, and I'm not on here. If I'm awake and not on here, I'll come. I have every time, all you people, when I follow you, I set my notifications to on too. Like for all you guys, like I follow you, then I go and I click it to all notifications in case if any of you ever were to go live to test stuff out, I'll be there to tell you if I'm awake. And Becky B. But I'm by far no pro, and I've been inspired by Pop Culture Paula to get myself a decent camera set up, and you will see a lovely face very soon. So Becky B, Miss Pie, and Critter. I was just talking to you today, wasn't I, Critter? Or was I talking to you in KSX chat? So that's what we were going to do. Okay, enough distractions. Excuse me. I had something on my lip. So that's what we're going to do. First, I've said hi to everyone. Marissa certainly are a step up from my children. Ooh, what is? Yeah, kids can be annoying sometimes, for sure, but they're great too. They're annoying, but I know watching my son play hockey and stuff, I'm like, oh, he looked exactly like me. It's almost like he was a little mini me. He's 30 now. But also now that he's 30, it's kind of funny because there's that, when they kind of turn into mid to teenagers, and early 20s, I guess not that they hate you, but it's kind of like they're looking to do their thing, right? And you kind of you need to set them free, and you got to hope that you don't wait until then to do, all the training you've done is, ages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like, don't hurt people. And animals nice, you know, this and that, share, and you'll get stuff back, and but don't take shit, and don't throw the first punch. If somebody hits you, fucking stand up for yourself, but just the normal shit, right? But you don't wait until they're older, and then you got to kind of just let them go. And then, like my son, when he was like, I think it was 19ish or so, just after high school, right? He wasn't going to do any college or university, and I was like, dude, don't waste your money. People like him and I, and we're like Neanderthals, and all that extra education isn't going to do us much, like, unless it's like a trade schools and stuff. So stuff like that was great. But he just went out there, and he went downtown Toronto, and we started like living with his friend, like 19. I was like, I just thought, because I was such a pussy at that age. I would be like, oh, he'll be back. I left his room like that, and he'll be back here. And I always told him, dude, your room's always here. If they paid the rent for the month, and then another month goes by, and they got another roommate, and then everything worked out perfect for him. And he stayed downtown, and then he's moved around a bit. He's had a couple different places downtown Toronto, but he's been lucky with his friends, and he's found a couple, a good girlfriend now. He's been with for 4 or 5 years, and he's now 30. So that was like fucking 12 years ago, 11 years ago, and he hasn't, I was like, dude, if you ever have trouble, your girlfriend kicks you out, you can always come here. And he hasn't had to come back yet. So unlike myself at that age, I would have fucked up so much stuff. I would be annoying my parents for everything. So there's that. So you just got to kind of let them go, and everything, hope they remember everything you taught them. So, what I was going to say is that he's at that age now where it's like, he's like an adult, starting to get a little bald spot, and he's like, he's like my friend now, not my son. So he'll come by to watch like the Maple Leafs play hockey, Toronto Maple Leafs, and we'll order pizza and drink beer and just kind of hang, and then I'll drive him home or whatever. So there's that. So kids, just give them time. When they get to in late 20s, early 30s, they come back around again, and if they're still alive. And I told my son, every time I saw him, I was like, dude, if you're not in jail, you're not in a crack house, you're still alive. And I know when he's with that girlfriend he's with now, things have got to be good, because she's super sweet. So that's all I hope for. The first thing I do is when I talk to him, like, I don't talk to him every day, right? But every week or every other week, or I text, we text all the time, and I'm like, I ask him how his girlfriend is, and if he says good, then I kind of like, I don't think anything else, because that'll be a big sign for me if she dumps him and leaves. So there's that. Ooh, did I miss anyone? Judy, welcome. Evening, Shibby and everyone. I think thank you for the filing for RA was just an extension for time to file due to one of the attorneys having a trial. Oh, thank you. All right. So that's what I was going to do. So there's no real big filing. Maybe I'll just go read 1 or 2 like Fox 59 stories, and then I'll move on to what I was going to do. So thank you, Judy. Thank you for the update. And yes, that's so true. Yeah, I found my son, as soon as he got close, 26, 27, 28, he was like turned in, he was like, oh, I give. Okay, I get it. I'm just like him. I'm starting to lose my hair. He's cool, I guess, and so now that he's in his 30s, turned 30, that it's just like one of the guys. Go by, watch the hockey game, drink a couple beers. It's kind of neat. So also, okay, so make sure I say hi to everyone. And I did. Oh, what I was going to say to you, Mimi, is I always thought Fishy is my only other dual citizen moderator. Whereas in her Big Fish, I had it moderated, but then now she's firing up her real one, the Don't Hate Create. So I modded her there too. So I thought she was my only dual mod until I realized I modded you twice. So you might have been my first dual mod. I'm not sure who I did first, who I dueled first, who I tag team for. I'm just kidding. You know what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. And we can start now. We can start. V's here. But I'm not here, but had said, oh, you are here. Get your V. I forbid you from leaving. Stay, please. Please, V, don't go. He read it in case. So is it a filing? So do I find a filing? Would it be on All Eyes? I'm on All Eyes. Or do I Google it? Is there a court filing, like an official court doc? And would it be, I'll go to the end, here at the end of hers. Page 155 is the very end. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to refresh in case they just updated it. If not, I'll go look for it. I will Google it. I knew that would happen. Paste. I got to get my keyboard anyways. If there's a court filing, I will Google it right now to find. So here. Oh, is this it? December? What's today? The December 3rd? Is it? December 3rd. So what's this? So I'll check here. This isn't it, right? Is this it? File. Do you guys know the official name of it? 12/1/2025. So I'll keep that open. And I'll go back in here. And then there was two things in here, wasn't there? Let me just double check. So that's the one I have open, the belated motion. And this one I have open. So this might be the newer one. Cool. December 1st, there's that. So I'll put it on this side. So this is first, then that, then I'll try again. And so there was two things in that one, right? I'll double check. Yeah, I got both of them. So I'll go back. And then this one, there's only one thing, a brief, and it's empty. So it must be one of those other two, or it's not either of them, and it's a newer one. So is it something that was released 2 days ago, December 1st? I should read chat. You're probably telling me. I don't know, Shibby. Check T's video or look on Delphi Docs Reddit. Oh, okay. So should I? Thank you, V. I'll do that. And if I missed any other comments, I probably did. But thank you, V. V, did you say you're leaving? Please don't go. I miss you. I'll go look now. How's that? So what is it? Delphi. I'm going to use the microphone. So I should say Delphi Reddit. Is it Reddit? Did you say? Or what did you say? Or Delphi Docs Reddit. Okay, let me try that. Here we go. Delphi Docs Reddit. Boom. Let's do this. Now, is it okay that I look at this on screen? I guess it should be, right? Motion for extension time by this dude. Oh, this is it here. Is this it? This is the one I have, right? So CRA0, that's the one I have, no? CRA0591, M91, MR1. This is the one I have. Motion for, is that it? Motion for final extension of time. Appellant's brief. The first one is this one. No, this one was it. Yeah, so it's this one. So this is this was the second one of the two. So it's this one. So we don't need to go there. And that's it, right? Or is there something else? And this one is not this is the first one, right? Yeah, so this will be this one. Motion for permission to file oversized. Motion, yeah, so that's the first one. And the second one was the extension thingy. So this is the newest one. Extension. Yep. So these are the ones I have. And that looks like it, right? And this one is points state report. Oh, the Meehan stuff. Oh, yeah, I did this one. That was a while ago. Yeah. Last week I did the me hand stuff. So I have it. Boom. That is it. Yep. So we don't need you guys. Thank you very much. But thank you, V. I already had them. But I now know for sure. So this was the first one. And I need a quick drink, okay? And V, please don't go. No. No, no, no. You're not going. I'm going to take a quick drink. Oh, you got to leave? Yotan, you have a good one, bro. Check back. I might be around a bit. All right. So in a few hours, if you get off of work or a lunch break or whatever you're doing over in that wacky island known as the United Kingdom, we'll be here. If you get bored, come on back. If not, we'll catch you next time. Ooh, so V, you're listening but not in chat. That's good enough for me. V is for cookie. That's good enough for me. V is for cookie. That's what I like to see. All right, V. So if you have to listen, that's great enough. I'm just knowing you're listening is comforting enough. Thank you. Dom, what's up, bro? I love how these people come in and save me from my ridiculous self. So Dom, hey buddy. I was probably just about to say some ridiculous stuff. Yeah, Donnie V, if you're listening, Donnie's here. Hey, Donnie the villain, what's up? V, Donnie's here. Come on back. So Dom, it's 3 degrees here. Yeah, it's freezing, hey, bro? Man, I'm negative. Oh, but you're Fahrenheit, so that's a lot. That's low for sure. Holy fuck. 3 degrees Fahrenheit? You for real? That must be super cold. You know what? I'll do my famous conversion before Miss Pie jumps in with her. You watch. I'll beat you, Pie. I'm going to Google it. F2C before Pie beats me. Fahrenheit. Are you really 3 degrees Fahrenheit, Dom? Oh, come on. I can't get it. It's not popping up. Why? Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm using an old iPhone. That's negative 16 Celsius? Oh, the wind chill? Holy shit, bro. Yeah, wind chill. So it's like not actual temperature. It's like, yeah. So but it's still cold, yeah. Man. So Dom, 3 degrees is negative 16.1111 for us, for the rest of the normal world using the metric system. These imperialist buggers and your Fahrenheit, blah, bah, humbug. Yeah, man. No, the cold is good. Yeah, the cold is good. Yeah, because it does seem like that, right, Donnie? Like, no, I'm not saying about Florida and California, but it does seem like if it's hot all year round, you just kind of like, people just like out on the street, just this too, not that living out on, what I'm trying to say, like, it just seems like people just stay where it's really warm, everyone. So, but up here, it's like a special type of breed in Canada, you got to really be a good person here love it. And you have to really want to be here to actually, that's probably part of it, to stay with this conditions. But I mean, again, this whole thing's like just all the bugs, like if you have mosquitoes, and what does that shit mosquitoes have? Not COVID, what's the other one? Some virus, not, you guys will know, with the mosquitoes. So here in Canada, like when it gets so cold, it's like, it's a fresh start. Each spring and summer, it's like a fresh start. If there's any sicknesses and disease, and it just kind of like freezes, and then we kind of stay indoors more too, so we're not out touchy-feely and spreading. And so I don't know, it just works out perfect here, Yeah, West Nile, that's the one. And malaria and all, yeah. Because I know here in the hottest days of summer, we have, or if you go up north, oh my God, if you go north camping in the woods, 1 second. Oops, I should have put that on mute. Thank you very much. I get it. Did you guys hear that? That was my cool text message tone. I just love it. So there's that. So, I mean, obviously it's nice having stuff here. This is for all you guys. I know you'll love it. Oh, I had my phone upside down? No. Wait, I can't hear it. Oh, it comes out of here. just love that. That's my text message alert from the Crudes. Alrighty. Oh, Candy, welcome. Hi, did I miss you? Hi, Candy. Have I said hi? Oh, I was talking with you in or almost talking with you at KSEX. So there's that. So a tick almost killed me. Yeah, ticks. Yeah, if you got to get them out properly. If you pull them out, sometimes their head stays in. So you got to really get something and like tweet. You got to squeeze them and pull them out, and you can't leave the head inside. I think that's what happens a lot of times. And I've never had it myself, but oh my God, a water moccasin. Where? What is that again? A water moccasin. Is that a snake? A water moccasin. And over shit. 30 degrees, 42 plus. Yeah, that's Celsius. So that's definitely well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And Marissa's over in Australia. And you guys have some freaky spiders and snakes, right? And those crocs too. So yeah, I think the crocodiles would be the worst because like they could be right at the water's edge. We've all seen Crocodile Dundee when she's in that thong bathing suit. Not that I remember the thong, but she was definitely in a thong bathing suit, and she went down to fill up her water container, and then the croc grabs her water bottle and starts pulling her, and he jumps in with that's not a knife. This is a knife, and puts it in his top of the crocodile's head and saves her. That was great. Yeah, Dom, right? You remember the thong she was wearing? That's the first thing I think of when I think of that scene. She had like a thong bathing suit on, like right up her crack, like flossed. And so what I was trying to say is like I hate that feeling, like especially if the water's murky, like right there could be a massive croc and you don't see it, like that scares the shit out of me. Because up here in Canada, there's not much that'll sneak up on you, but like there's moose and bears, like you kind of would stumble on them maybe, but there's nothing like that. That would be like, unless the cougars, those mountain lions, the real cougars, they could be that happens over in BC on the west coast. There's those, eastern cougars, like the mountain lions, not the cougars, the ones at the bar, the real cougars. They could be following you and stalking you. And if you're in a wood, you wouldn't even see them. And if they want to make themselves known, they will. If not, I have a feeling some of them might just follow people for the fun of it too. Or they stalk the movement and then they realize it's not something they want to deal with, But you'll see on YouTube, if you look at those mountain lions or the eastern cougars, especially out west of Canada, there's some that kind of go after people. And so there's all that stuff. And okay, Fishy's here. We can begin. Fishy, I've been waiting for you. 38 minutes. Where you been, Fishy? Anyways, welcome, Fishy. So you guys are having fun? And I got to write it down, a message to myself that when you guys are all having fun in chat, I should probably just try to leave you alone because I usually come in and screw things up. Right, Miss Pie? Yeah. LOLs, right. So I should do that. Keep my nose out of my own chat. That's why my chat is great, because I don't go in it. I figured it out. That's the secret. Ooh, that's the secret to my chat. That's why it's wonderful. It's because I'm not there. And that's another thing I noticed one time. I forget where I posted a photo. Might have been on Facebook or something. But it was a selfie, but it had other people in it, kind of. And they were like, I don't even know if I knew them. And I got all these likes and views, and I was like, that's the trick. If you do a selfie of yourself, catch other really good-looking people in it accidentally, and you'll get more attention. So the way to a good selfie is to have other people in it. I joke, I kid, but a little bit of truth in every joke. So, okay, what we're doing is here. All right. So let's begin the show. All righty. Whoever's hit me up on Discord, get your ass in this chat and tell me, or I'll go look. It could be important. Do you guys hear my Discord notifications? on here? Oh, well, why? Yeah, welcome. Yeah, it's you. It's definitely you. Did you even say hi to everybody? Are you just getting here now? How dare you? How rude. Nicole, how rude. And when I say that, I say it like that little blonde Diener or something on Full House. Remember that little, the youngest one, the youngest daughter? How rude. Yeah. Hey, say hi to everyone. Oh, look at this. The cactus. We all know what that means. That means number one. Yeah. Well, there is Nicole. You see, Nicole's trying to help me out, and she's wrong. Nicole, can I read what you wrote? Because I got the new document right here on screen. You noodlehead. There's two of them. This and this. So, if Nicole gives me the okay, she's so funny. But you help me out so much more than you screw up like this. I'll just read her first statement. I'll read her first message to me just now, blowing me up. So she comes 40 minutes late to my show, and my greatest helper does this. They haven't released any new documents. Meanwhile, I've spent the first 20 minutes. I found the new documents. We went to Delphi Docs and found them, and I double checked. I already had them on All Eyes site. So here's the first one. It was out December 1st, and here's the second one. Came out later that same day, and I've got them already on the screen. And then so we started talking, and she comes in like 40 minutes late to say they haven't released any new documents yet. I don't think. That's it, Nicole. You don't think. Like my saying, I try to think, but nothing happens. I'm just kidding. You do way, way more great stuff than epic screw ups like that. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, look at that, TJ. I've got them all. They're on screen, so no worries, no worries. There's just two of them, I believe. There's a belated motion for permission to file oversized appellant's brief, and then there's motion for final extensions of time in which to file the appellant's brief, which I shall read now. All right, guys? And Nicole, you're awesome. And V is listening. She's awesome. TJ's a little bit late, but still awesome. Lately awesome. And Fishy came in late, but she's awesome. And for everyone else that was here on time, I say nothing and just listen. So I sometimes say nothing and just listen. And you're all awesome. Just the ones that were here earlier are just that little bit more super, super awesome. And the other ones, you can make up for it. You can make up for it. And I'm sure you will. But just know that you're only like awesome, not like super, super awesome. But that's still really good. And so let's read this. How about I read this and we'll get silly. Okay. 43 minutes in. Remember this as a bookmark. At the 43 mark, I will start the show. So I will put timestamps. If you ever think I'm going on and you want to get to something, all these videos, I'm really trying to timestamp them all. So if you want, like to avoid all this whatever gibberish, you just look underneath the first comment of every live. I will pin the timestamps. Okay. So if you ever want to just be serial, and that'll be there for you. All right. So just as I'm about to start, I need to stop to take a drink. Please hold. Oh, this is 5 pages too. Okay. Please hold. Ooh, before I caught a rattler in the yard in Trinidad Correctional, and the natives bought it. Oh, they must eat it, for 20 tokens and skinned and yeah, I'm sure. Well, it stunk. I mean, yeah, We have actually, that's one thing. We do have one poisonous snake in Canada. And it's actually in my city where I live and down, it's in this area. It's called the Mississauga rattler. It's a rattlesnake. So it's like, it's definitely, we have rattlesnakes, but you don't see them very often, and they're not the badass ones like in maybe Trinidad. I've never been there, but the ones that you see like in Nevada deserts or Texas or wherever those rattlesnakes are, those are badass for sure. But in Canada, we don't have anything really poisonous. The spiders, I think we might have black widows or something, but it's not like a lot. It's not like Australia and some of those places. So we have one poisonous snake, which is the Mississauga rattler, and probably maybe black widows. And most likely I'm wrong with that too. So if anyone knows about Canadian stuff like that, I don't think we have much venomous. That's the word, venomous. Southern trousers. It's been called the toxic, though. That's a great one. That reminds me of one of my pronouns, Danny. My pronouns they used to be, what was it again? My pronouns are Dragon Ball Z and Anaconda Pants. Anaconda in my pants. That was it. I used to put that as my pronouns on Discord, which was kind of silly. Because again, I really don't care about all that stuff. Nothing bothers me. I think if I just know your time zones, that's the one. Time zones, like, there's all this shit on YouTube. Like if I put out a live stream and you see it, you see your time zone, right? But if I hate when people, I'll say it myself, just for me, like when I put out a comment, and you read it, who knows where you're reading my comment? So it doesn't convert the time zone for you. So if I say, I'm going on at 11 p.m. and you read it on the West Coast, I'm not going on at 11 p.m. I'm going on at 10, 9, 8 p.m. So what I do is I always, for at least North America, when I write it. So not for these like when you put a live and you're waiting to start a live stream, because I know that your time's there. But if you have to write your comment stuff out, I write down, because it doesn't, wherever you read it, I don't know. So if you read it, I put down 11 p.m. EST, 10 p.m. CST, 9 p.m. MST, and 8 p.m. PST, because when you're writing a comment or you're telling somebody, the conversion is not there. So you need that. And to expect people to always remember what time zone you're in is another weird thing. Because if it's a close friend, I know people like, I think Miss Pie is probably Mountain Time. Fishy and Dee Dee were over on the West Coast, so they're Pacific PD time. And I know Nicole is East, my time. And I know Habby and Dino are CST, but I don't know everyone's, right? So when I put out something, if I know it's not going to be converted for you, I will think of you. And that's the whole thing. I'm thoughtful. I think of others, that's what I want you to know. Alrighty. And I'll read this. How about that? So, was released. This is, so the appellant defendant below in the state of Indiana, Honorable, so it's the appeal court circuit, Benjamin Dieners, the judge. So is this the one that is it? Is this Bloodlust Diener? It is, right? Oh, wow. Diener's the one that originally left, right? I must have known that, right? And the Honorable Francis Seagull. Wow. Yeah, the whole pronoun thing, I guess if people really insist on telling people their pronouns, and if you want to tell me that you want to be, and I'll abide by it, but other than that, I don't know. It's like if you want to correct people, if I call you him or her, if you're not sure, just say they or them, like whatever. It's not even, some people are a little, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't, I'm a guy, I'm a man, him, her, I don't know. I don't want to get things wrong, but I don't, If I get things wrong, just let me know, and I won't. But don't expect me to go out and do all this investigating to see what people want to be. So I'll abide by stuff if they really want. But I like people, whoever you are. So don't worry about my like. I like you, whoever you are. Him, her, he, they, this, that. Everybody's cool until they're not. So there's that. But I respect people if they want. It's just seeing that now. It says it's an option to put under your name and all that. I'm like, oh gosh, whatever. Belated motion for permission to file oversized appellant's brief. The appellant, Richard Allen, by counsel Mark K. Levin and Stacy Uliana, pursuant to the appellant rule 44B, respectfully request this court for permission to file an oversized brief in support of the motion. Allen states the following. Number one, on November 11th, 2024, following a 25-day trial, a jury found Allen guilty of 2 counts of murder. Yeah, remember that, guys. He was found guilty on November 11th. What day is that? Right? That's Veterans Day. They fucking found this guy. They shit all over the Constitution. Think of everything that happened to Richard Allen and the pretrial detainee stuff. All that shit, all the dumps, Gull took all over the Constitution. Then they fucking releasing shit on Halloween like some jokesters, and then they rule this stuff on November the 11th. I call it the day the Constitution died in Indiana. Veterans Day, November 11th, 2024. And isn't that fucking wild? They must get off on those symbolic dates. They really do. Everything that came out every year on Halloween, and then they fucking drop this down on Veterans Day. They're just testing the people to see what they can get away with. It must be a big test. And look at the Indiana just fucking lapped it up. They're like, oh, look at this. It's not happening to me. It's happening to the other guy. Yay. Oh my gosh. Isn't that something? Anyways, number 2, at a sentence hearing on December 20th, 2024, the court extended an order sentencing Allen to an aggregate term of 130 years. Fucking crazy, eh? 130 years after that sham trial, and fucking all the hearsay and exculpatory evidence, and 80% of shit we couldn't get to hear, and oh my god, all the fuck ups Ellie did, and all the nefarious things, the deceitful things Ellie did, and the whole gag order bullshit and contempt hearing stuff with the defense. Meanwhile, the state is fucking violating that gag order 10 times more. Man, it's wild. It's fucking wild. Even Gull was fucked up a bunch of times and nothing happens to her. So number 3. Oh, really? Yeah, fuck him. I hope. Who on who? On me? I hope you're talking about me. Yes, Frank Meister was on today. What does that mean, Fishy? Oh, Farmer. Sorry, my bad. It was Farmer here. Did I miss Farmer? Oh, did you sneak in? Where is he? Yes, you. Yeah, don't play dumb. It's you. You know it's you. You even put it in twice. Me? Playing dumb. Yes, you. And I have no idea what you guys are talking about, so I'll move on. What did Frank say? Tell me. Who did he say something about, and what? About Farmer? And Fishy? I was giving you a hard time, Farmer. So you say something about you, Farmer? I'll read a couple more and come back to chat in a second. Did you hear it? No, I did not. So on number 3, on January 20th, 2025, a motion to correct errors was filed. You can't make anything worse. Never. Jump in, Fishy. Uh-oh. Is that true? Tell your hubby he has nothing to worry about. I'm a big dope. I'm a phony fraud. Yeah. Tell your hubby he has nothing to worry about. And a few minutes with us here, and you'll be so cheery and happy when you head back to your regular life. He'll benefit. So remind him that we bring you such happiness here is that it'll spill over to him. Trust him. Tell him that from me. And then I'm sure he'll love it. Or don't say anything. Oh boy. Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, I was watching that. Yeah. At least, yeah. I mean, Peggy did good. Yeah, I watched some. If people, it's good to have the discussions like that. And she called him out, I guess, or what does this say? I can't read it. Can somebody say that? What does it say? This comment, I can't. What does it say? Shibby, lol, Riyadh. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, Shibby, lol, read. Okay, I will. They want who on the team? A farmer? Oh, I'm going to stop reading, you guys. Oh, there you go. That's the way to go. Yes. Tell them your vibration, your vibration goes up from this channel. Definitely. Okay. So Shibby, lol, read. I agree, Fishy. I'll read. Bah humbug. All right. 4. On February 14th, 2025, an order denying the motion to correct errors was filed. 5. A notice of appeal was filed on March 11th, 2025. 6. After extensions of time and a remand to supplement the records with missing exhibits, the appellant's brief is due December 10th, 2025. So they're asking for an extension, right? I'll read. 7. Pursuant to Appellate Rule 44E, an appellant's brief cannot exceed 14,000 words. 8. Alan respectfully requests permission to file an appellant's brief that does exceed 14,000 words. Well, that's kind of silly. Like, what if you need to, 15,000? I don't know. Say, I mean, if it's important, it's in there. If it's not, they're not going to put it in, you'd think, but that's weird. 9. Alan's request at least an additional 10,000 words for the following reasons. A, the state is fucked up so much they kind of need to talk about stuff. A, the transcript is over 5,076 words, 22 volumes. The documentary exhibits are almost just as long as the 25-day trial at 4,782 words. That's 20 volumes. There are 210 electronic exhibits or media files. Yeah, I think there should be, instead of being an exact 10,000, 14,000, I think it should be in accordance to what happened at the trial. So if your trial, like a ratio, a percentage, what is it? When they have the, like the proper ratio, like if you have this much, you're allowed this much. Anyways, you know what I'm trying to say. Like when there's like, when you compare murders in different cities, you're comparing not the population, but the per, it's right on the tip of my fucking tongue. Oh, I'll move on. B, to properly summarize the evidence requires a lengthy statement of case and statement of facts. C, counsel has identified at least 10 possible issues for per capita. You motherfucker. That's it. What, those type of things, they're like, it's like I see them and they're like on my tongue, but I can't spit it out or something. I don't know. It's weird. And I very well know that per capita. So thank you, dude. It's exactly what I was looking for. Someone's listening. That's great to know. So C, counsel has identified at least 10 possible issues for appeal, 9 of which involve federal and Indiana constitutional claims. So per capita meaning like, the ratio, like make it relative to what, what's necessary. So if your trial was only this big, so a big, huge trial like that, they shouldn't have to beg for more stuff. It should be able to, put out the proper amount. So these claims are broken into 5 different categories. 1, the right to present a defense, including alternative explanations of the scene and other suspects, and impeachment of the quality of the investigation. Yeah, like fucking 80% of the discovery and a bunch of shit Holman said about, at the very beginning, Ives saying non secular, and then Holman coming in and saying undoings and other shit they brought into it, and then to turn around and say, oh, we can talk about it, but you can't. And then we gave you all this discovery, yet you can't use 80% of the discovery we gave you in trial. And it's like wildness, eh? So fuck them, man. They should be able to present whatever. And if the defense does anything inappropriate, they'll be held to account by the bar association or whoever. But just like fucking Judge Go, when she did things wrong, Judge Rush and the Indiana Supreme Court had a duty to fucking, but they didn't. They just fucking enabled her. So, I mean, fuck them. Why should anyone be held to account then if they get away with it? You can't hold one side to account and the other not. So, fuck them. 2, the right to present a defense undermining the reliability of Allen's incriminating statements when he was being fucking tortured by some succubus named Walla. 3, the constitutionality of those statements made while Allen was gravely disabled in prolonged pretrial solitary confinement. Yeah. 4, the constitutionality of. So I'll read through this and definitely we'll go back over it, and if you want to talk about individuals, I'll stop. I'll keep reading. I'll stop interrupting and I'll read it out first, and then we'll go back if you guys want. Okay. Sorry, I'm a dope. 4, the constitutionality of the search of Allen's home. And 5, other impactful erroneous evidentiary rulings. D, because many of these issues involve analysis of evidence that was proffered but excluded from trial, the record is much larger than just the evidence the jury was allowed to hear. Exactly. Yes. Well, I'm not going to say nothing. E, counsel is aware of the court's preference that litigants do not argue an excessive number of issues on appeal. F, however, the Indiana Supreme Court has held if an issue was known and available on direct appeal but not raised, it is procedurally defaulted as a basis for relief in subsequent proceedings. William V. State, Indiana, 2004. There was an extraordinary number of constitutional and evidentiary issues raised by both sides in this case. G, to adequately litigate the issues counsel has identified, they must have a word limit that allows them to cogently present the facts and issues. H, additionally, any federal constitutional claims upon which Allen would seek relief must be raised in state court, or it'll be deemed unexhausted and therefore unreviewable should Allen later need to seek federal review of his case pursuant to 28 U.S.C. I, exhaustion. For purposes of 28 U.S.C. requires that a claimant make a full and fair presentation of his claims in state court proceedings to give the state court an opportunity to resolve federal constitutional claims before those claims are presented to the federal courts. O'Sullivan v. Boracle, U.S. 1999. One sec. Need a drink. And we're back. I know you guys love that. I knew it. Ooh, that's a hot word, fishy. LOL, thermodynamics. Yeah, baby. All right, you guys are having a good time. I'll leave you alone. 10. Appellant Rule 44E requires the request for an oversized brief to be filed 15 days before the due date of the appellant's brief. Although the appellant's brief is due in 10 days, Allen respectfully requests a variance from the rule. Rule 1. Appellant Rule 1, I guess. Counsel did not know the number of additional words needed until sufficient progress had been made on reviewing the supplemental transcript provided weeks ago and incorporating that evidence into their statement of facts and argument. Although counsel is still in the process of drafting the aforementioned arguments and incorporating exhibits, counsel believes that an additional 10,000 words are needed. 11. The requested 24,000 words is the minimum necessary to provide Allen his constitutional right to effective assistance of counsel in raising the importance and constitutional issues in this case. With exhibits, this case is at least 10 times the size of an average murder trial. Right. Wherefore, appellant by counsel respectfully requests this court to permit Allen to file an oversized brief to increase the word limit to at least 24,000 words and for all other relief just and proper in the premises. Respectfully, Stacy Juliana, Mark K. Lehman. And I verify the penalties under perjury to foregoing representation are true and accurate to the best of my knowledge. Sweet dude Shibby and Bakey Fishy. Just kidding. Certificate of service. I hereby certify a true copy. No, nothing here. Okay. Ooh. Cool name. Mylander and Angela Sanchez. All right. So do you guys want me to move on and read the other one? So one, move on and read the second one quickly, and then we'll kind of go over them both if you want, or two, stay on this one and go over the points. If there were any that point stuck out to you, especially. Because I have the other one ready to go here. So I can do a quick read through it. So what was it? I don't even remember what I said. One, I'll go on to the next one quickly. Two, I can stay here and we'll go over it. And if nobody does it, you guys never vote on this. Don't you feel weird if you do that? Like it's like you're going out on a limb, especially when you're in chat and you're like, put one in chat, and then people don't follow along. You're like, you feel like Frank the Tank in Old School, where he's streaking. He's yelling at everyone to, hey, follow me. Let's go. We're streaking through the quad and over to the gymnasium. And he turns around and nobody's following him. So there's that. Ooh, one, give it more detail. For TJ, I will. So, one was to go on, right? And read the next one. Wasn't it? Yeah. So should I quickly, is that what you're saying? Gives more detail. The second one, we probably should read the second one, eh? And then I'll go over them both. I don't even know what I'm asking. I'll just read over it. I'm not even sure. That was dumb. I could have been halfway done this by now. So the same day later on, everyone the same name. Yes, read. You're right, Nicole. I'll just read. And then we'll kind of pick over them. Because, the other one will make more sense if we read this too. Ignore me, guys. Take two. Let's do this. Motions for final extension of time in which to file the appellant's brief. The appellant, Richard Allen, by counsel Mark K. Lehman and Stacy Juliana, respectfully request this court for permission for a final extension of time. So they're asking for, the first one's just an extension of the amount of words they can use, right? And then this is just for time. So it'll probably be a lot of the same stuff here. Allen states the following. On November 11, 2024, following a 25-day trial, found Allen guilty of 2 counts of murders. Not laughing. 2. After sentence hearing of December 20th, 2024, the court sentenced Allen to an aggregate term of 130 years. On January 20th, 2025, a motion to correct errors was filed. On February 14th, 2025, an order denying the motion to correct errors was filed. 5. Notice of appeal was filed on March 11th, 2025. 6. A notice of completion of clerk's records was filed on March 14th, 2025. 7. Following the extension of time, a notice of completion of transcripts was filed on July 7th, 2025. 8. On October 22nd, 2025, this court ordered the court report to file supplemental exhibit volumes, including the exhibits that were attached to Allen's motion for Frank's hearing and motion to correct errors. The court ordered Allen's appellant's brief due 30 days after the clerk filed an amended notice of completion of the supplemental transcripts. 9. On November 10th, the year 2205, the clerk filed the amendment notice of completion. 10. Counsel for Allen is asking for a final extension of 7 days and 200 years it wouldn't be 200 years. It would be 180 years. From 2025 to 2205 is 175. Yes. 100, an extension of 180 years. 10. Counsel for Allen is asking for a final extension of 7 days to complete and file the appellant's brief. 11. Despite the exercise of due diligence, undersigned counsel will be unable to complete the appellant's brief by the deadline for the following reasons. A. Counsel is still in the process of incorporating the evidence from the supplemental transcript filed on November 10th, 2025 into the appellant's brief. The supplemental transcript was the size of a standard murder trial transcript, including 5 volumes, the 1,201 pages, and 7 depositions, in the exhibits, right, all that stuff. In addition, there were many electronic exhibits, including 8 recorded witness interviews lasting about 10 hours. Now, do we have these recordings? Are we allowed to listen to that kind of stuff? And is it on All Eyes? The 8 recorded witness? If anybody's seen stuff like that, because I think I should do better. Like, say I'm talking about stuff, I should be able to go back and show you the picture better. Or, like say we just first learned about the video, then to actually play the video, stuff like that. If you guys would like. I think it would be good to do that. Sorry. B. In addition, counsel, Miss Uliana, was unable to help with the review of exhibits and appeal due to her other obligation as lead counsel on a LWOP jury trial that began on November 10th, 2025, State v. Jones. This case involved an 18-year-old with intellectual disability who killed a police officer during a high-speed chase. Coordinating experts and out-of-town witnesses and preparing the case took nearly all of counsel's time from October 27th to November 14th, 2025, when it concluded with a plea agreement on the 5th day of jury trial. So Miss Uliana was busy, but it ended with a plea. So I guess I don't know, this is what they're saying. C. Both counsel have been working diligently on this appeal with 10 to 12-hour days, but it is so complex and voluminous that an adequate brief cannot reasonably be prepared by the date brief is due. The transcript is over 5,076 words, 22 volumes, including the new supplemental transcript. The documentary exhibits are almost just as long as the 25-day trial at 4,782 words, 20 volumes. 1 second. And we're back. D. Counsel has simultaneously filed for permission to file an oversized brief explaining that they have identified at least 10 issues, 9 of which involve Allen's constitutional rights. Oh my gosh, yeah. Just in Westville alone. Counsel needs an additional 7 days to ensure they adequately identified and briefed these issues. Their failure to do so would violate Allen's right to effective assistance of counsel. Excuse me. And become an issue in later proceedings. I had like a hiccup burp. 12. Counsel respectfully submits that an additional 7 days will be sufficient to complete the appellant's brief. 13. Allen is currently detained out of state through the Indiana Department of Corrections. So basically what they're saying is you guys fucked up so royally. We don't need so much time. It's like, we got so many things to look at. And they're all of so many fuck ups of yours to review and decide. Wherefore, appellant by counsel respectfully requests this court to grant his verified petition for extension of time in which to file the appellant's brief to and including December 17th, 2025, and for all other relief just and proper in the premises. Respectfully is Nicole Watt and Derek Farmer. Right there, it says it. And Dandy Lioness. Welcome, Dandy Lioness. Did I miss you? Hello. Did I say hi? I'm just coming back to chat now. So, hello, Dandy. And everyone's having fun. And Derek Farmer's always a big hoot in chats. And if that's read, whatever you're saying, and 1 and a 2. Alrighty. So let's go. Basically, what's going on here, right? Is there the first one? Man, it's pretty simple. I guess I'm making this more than it is, but the first one. They're asking if they can say more, because there's so much crap. We need more words. And this one is there's so much crap. We need more time to evaluate. Right? So. Oh, you've been lurking? Whatever, as long as you're here. Always say hi at least. Even a simple emoji. And if you're not like on your iPhone, even a little silly colon with the bracket will suffice. Or you don't have to. If there's lurkers, feel free to say hi anytime. And if it's your first time, feel free, because you so many nice people here in this chat. And there's that. That's going to be my new catchphrase. There's that. Because I was listening back one time and I said that like 50 times one show. I don't know why. I've never really said that before. Maybe I have. Or it's just been so long since I talked to people. That's got to be it. And there's that, like almost sarcastically. And there's that, that little, that whole fucking solitary for 395 days, like when it's only should have been 15 or 30 days. And there's that. So I think on my little face guy, up in the top right corner, I'm going to put that as my motto or whatever. And there's that. And away we go. And we're back. Something like that. I'll figure it out. So, you guys have any questions, or should I go on to the other stuff? I will peruse. Oh, look at this. Just in time. I love it how a new person shows up just in time. I'm struggling so harsh. Need time to get those politicians as far away from that Dropbox as possible. Indiana would implode if the truth were known. Yeah, that damn Dropbox, eh? Fucking Dropbox. I can't, people. They're too peoply. Ooh. Perfectly said. That's perfectly worded. I can't, people. They're too peoply. Ooh. And emoji. Happy, laughy, crying, laughing, happiness emoji. So everyone say hi to Tammy Martin. And I'm telling you, I think I have 3 or 4 Tammys. I need to start remembering because I see your photo and I know I just, I think Tammy is such a pretty name. I get distracted. I'm like, Tammy. So Tammy Martin, 880. Welcome and hello. Good evening. So if you're just getting here, we were just reading a couple of the filings that probably were out on December 1st and December 5th or wherever. Just probably both December 1st. So what was it on December 5th? Was this something different? Oh, right. It's not there. Drop files here. So maybe I should go look for that because, it's not even the 5th yet. So it's kind of December 4th. Yeah, it's tomorrow. Look at me. I was about to go looking for that. And it's fucking just turned it was December 3rd. It's December 4th now. For me, it's been 20 minutes into December 4th. I was about to go looking for that. So what was that called again? Shit, what's her name? Oh, it was in here. Brief. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. So, any, before I move on, any, it's not even the 5th here yet. Oh, yeah, you're in the future, so you'll be in the 5th sooner. So I wonder if you can get the files sooner. No, I'm just kidding. Because it's, it'll be the 5th. I'm obviously Eastern. Indiana's most likely EST, but I think there's parts of Indiana that's also Central too. So the west part of Indiana, I believe. So I thought I knew a few people that were Central. So it's 1 hour behind East me. So if you guys have anything you'd like to kind of, I'll just peruse this. And if you guys see anything, so I'm going back over the first one, just kind of briefing it, because I thought there was a few things. You know what I should learn? Is there a way I can like highlight these and have it stay highlighted? Because I should, when I'm reading stuff and I find it important, I should. But then if I do something else, that one goes away. So Fishy will know, right? Fishy. Is there a way I can use like a yellow? I see T do it. Put like a yellow. Mark it. And to start, find details. Or maybe not in there. This is theirs. So I'd probably have to download it to have my own copy, probably, right? So I'd download it and then do it. Scanning for viruses. And then I would open it, right? And then I could probably fuck around with it then. Yeah. I'll try that next time, because although I'm getting good at, like, at least when there was an addendum, let's pretend this was an addendum 14, right? I was getting good at like, okay, I read here addendum 14, so I'm starting here, and I would go down, and then I'd probably get distracted, say a bunch of shit, and 10 minutes later I'd be like, oh, where the fuck was I? Where the fuck was I? Where the fuck was? Oh, boom, there, I was here. So I'm getting good at that, and as long as I don't click my mouse back on there, it's usually there. So, anyways, just know I'm trying, and I will promise to, when I fuck up royally, not to repeat it too many times, because that is the definition of insanity, and I prefer to learn from my mistakes. Therefore, the first ones are just lessons, right? Not mistakes. So I was going to scan through this, and wasn't there stuff that was interesting that I wanted to stop at? Basically, now I have to read it again to remember. So the first one was about the request in the letters. Yeah, it's like they're saying there's so much stuff. We obviously need more words. So why can't it just be I don't even know if I'm using the right word. Is it per capita or relevant, like ratio? Like if you have this much in your trial, you're allowed this much. It should be relevant to the what's at hand. Because 10,000 words is probably great for most, but they're so. Then they got to do all this refiling again to request 10,000 more words, when that's bullshit. It should be, this was a huge case. They should be able to do the amount that would be needed to cover this. It's so fucking dumb. What a waste of time stuff like that is, in my opinion. So what was important here? Fuck. Anything? I'm going to scan through this and look. If you guys see anything, let me know, okay? So now, to all you, any smart people listening still, Fishy, Nicole, Mimi, V, was there more than just these two things, or should I be looking? Because should I Google it again like I did last time? Didn't I Google to see? Did I do it? I'll Google it again, like any new. So I'll try it again one more time. What was it? Today, any new filings today in Richard Allen? The appeal of Richard Allen. Any new court filings today in Richard Allen appeal? So Fox 59. So how about we just do that? Because these guys, I don't know, they're whatever. Seem to. So maybe you want me to quickly read through this? Maybe I'm missing something. How's that sound? Great idea, Shibby. Alrighty, I agree. Oh, I can't. Why can't I see half of this? Fuck. I'll make it big and I'll look at it on StreamYard. How's that? So here we go. I'm gonna read this. That's okay like that. Sorry, guys. So I'll have to scroll on this page, but I'm reading on this one. So this is weird. I'm looking at a whole different screen while I'm scrolling on a separate one. So Fox 59 today. When was it? December 3rd, 2025. Ooh, wrong screen. Fuck. Indianapolis. Richard Allen's attempt to overturn his 130-year murder conviction continues to drag on as his attorneys ask for yet another extension. Allen was convicted last year after a jury found him guilty of murdering Abby Williams and Libby. There you go. You're such a rush. You fucked that up epically, dude. Fix that. Man, you're so bothered by them asking for an extension. You can't get the murder victim's fucking name right, you dipshit. And Liberty German near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi in February 2017. The high-profile Delphi murders trial captured national attention as the girls' murders went unsolved without a single suspect until Allen was arrested 5 years later. Yeah, don't forget the guy that came and talked to them 2 days after. That guy. The guy with the only one black fucking Ford Focus in the area. The black Ford Focus that Doofus Doolin and Jerry Holman and dipshit Mullins and Leesby and Liggett couldn't find. They had such a wild photo of it and a video of it passing by the Hoosier Hardware store. They couldn't fucking find that goddamn car parked 1 mile away for 5 damn years. The guy that came to them and most likely told me he had a car just like that because he gave me his IMEI number or, all that shit. And then that same car was parked for the same 5 years at the CVS, which is, I believe, very, very close to the police station headquarters. That mysterious car, the only one black 2016 Ford Focus in the whole damn town. They couldn't fucking find it. Yet, to me, that implies heavily that obviously they could easily found it, and they did, and that's when they cleared the guy. So, fuck, whatever. Trial captured national attention. The girls' murders went unsolved without a single suspect until Allen was arrested. Without a single suspect? No, that's not true neither. So these fucking idiots, who's writing this, right? Without a single suspect? Because there was like fucking 20 guys that were cleared, and then Logan was looked in, what the fuck is he saying? So he says for that first 5 years, there wasn't a single suspect. What a fucking dope this guy is. Man, after the girls' deaths due to a break in the case relating to a Miss Kathy Shank saved the fucking day. Oh my God. Despite Allen being found guilty of 4 counts of murder following nearly a month-long trial, his attorneys continued to push for an appeal that would overturn his 130-year prison sentence. So here's Richard. Been fucked over for sure. Definitely. So Richard Allen, photo provided by Oklahoma Corrections. Wow. Provided by Oklahoma Corrections. Where the fuck's Oklahoma? Anyway. In early November, Allen's appeal team filed 1,200 pages of evidence as part of the appeal process. These documents contain tons of alleged evidence stemming from the trial defense team's Odinism theory. See, fuck you, asshole. The defense team's Odinism theory? You sure about that, fuckface? Or was it everything they received from the law enforcement's investigation, from Nick McLean's own discovery that he handed the defense team? Maybe you should fucking write that in, dipshit, and go fucking correct Libby's name. And there was other fucking suspects too, asswipe, which sought to shift blame for the girls' murders off of Allen and on to an occult-backed sacrificial ritual. Right. The defense's team's theory. Just their fucking imagination. They pulled it right out of their ass, right? Fucking asshole. Or did they get it from the voluminous amounts of discovery, including much from that 1,200 pages from the safekeeping order, before Nick McLean got his hands back on it after the attempt hearing and fucked around with the evidence that he probably gave back to the defense after the, so luckily they had that safekeeping stuff, because that's where they got most of it untouched 1,200 pages, in my opinion. The material isn't new, nor was it even uncovered by Allen's defense team. The documents included a bevy of information sourced from an early police investigations into the girls' death. Yeah, everything they came from it. Everything. It was the state's discovery. It was their investigation. Hey, dude, why don't you go and fucking be a journalist and go investigate all the shit that went missing? What's your name? I'd scroll up, but I'm not. Go investigate. Do a deep dive into this fucking law enforcement and find out what happened to all those missing interviews and everything else, and reasons why they didn't actually go after suspects with much more involved, or fucking little artist McCain guys, Dave McCain, who was there at the trails that day wearing a camera. Yeah, he wasn't at trial. And why they'd send for V will ask, why would they send 8 police officers in one van from Unified Command down to investigate Elvis Field's family in Rushville over Elvis Field themselves? Yet, so 8 cops found it important enough to pile in a fucking van to go investigate him and interview all of them, but yet he wasn't at trial. Go and, do some research into that. Maybe you'll have a real good story to write about that. Ooh. The material, where did I end up? Information and potential leads that Allen's attorneys felt police investigators didn't adequately consider, or lost, or fucking lied about, or hid, or obfuscated, like fucking Turco. They didn't even know who him or her was. Were told were too focused on Allen. Yeah, Jerry had tunnel vision, even though he wasn't even on investigators' radar until 5 years after Abby and Libby's bodies were found in the woods. The Odinism theory never made it to court, as Judge Frangal ruled it could not be introduced as evidence due to there being no nexus to tie all the information to the crime or third-party suspects. Wow. Isn't that that's the paragraph of the year right there, eh? Doesn't that make you fucking furious? Man. The Odinism theory never made it to court, as Judge Frangal ruled it could not be introduced as evidence due to there being no nexus to tie all the information they received from the state in discovery to the crime or third-party suspects. What the fuck is that? It's awesome, eh? Whoa, that is fucking wild. Wild. No nexus, eh? How about one of the dead girl's father was a fucking fanboy of Odin who loved to walk through the woods, to listen to the branches, to listen for Odin speaking to him through the branches. The same guy that fucking drew a tattoo on his hand that looked eerily similar to Abigail Williams, his son's girlfriend's stick configuration on her dead body. Huh? Or the fact that he said he never met her, yet it turns out he did meet her. Huh? Or the fact that he could easily be Bridge Guy. Look at him. He fits the description perfectly. And he has that cool hat, too. And what else is there? Oh, they cleared him. And the reason Jerry Holden cleared Brad Holder was because they went and talked to Turco, and Turco said there was nothing there. There was nothing of the sort there. No organism, nobody who would drink from a fucking horn like a cup was there. He didn't see anything there. Nothing was present. As a matter of fact, he that's what Holman said. Turco said, and then Turco he lost. He got rid of it all. He couldn't find who it was. So with that being said, after learning there was nothing, no Viking, no organism, no nothing present, they were able to clear Brad Holder. And that's also when his fucking interviews all went missing too. So yeah, there's no nexus because you fuckfaces deleted it all or didn't record it all or lied about it. Oh my gosh. I need a drink. 1 sec. Man, we should do a show on the nexuses that they're saying. Like this, I'm going to save this. This is the most amazing paragraph I think I've ever read in years. So we're going to do a whole nexus thing. Man, I got one last time. Sorry. The organism theory never made it to court as Judge Fran Gull ruled it could not be introduced as evidence due to there being no nexus to tie all the information, to tie all that fucking information, to tie the tons and tons and gigabytes and of information to the crime or all the investigations they did on these said guys. Oh my gosh. Well, all the fucking runes they were cutting and oh man. Whew. This is wild. So in October, a motion filed by the appeal team revealed more of the attorney's strategy for Allen's appeal. This included once more reviving an old strategy from Allen's defense team, their motion to suppress evidence found during a search of Allen's home. His attorneys tried long before trial to throw out all the evidence collected during the search of Allen's home. Yeah, because fuckface Liggett lied about the PCA and the search affidavit. He had lies in there. Because Sarah Carbaugh never said blue coat. And they went looking at his house for a blue coat that nobody told him there was a blue coat. Liggett said it must have been blue. She must have meant blue because, hey, the guy in the video had a blue coat. So she must have meant blue. Oops. So he changes it to blue from tan. And then she, at that fucking first time, go find it. She said that he looked like he was in a fight or disheveled or something like that. She never said bloody. So Liggett inferred blood and added it to the PCA, the arrest document. And later on, this fucker, Sarah's at trial, saying he looked like he just fucking whatever, cut up a pig. Whatever she said, stuck pig or something. Or oh, so there was so much blood. But she never said it that first time. Which uncovered the unspent bullet tied to the murder scene and clothes matching the murder suspect's description, the description that Liggett lied about. Oh, and the bullet Oberg had to fire, the unspent round she compared it to, because she wasn't strong enough to rack it hard enough to recreate it. And there was no other guy or person or bigger woman or ape, gorilla, Jerry Holman, or nobody was available to help her rack that gun hard enough. She had to fire it to compare with the unspent cartridge that was found, allegedly. Oh boy. This strategy didn't work then, and, well, it didn't work then. Oh my God. Well, nothing's going to work when Gull's denying everything. Seems unlikely to convince an appellant court to throw out a jury conviction. Less than 5% of convictions are reversed on direct appeal. Yeah, if this can't get reversed or a new trial or whatever, then no fucking trial in the world will ever get it. Because this one is ripe for it. In late October, Allen's attorneys were granted an extension to file their appellant brief. They had until December 10th on Monday. Allen's lawyers asked once more for more time, asking for just 7 more days to file their brief. Though brief, it is, in only name, as the attorneys also seek permission to file an oversized brief due to the voluminous amount of material covered in the filing. Part of the reasoning in asking for the extension is due to one of Allen's attorneys working on the Eddie Jones trial, the one that they mentioned in the other one where the teenager did something. Trial that kept her occupied from October 27th and not until November 14th. There was a plea deal, so she was then freed up. The attorney said they are still incorporating information from the 1,200-page document previously filed as part of their Odinism theory. As part of their Odinism theory. What a dick, eh? Their theory. No. Their theory is reading and looking at everything the state gave them from discovery. So you should say the document profiled as the Odinism discovery they received. The voluminous amounts of Odinism discovery they thought and was lied about and was obfuscated about and was lost and was not collected and was deleted. That Odinism theory, fuckface? Yeah, you know it. Girl, you know it's true. All right, I'll come back to show. I've totally not been reading. Oh, fishy. Oh, fishy. Quit moping. You little moper. I'm here. We're here for you, fishy. Oh, boo. I'm here, fishy. Jesus, I got me too, girl. So, do you guys want to talk? Doesn't that make you furious, this fucking guy? So he's so concerned. He's fucking calling Libby Lily. How many times this guy he's had what just came out today? What time is it? 5:48. This was out for 7 hours now, and this guy hasn't been able to fix her name. Yeah, you're real concerned, aren't you, bud? Sure you are. And the defense is Odinism theory. Doesn't that fucking piss you off? Like, it's not their theory, dude. Not their theory. It's what they were handed on a platter. And more than likely, now that I see it all, they're handed this knowing that they'll take the bait and go for it because, hey, who wouldn't with all the shit you handed them? But they all knew that Gull would not allow it. Like, how the fuck do you get to this here? This is the wildest one. Where's that paragraph? That's the wildest paragraph I've fucking ever read. And we all know this too, but oops. This one here. Let me get this one off. Just 1 second. There you go. And back to full screen. Fucking love this. Ooh, did I lose it again? Where are you? There it is. There it is. There it is. Right there. I'll put it right there. The Odinism theory never made it to court as Judge Fran Gull ruled it could not be introduced as evidence due to there being no nexus to tie all the information to the crime or third-party suspects. No nexus, except that they spent fucking 2 or 3 years or the first whatever investigating all these guys. And, even if you're just looking at Holder, all the shit. So forget about there's no nexuses to Odin, right? So the first few days, 2 days after, Becky Patty says Brad Holder's name and because Odin. She says it. Odinism. So it's there. Then they go and look into this Odinist, Brad. So forget about them all. Just look at Brad Holder. They go and investigate him. They, do all that shit. Then they lose his interviews. He tells them he never met Abby, and it turns out he has met Abby. Then they go to his work and they barely clear his alibi, whatever. All that shit. There's no nexus except and then here's another nexus. How about the fucking 50 screenshots of Odinism related material Ryan Boucher took to Tony Liggett, and Tony Liggett or Leesenby told him to get lost, and he went then. Ryan Boucher took it to Ryan Winters, an Indiana State police officer, to the state level because he was still concerned that, hey, there's a major nexus here. Here's 50 screenshots of nexuses, and even if you look at only the tattoo or one or two, and then Ryan Winters, state police officer, saw the tattoo or the drawing on Brad Holder's hand, and especially if he knew that Brad Holder was Logan's Abby's boyfriend's father, and Abby's the one who coincidentally had a stick configuration that looked identical to that tattoo on his hand. And so fucking ISP Ryan Winters was so alarmed, he emailed and called Jerry and then fucking took it all and went and talked to him. And he says toe to toe. Winters goes and talks to Holman. And then, so, I forgot one thing. The first reason they cleared Holder, before that happened, they cleared Holder because Holman had talked to Turco, or they had talked to Turco, a professional or an expert. And this expert said, nope, nothing to see. Not real Odinism, not fake Odinism, nothing of the sort. None of that cult stuff, nothing related. No fuckers that would drink from a horn were involved at this crime scene and that's what Jerry said, Turco said. And then he hit him. He lied about, he didn't even remember if it was a him or her. But at that time, they used Turco's to report or, conclusion to clear Brad Holder, the Odinist. Yet they lied about that. So then these motherfuckers, another nexus is, after all these screenshots came in and Winters begged for them to recheck up on Holder because of his hand tattoo looking exactly like his son's girlfriend's stick configuration on her dead body, they go back out and talk to him, Roland Purdy and Lori Lourdes, Lowry, the other ISP cop. They sit down and talk to Brad Holder as police officers, not undercover. And this fucker, Brad Holder, Purdy says in his deposition that Brad Holder says, I walk through the woods and I listened to the tree branches. I listened to the tree branches for Odin to speak to me through the tree branches. And there's no nexus, eh? And, Brad Holder also makes knives. That's a great hobby. I respect him. Blacksmithing could be a great hobby, fun. He gave a knife to his, he made such great knives. He gave one to his son who was graduating in an academy of some sort, the army or something down in California, So he makes knives. And, what happened to the girls? They were cut with something. And if you guys are so sure it was a box cutter, maybe you should have, done what the defense suggested at the time and also searched their homes. And I'm sure you might have found a few box cutters there. Like, come on, guys. No nexus. Anyways, I'm rambling. I have not been looking at chat. Forgive me, guys. It's probably better because you guys are awesome. Don't be sad, Fishy. Nothing to be sad about. Find some games and we'll make you smile. We'll do some fun trivia stuff. I'll come play in your Discord thingy, okay? Find me some Connect 4 or something fun. Checkers, I don't know. Tic-tac-toe. Fuck. I don't want to do the gambling games. I don't like gambling. I want to play games like trivia, like question games and stuff. So go to Fishy's Discord server if you can find it, or if she puts it, and join up because there's some games there we can play and make Fishy happy. All righty. So there's that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that, they wouldn't even give you, say, like, like 20% of what they pay for non-ginger samples. Hey, dude, dye your hair brown. Dye your hair brown and go fucking say, yeah, look at this, man. I was born with this fucking brown hair. Where's the cup? I'll fill that cup up for you. Give me my $20. Oh boy. Where are we going here? Who doesn't like a ginger? You're right. Everyone knows a great ginger. Yes. Thanks, guys. I need a little depressing dump. There you go, Fishy. Dump. That's the word. You know what a dump is? What Brad Holder does. He gets home from the end of the day and empties all the shit from his pockets onto his bed or wherever, and then takes a photo of it. He calls it a pocket dump or something. and then post it on social media. Isn't that great? So you thought you were annoyed when your friend was sending you photos of their fucking food? Go befriend Holder on social media. You'll get a pocket dump every night of what was in his pockets. Sunflower seed shells, empty wrappers, receipts. Oh boy. Exactly, Danny. Nicole is the most important person in the world. Oh, I'm important too. You guys are funny. I'm going to go read some other stuff, but you guys are having a great time. I should leave you alone. Yeah, you can't afford it. Oh, remember that old Delirious? I love referring to Delirious. You can't afford it. You can't afford it. Eddie Murphy was hilarious then. Or the part where he said the dogs, the only way his mom could get the dogs to play with him is to tie a pork chop around his neck. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. I guess we beat this to death, eh? Ooh. Ooh. Were you talking to me? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, so you're behind now, Nicole? Oh, so you won't be hearing this for how long? You're important, Nicole. Say hello to the hubby. Tell him I'm doing my work, keeping you in high spirits. So when he walks in the door, you're going to jump up and give him that big hug. Tell him everything's great here, okay? To drive safely, to get home safely, and to look under his seat for that surprise Nicole left you in the Ziploc bag. The leopard print, Just kidding. She's behind. Funny. All right. 28 people. Okay, guys, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Should I look for more stuff? I guess so we know what's happening. But this motherfucker saying that. Oh. I guess, should I look for anything else or no? Was those two filings? Maybe, Court TV did something? When was this? That was a long time ago, probably. The date, this was 7 hours ago. WTHR, probably the exact same one. Watch. Let's see if they even get Lily's name wrong too. These people are all writing the same story, I bet. Theirs is shorter. Oh, there's a good pop-up. See, finally a good pop-up. Oh my gosh. Usually you want to shut these pop-ups down. Then they put a cute picture of them. That's neat, eh? I'm going to go full screen for this. Cool. Check it out. Oh, damn it. I'll turn this off for 1 second. Finally, a good pop-up. Look at it. Abby and Libby. It's like the first time in history I've wanted to keep a pop-up there. Literally. This fucking here. You know what's also weird is they obviously look at these guards or whoever if they were obviously at the time, like look at here, this is Liggett and he looks gigantic. He's probably a fucking shrimp. And look at these two guys are short. This woman is probably, and this guy, they would pick two shorter ones, right? They must have. Look at this. He's 5'4". She's what? She's 5'6", and he's 5'6" also. Maybe 5'7". Because they got guards that are like 6'4" or huge guys, and so they didn't want people to know how tiny he was, so they got in their oversized brief. Yeah, same stuff. So maybe I'll just go and read the other stuff and try to leave you guys alone because I'm sure you're having a wonderful chat and I'll probably just fuck it up. Wow, 25 people. Okay, how about so I'll timestamp this. Whatever I said, I'll start reading very, very soon. So if you're here just listen and fall asleep to the sounds of my voice, I will start reading right. I think unless anyone jumps in to say, have we covered everything on those two, or did I miss something or get something wrong? I will shut her down. All of that stuff. This was the appellant's brief. Shut her down. And here's the All-Eyes page. And here's where I was going to start reading. I was going to start. You guys want this? Here, I'll put it in. Nicole is in a warmer area. She's in Georgia. Georgia. So here's what I'm going to be reading. Yes, pushing the boundaries by not pushing boundaries. This I'll bite, Danny. I'll take the bait. It's gonna be Tapu Timu something. I'm taking the bait, Danny. What is Shibby? I got something that will enjoy hearing you read. Okay, give me the punchline. What is it, Danny? What shall Shibby read? You watch. I know it's gonna be funny or ironic or something to the book. And we're waiting for Danny. I see. I feel the typing. Tap 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 tap. And Fishy says nice. And Danny says, "Ooh, where do I send a pic? Oh. Oh, no, it's not funny. So it's tragic then. Oh, sorry. So you're actually being serious. Okay, I should stop farting around. What is it about? Like one of those other murder cases? It's poetic. Oh no. Do I put my email? Danny scares me. Maybe we could send it to. Yeah, I'll give you my email. Send it here, bro. Ooh, I don't even know if I can open it on my screen, but I could send it myself on the. Yeah, 1 second. Here we go. Send it here. This is the official. It's on my YouTube page anyway, so I don't get any emails. So I've had people, I'm going to email you. I'm going to email you. I haven't received one really from this YouTube, from doing my YouTube stuff. There. That's my YouTube, this email that I use for this one. And that's it. Send a photo there. NHL ZR1 Z28 Camaro at live.com. I've had that email for like 25 years. I use a bunch of different emails anyway, so I use one for each type of thing. Like if I'm going to sell stuff on, we have a thing, I don't know if you guys have, we have Kijiji, which is kind of like Craigslist where you'd sell stuff. And so what I do is if I'm selling stuff, I wouldn't, I try not to have people come to my home. I use like a throwaway email, and I don't want to rip people off, but I just don't want to see them again, really, right? Some assholes will try to use your and come back and return or whatever. So I would meet them at the gas station around the corner, because we have a Petro-Canada gas station. It's got like one of those ones that's a big gas station where it's all, you can go in and get food and everything, and there's cameras everywhere. So I meet them there, and I use certain emails for each one. So if there's ever a problem, I can just stop using. Not that I'm up to no good, but so there's that. Ooh, and I have push on that email. So if you do send me something, I got 70. Oh, nothing. Alrighty. So I'll move on, and if I receive it, I'll let you know. Also, if you send me an email, let me know, because if I don't see it, it might be in my junk. Unfortunately, my junk, my lovely lady lumps. All right, so I'm going to go read now, guys. How about that? And this sounds crazy. Have you considered shipping? No. It's not like eBay where it's, it's just where never. To strangers? Anonymous people? No way. No. It's not like eBay where you'd have like a system of trust and, even I would only use PayPal, but I wouldn't want to just ship stuff. There's enough people here. I'd sell stuff locally. Usually, like if you have an older iPhone, you want to get rid of, or a model car, and I put it on there, and no, I don't want to start shipping stuff, because then people, isn't there ways you can get screwed if they send you the money, but then you ship it? I would do that with eBay and stuff, but not through because that's like Craigslist, this Kijiji. It's just anybody can write anything, and nobody's reading up on it or checking up on it, and there's no way of yeah, eBay is good. I don't mind doing that, but some people don't use that. Although, I've had lots of great, especially buying stuff. A couple of years ago when I broke my leg, I bought so much shit on eBay, and I really never had one problem. Really, people send you stuff, and if there's something wrong, they would take care of it usually. And very rarely, like if it's in USA or Canada, surprisingly, even the regular mail, the mail, what is it again? The United States, the USPO, and the United States, the post office in Canada and the USA have been great, and tracking has always been good. And you leave feedback, and there's accountability. And if you go through PayPal, I had maybe one or two disputes, but eBay still to this day is great, I think. But selling stuff it's easier to buy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because selling stuff, you then gotta make the ad and take the photos and then fucking talk with different people and then sell it. And then once you finally sell it, you gotta pack it, weigh it, ship it, and take it to the whatever. Yeah. So I'm talking more buying stuff. But as a seller too, eBay's good. Just it's not all that hard. But okay, so I shall start reading before I lose any more people. 2 hours in. Let's start the show at the 2 hour mark, like yesterday. Oh, this is exactly like yesterday, eh? Fishy came in at 2 hours and 3 minutes and said, something about, are you starting the show yet? Or is this the intro? I was still doing my intro at 2 hours and 3 minutes. And then I was like, okay, yes, I'll start the show and I'll timestamp 2:03 or 2:02 like now. And then something happened where we got distracted, and 10 minutes later I realized we didn't start. So I then had to change it to 2:13, so go back yesterday's show, and if you want to, where I start reading, my intro finishes at 2 hours and 13 minutes is where I start. So there was that. That was funny. All right. Last chance. Anything? I guess I'll just read. Lull you to sleep. Bedtime stories with Shibby. There you go. Crazy. Exactly. Are you still awake? Here, this is dedicated to Rebecca Ann, 1965. A little ditty I like to call Crazy by Shibby. Going back, 1986. Bedtime stories with Shibby. In 1986, 13-year-old Shibby. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Ooh, I got to take my time to read it. It's almost a hum. Thank you, guys. That's, Yeah, you know what I jokingly did put? Honestly, I put ASMR in the title too, because somebody joked and said ASMR, and I thought it was kind of funny. Like, imagine people saying, "I got a nice voice," I'm honored. Okay, last drink. Yeah, 1986. I don't know why. I was just trying to do like you'd hear on the radio DJ, like when I was dedicating this to Rebecca Ann. How would the DJ, would say, here's a little story, going back. Dedicated to Rebecca Ann, laying there naked in bed. she doesn't wear pajamas. So here, to Commando Rebecca. Nighty night. All right, I'm gonna get in trouble. Elvis Fields. So this is the Odom stuff, the Frank's hearing stuff, and all that. So here we go. One sec. All right. So page 91 of that link I just dropped. If you need it, let me know. Elvis Field's connection to the crime scene. So all these not like, look at this, pages and pages of nexuses, right? And fucking Gull doesn't allow it into court because there's no nexus. And now everyone's like, the defense is idiots. Like, fuck. At the time, I'm sure as fuck say nobody was saying that about the defense at the time. Because look at all this shit. It's not like they dreamed it up, and it came from the discovery and fucking years of investigations into this guy, especially Holder, and everything going to talk to, and the lies about there's no nexus, right? Well, if there's no nexus, why the fuck did Holman lie about what Turco said? Not only did he lie about what he said, he omitted things he did say, and he then obfuscated the whole report and his identity. Sure, there's no nexus because they fucking lied about it. That's what they used to clear Holder. But if that's a lie, then how does Holder get cleared? Because if you took Turco's word, the expert you went to, who was backed by a Harvard professor, who also agreed that something was present, at the very least, it was fanboys or someone staging it to misdirect or faking it or whatever, it was there. And they lied about it not being. And with that lie, they used that lie to then clear the guy who would be a perfect suspect in this case, the girl's boyfriend's father, the guy who said he never met her but had, the guy who fucking makes his own knives, the guy who fucking runs through the woods listening to Odin to speak to him through the branches. They cleared that fucking guy because Turco said there's nothing to see here. But Turco never said that. How much of a fucking nexus do you need, Gull? That's a huge, there's like 50 nexuses in that one statement. And then he's fucking putting paintings up about fucking look exactly like how the Abby's body was found, and posting a month after about his, he's so hurt that his son's girlfriend is dead, yet he's posting fucking dumb memes about hiding bodies and moving bodies and friends will help you. Yeah, there's no nexus, right? There isn't a nexus. There's fucking a bazillion. So wild. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, did you want me to look? I'll look. I didn't look. I'll check now, Danny, before I start reading. I don't see nothing. I'll go check my junk. It must be in my junk. Oh, hope I don't get it like nothing, bud. No, you didn't send me anything. Or you wrote it wrong. Nope. Not in my junk or my inbox. So I will move on. Okay. So Elvis Field's connections to the crime scene. The defense is previously discussed and presumed. So at 2:08, I'm starting the show. The defense has previously discussed and presented the side-by-side photos that demonstrate that Elvis was mimicking Brad Holder by taking the time to recreate Holder's Facebook posts. Elvis would then post the recreated Facebook post. Ooh, 1 second. I got a warm coffee here. That's going to help my throat. Okay, we're here. I'm going to start a list of nexuses. So how about the nexus? Is that what do they consider a nexus? Like, what's the definition of nexus? Like, how about Mary Jacobs passing a lie detector test about what she says her brother told her about the crime scene? Is that a nexus? Because he's, he's not like So even if it's not a nexus to Odin, isn't it a nexus to third party? So there's that, right? So if any ever wants to start a list of nexuses, ooh, 1 second, just drop something. That would be a great idea. So nexuses to Odin, and I guess nexuses to third party defense, right? And whatever else they weren't allowed to talk about. Holder's Facebook post. Elvis would then post the recreated Facebook posts. What else did Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy unearth in their investigation that would connect Elvis to the crime scene? The Odin report provides much of that connective tissue. Cool. Oh, my picture came up. Cool. Ooh, 1:11 a.m. Danny sending me stuff. It's for the lost souls. Ooh, Danny. Oh, Danny boy. What was that song that they always sing? Danny boy. I have like 20 email addresses, I think. Junk. Last time I looked, bro. That's it. It's not here. Maybe it's going to take a long time. How big? Oh, it's in. Uh-oh. Oh, dude. I know who you are. Uh-oh. You're funny. Uh-oh. Should I read this? Oh, boy. Danny. Is that who you are? Daniel White. Oh, boy. This is a whole nother nexus. Do we get into this? Oh, boy. I think this is a whole nother show. Do I bother reading this scribble? Oh, boy. Oh. Danny, one question. Danny DeVillian, are you male or female? That's all I want to know. Yeah, I received it. Daniel DeVille? Danny White? Daniel White. Are you male or female? Oh, oh boy. That's a lot of writing, dude. So it is a poem. Or is it a poem? That's nice, dude. Just like, I mean, I know who you are now. This is weird, unless you're the one part of that equation that's not weird for me to be talking to. I won't say anything other than that. Yeah, the Danny, but I just need to know one thing. Danny, are you male or female? Literally. And I don't care about your name or whatever. Because if you're male, this will be really weird for me to be talking with you, because there's a whole other nexus we're not going to talk about, obviously, in public here. Right. But are you a guy or a girl, Danny? Tell me that. All right. I'm just going to move on and ignore this. It looks like a nice poem. Yeah, sure, dude. Whatever you say. But this is being linked to another email that I have in here. So it's not a secret anymore of who you are. If that's the case. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is a lot. I can't read this all now. Wow. Yes, definitely. Oh, Lord. I told you I had something for you. ASMR voice. So, wow, V, you were right about Daniel, the villain. He didn't find me because of the YouTube algorithm, that's for sure. Oh, boy. Nicole, I can talk to you off on Discord, but damn, this is weird. All right, I'm going to move on from that. Okay, Danny? I guess you can stay, but just know I know who you really are. All right? Let's move on. And away we go. And I hope you're the half of that equation that I want to be contacting me and not the other half. So I'll leave it at that. And if you want to just continue talking, yeah, I know. I'll tell you later. But Danny, Danny, do you hate me? I'm not going to read this out loud until I know who I'm talking with. And if you're the part of the equation, I'm not reading that for you because that would be weird because I know. Just know, here, Danny, let me tell you this. I won't say anything specific, but when you sent me that email, you sent it to the address that I had emailed someone before. And that person is closely related to you or linked to you, and their email came up and your name came up. So I know who you are. So I'm not reading this until you let me know, because it would be really weird if you're this person. The email, just know that it linked you to another email address. Okay? And it will be very weird, but it could be very cool too. If it's, I mean, oh, sure, the algorithm brought you, Danny. Just know that your cover is blown. I'm going to just move on from this. It's about a woman who hurt me. You think I'm going to read that for you to this woman? Go read it to her yourself. What do you think I am, a fool? Danny. Doubtful. No. As if you are you saying the algorithm brought you here and you don't know who I am? You want to lie like that, I'm going to completely disappear you. I mean, if you want to be cool, I'm willing to be cool. I won't fuck with you and you don't fuck with me, but listen, just know I know who you are. So you're not going to play me for a fool to read some bullshit to a woman. All right? Last chance. If you want to just move on from this and forget about it and you're going to be cool, what the hell is, yeah, well, play dumb. That's cool. You think I'm going to read this for you? Dude, I'm going to move on from this. All right? You want to keep playing dumb, you're going to disappear. You know that. Wow, my first drama in public. What the hell is right? Anyways, let's move on. I'm going to continue reading. Danny, you're welcome to be here. But I mean, the gig is up. Just know that. All right. I don't want to. You've been pretty cool, but yeah, there's drama over for sure. I'll email you. So, Nicole, keep an eye on this, Danny. If he's cool, he's cool, but I'll let you in. You know, I'll actually let you in now on what's going on. Okay, Nicole? So you're here. What cover, Danny? You're about 2 minutes from being disappeared. So we're going to move on from this. If you're, yeah, what cover is right? So if you're going to keep playing dumb, dude, I think if you really want to be here, then we'll just end this now. Okay. I'm messaging you now, Nicole. Are you? Yeah, you're lost, Danny. Sure. Whatever. No, you're not lost, Danny. So you use this email address, and you know how my name popped up for you? The name you use popped up for me, and it's you and your wife's name. Okay, so just know I see that. Yeah, the gig is up because that email you just sent me, you used an email address, right? You know how my name popped up for you? Your name popped up for me, and it says your name and your wife's name. So I won't email you. Just know I know who the fuck you are, and I'm not reading this for you. This is weird, dude. So I'm going to move on from this. Just know that you tried to pull a fast one on me, and you're not going to. I mean, and luckily I got you to send it to that email because it linked you right away with the other email. Yeah, you're lost. Bullshit, Danny. You're about 2 seconds from disappearing. You're not lost. No, it's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, V was right about you, Danny. All right. Problem solved. We're moving on. And maybe one day I'll enlighten you guys. So there's that. All right. How can I say this? Do you guys want to know what that was about? In brief terms, like nothing detailed, just let's see. Danny's wife and I had talked previously, and he just tried to play me a fool as to read something back to her. So, and when he emailed me, yes, exactly. And he's tried to trick me a few times because he's weird. And then he got a hold of her Discord and tried to contact me, even more weird. So that's all I'm going to say. You're right. So we're going to move on. But luckily, he tried to play me there. He tried to get me to read that his poem. I got it now. It's I could show it to you, but I mean, it seemed like a nice. I didn't read it. It's like chicken scratch. But there's a 0% chance, and V was right. V, if you ever listen to this, V the other day was asking this Danny guy, "How did you find this algorithm?" I know, he was like going on and on and on and on. So what he's been trying to do is obviously play nice. This guy is like stalker level, want to kill me, I think. So I'm glad he emailed me that because I've been talking to him like a friend. Just here, I didn't know anything until now. So I think I should just end it at that. Where's V? V was listening. So V, if you're listening, Danny DeVillen is definitely not who he was saying he was. And when he emailed me, luckily, he wanted me to read this poem he wrote. Oh my God, that's a whole, you're right. I'm going to move on. This is crazy. First time I ever had anything like that, ever. Fuck, that was funny. So there's that. One sec. All right. Yes, you're right. But do you see what happened there? Okay. This isn't, I won't use any names. Well, okay. So here, let's just say I talked to somebody, never in real life, but a woman. And it kind of was like, yes, I'm definitely going to go through it right now. So let's say I talked to this woman and then her husband found out we were talking, and it was kind of it was more than just like a friendly talk. It was kind of, and then, he started sending me emails trying to trick me as he was her and all this weird stuff. So, it was him. So it's that. I'm going to move on. You're right. Definitely going to move on. And so I disappeared him. He's gone forever. Because I gave him a chance to just, maybe he thought he was going to send me that email and not know who he was. But luckily my iPhone linked him, and then his name came up, and it was his email came from him, and it put her name too. So I know exactly who he is. So he screwed up there. He should have sent me that from another email address that wasn't linked to or whatever. I don't know. Definitely weird. And I'm going to move on and not talk about it ever again, unless he comes back under a different name. I guess we'll know. Or maybe we won't know. The mystery is tune in for bedtime stories with Shibby. Another woman and her husband who was stalking me. All right. So Elvis Field's connections to the crime scene. Anyways, I read this first bit about Elvis' recreated Facebook post. What else did Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy unearth in their investigation that would connect Elvis to the crime scene? The Odin report provides much of that connective tissue. So Nicole, if you have to leave, let me know, because I probably won't. I need to have a good mod here probably from now on. Damn you, Farmer. Damn you, Shibby. Damn you all to hell. Damn you. Damn you all to hell. Yeah, I'll tell you someday, just not now. A little fresh. I'm now part of a gang and have a brother. On page 1 of the Odin report, Mary Jacobs told law enforcement that on February 14th, 2017, Elvis was rambling, hyper and borderline incoherent. He was talking about having a brother, even though Elvis had no male siblings and was now part of a gang. Elvis told Mary that he had been on a bridge with 2 girls that were killed. Now, the only reason I did all that questioning was, because if it was her, I still would like to talk to her. So I thought it could have been her still, and it just accidentally linked him into it. So if it was her, I didn't want to block. That's why. But it sounded like it was him. So I'm going to move on. Hey, that person has my text. Text me if that was you that I just blocked. If it wasn't you, send me that secret code there you have, and I'll unblock you. So if I don't receive that to my text message, you know who you are if you're listening. There's that. All right. So I'm going to move on. Last time. If it was you, send that thing you have to let me know it's you texting, and the safe emojis, and I'll unblock you. And I have a feeling it was your husband. So fucking moving on right now. Last time. Let's go. After Elvis made these statements to his sister, Mary Jacobs, she later became aware of the Delphi murders and put 2 and 2 together. Sometime 2 or 3 weeks after Elvis made the statements, Mary Jacobs and her husband, Troy. Ooh. Was it Troy? Danny, are you Troy? I definitely shook because, I don't care. This person's so far away, and I know he can't afford, if it's him, he can't afford a tank of gas to get out of his own city, let alone over here to Canada. And with his criminal record, he's not getting into the border. I'm not worried, and I got 12 HD cameras looking down, and I'm looking at them all night long. So if anyone shows up at my house, they fucking better be smiling. That's all I gotta say. Or things won't go well. So, Troy, are you Mary Jacobs' hubby? While in Delphi, March Jacobs talked to law enforcement about the things Elvis told her on February 14th, 2017. But due to the mass amount of tips that were generated, her information may have been overlooked. Ooh, an addendum. The first addendum, 115. Intake, paragraph 5. This unredacted intake sheet with Delphi double homicide written at the top of the page is attached to this memorandum and marked as Exhibit 90. The defense has requested that the prosecutor locate the tip sheet that contains accurate details as to exactly when Mary Jacobs and her husband visited law enforcement officials in Delphi and what was communicated during this visit. Unfortunately, this is yet another piece of evidence that the defense has not received. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he sounded like he's getting his stuff worked out. I read it. Yep. Did you see that, Josh? Rick Snee made a post saying he's updating. He's alive. He updated about I guess he had some court stuff he's taking care of and getting a car going and all that. So if you didn't see it, find Delphi After Dark, Rick Snee's community posts. He gave an update today. There, you didn't know. So you can go now or after. It's like a community post. It's not very long. It take you a second to read. So he's alive and he's getting shit together. Something about his car. He got a new car. He's getting on the road and stuff like that. He had a few court cases that are working out and something got dropped and he's made a plea for something and he's doing great. Not great. I wouldn't say, sorry. He's alive and it sounds better than before. So let's say improving is a good word. I'm not sure. Yeah. He wouldn't have posted if it wasn't improvements. So definitely sounded better to me. And so you read it, Josh, and come back and update us if you want. Can you do? And I'm pretty sure I got it right. That he's kind of just, it's things are going at least the right direction. Let's say that. And away we go. So that's great news. It's always good news to hear someone's doing better than they were. 1 second, let me have a drink. If my spit is found on the girls, but I can explain it away, would I still be in trouble? And another thing, one last thing on that whole hobby thing. It's almost weird because if that was him and he wanted me to read that poem, I think he knows that she might listen to me still secretly. So there's that. So it's like he was trying to get me to read the poem for him to her. That was fucking weird. I didn't even read the poem. It's like a page long. Like a page of handwriting. Oh boy. Yes, I'm still shook a bit, Nicole. Laugh it all off. Hardy har. Shibby shook. But not in a bad way. I mean, shit happens, right? So, in December 2018, Mary Jacob enlisted the help of an old acquaintance of hers named Misty Moore. Since law enforcement had no follow-up with Mary Jacobs, oh boy, Daniel's emailing me again. Do I look? Oh, fuck. Nicole, what do I do? Oh, shit, this will be weird. Danny, leave me alone. Oh, fuck. This is wild. Oh, boy. Yeah, sure. Yep. Yep. Sure, dude. Oh, boy. Whatever, but. Okay, so Nicole? Definitely. Oh, boy. I'll fill you in later, Nicole. There's no sense in... Thankfully, I'll probably have to change my email. Sounds like this guy's nuts. Oh, boy. I'm going to turn push off of that email for now so it doesn't keep lighting up and distracting me. 1 second. And settings. Mail settings. Accounts. Of my 12 accounts I'm logged into on my iPhone, I will turn push off. Definitely fetch that a little later. Manual. I'm setting it to manual. Fuck the fetch. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. And, oh boy, no more distractions. No more emails for now. Okay. No, well, it doesn't matter. There's no sense in getting into it. Definitely. Is this drama? Is this weird? Because he's fucking blowing me up on my email saying I'm nuts. It's not him. And I mean, the email linked and it's her name too on his email address. So he might not have known that. The email address he used, they must have shared it as husband and wife because her name's on it and his name. So he's trying to pretend it's not. And also her email popped up as being associated with on iPhone. I don't know. And then he's trying to pretend still that it's not him. So he's like, he almost got into my inside here. Like if I didn't receive that, because I've been being nice to him for a week now or so. And at the very beginning, V thought he was, something was up and gave him shit. And I kind of told V, maybe I'm here because I'm great, or it's Delphi. And V was like, no. V was up on this guy, like, what brought you here, dude? Like, how did you find this channel and all this? You know, she was on to him. But so V, when you hear this, just know that you didn't know, but your intuition was right. I'm going to trust V from now on, definitely. So no one's nuts. I should move on. There's no drama unless, I guess that person, if they came in under a new name, seemed like they were able to play the long con, man, because he's been talking to me for a week and he had me fooled here, right? Because I mean, if you come in with a different name here, and how am I supposed to know, right? Like if you're nice, I could be talking to anybody. So I mean, and even you guys heard me during that. I told him, I said, if you want to just continue on like this, you know, and just be a good person, I wasn't going to hide him, and I just felt it was going to be a whole thing. So there's that. No. Yeah. Yes. That's the guy. Yes. And V handled it perfectly. V was on to him from the beginning. You're right, Marissa. He did. We won't use the word, but yes, that's the exact one. So there's that. So we're going to move on. Yes, Josh, perfect way to segue into back to Elvis Fields. Josh says, low light recovery. I'm nuts. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't. There we go. And fresh start. The show technically starting now. Take 27 to 37 into the intro is over. Let's begin. 32 people now. Oh my gosh. Drama, I guess, attracts people. Or maybe the drama keeps them here. I don't know. That's weird. But this, if you stay tuned, I will add a little update. Okay. Every, say, hour on the hour, I'll add an update of my stalker husband stalking me. All right. Stay tuned. Oh boy. In December 2018, Mary Jacobs enlisted the help of an old acquaintance of hers. 33 people listening now. Oh, down to 31. Acquaintance of hers named Misty Moore. Since law enforcement had not followed up with Mary Jacobs from earlier in the year when she drove to Delphi and described what Elvis had told her, Mary was still concerned that Elvis was involved in the murders, but nothing was being done about it. Misty Moore worked for Homeland Security out of Greenfield, and Mary was hoping Misty could assist in locating someone from law enforcement to become interested in Elvis Fields. Mary talked to Misty Moore, who then passed this information on to the proper law enforcement channels. Ooh, Addendum 116. Let's check it out. 116. The unredacted copy of investigative thread is attached and marked as Exhibit 91 and filed confidentially. It details the circumstances surrounding how Misty Moore became involved. Misty Moore. Is this a new name, or was this always in there from way before? Misty Moore. Wow. In January 2018, Mary was interviewed on February 1st, 2018. Like February 1st, that's not even 1 year after all this stuff. So they're all over Elvis's family, not even a year after. And so forget about the whole, fuck Odin if you want. With Elvis, let's just do the whole third party. Like, I mean, like V always says, 8 cops piled in a picture. 8 cops from Unified Command felt it important enough to pile in one van and go down and interview Elvis's family and obviously Elvis himself or whatever. Like, it's about Elvis Fields. They go down to Rushville. And then, I guess what? They didn't find nothing? Like, I mean, why couldn't one or two, like before, just Purdy and Murphy? Like, why 8 cops had to go down there? Like, that's important. So an important suspect was not in trial. I mean, that's wild. On February 1st, 2018, state police gave Mary Jacobs a polygraph to determine whether Mary Jacobs was being truthful about what Elvis told her almost a year earlier. Mary passed the polygraph, yeah. And this is the same Mary that in his deposition, Jerry Holman's called fucking crazy. Yet, if she was really crazy, shouldn't he be punishing or disciplining or whatever Purdy and Murphy, because they grabbed this crazy woman. They brought this crazy woman from her home and took her to get a polygraph test. So if she's so fucking crazy, isn't it unethical for them to be taking her? Right, asshole? Or, and she passed that polygraph test and the polygrapher is now dead in a suspicious fire along with her teenage daughter? Or do we look at the fact that Purdy and Murphy both said she was trustworthy and lucid and of right mind and making sense, and the only weird thing was Murphy talked about the pill bottles, but he said, he alluded to the fact that maybe they're working, and obviously, maybe it's prescriptions. She likes to keep an eye on her prescriptions, or who knows. But she sounded of great mind, and they trusted her enough to even try to make a phone call to Elvis and kind of get him to get a recording of him, which Purdy said got screwed up for whatever reason. And that there was a little sus about that too. But I think something weird happened there that nobody's talking about. So we should look into that too, the whole Purdy or Murphy. One of the two said one of them left it out, I think, and one of them said that sitting at Mary Jacobs' house, they tried to get her to call Elvis Fields and get him on whatever, wiretap or whatever they call that. Get him on recorded him saying stuff on phone calls, but Mary Jacobs screwed it up somehow. But so, and this guy's not in trial. On February 1st, state police gave Mary Jacobs a polygraph to determine whether Mary was being truthful about what Elvis told her almost a year earlier. Mary passed the polygraph. More on that later. Yeah. Like, I mean, if someone passes a polygraph, sure, it's like they use it all the time in their favor. But this time, like, I mean, for her to pass the polygraph, and they asked her obviously some important things, I mean, sure, I guess some things can't be used, but whatever. I don't know. They're using them in all these depositions. They're saying that, yeah, we love polygraph for this and this and this, Wow. Based upon what Mary Jacobs had told law enforcement in January 2018, and based upon Mary Jacobs passing a polygraph in February 2018. Oh, 1 second, sorry. Law enforcement interviewed Elvis on February 27th, 2018. So again, not even a year since the murders. Oh, it's a year. It's like 10 days after. Oh no, even more. Say 2 weeks. So say they found on the 14th. Let's say, yeah, 14th. So it's exactly like two weeks after the 1 year anniversary of the murders. They interviewed Elvis. February 27, 2018. This interview was videotaped, but the defense team just received this video on September 8th, 2023. 1 sec. All right. Oh, so you think that's what happened? Is this like, do we know this, or is this your opinion? Mary started yelling at Elvis and Elvis hung up. Yeah, I'd love to hear that. And also, So this interview was never. So do we get to see these interviews, or will they be made public, or what? Does anybody have an opinion or thought on that? You'd think something like that would be, or maybe they're waiting until after after to see if there's appeal. It'd probably be, stuff like that might be held, I guess, until, I guess if they go through an appeal and then he's not allowed, then I guess more stuff could then come out, because then that's kind of final, right? Like, I'm not sure how all this stuff works. So if you're familiar, let me know. Hey, Cian, what's up? Welcome. Perfect timing. Oh, just reporting. Did I say hi? Hello, just reporting. If I missed you, welcome. And CN, Criminal Network. Hello, hello. Yeah, I think she's still alive, I guess. Why wouldn't she? Wasn't that old. I'd bet. I mean, it's possible she passed, but I mean, hopefully. Oh, is that what you? Yeah. Yes. Put her in protective custody. Yeah. If that's why you're asking, great. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way. Oh yeah, one of them. Which one? Which one? Ooh, and was that? Oh my gosh! Imagine it be the one that took the polygraph test, and imagine that being in the suspicious fire too. Oh my God! It did say that. Where were we reading that? It must have been. We were just reading that, weren't we? Maybe in these documents we were reading about other sisters. And oh my gosh! Wow. Well, let's look into that. If you guys should write these things down, Nicole, or you guys, if you guys want to look up into it, or those are all awesome. Both took. Oh my God! And how did the other one do? So one is Mary Jacobs. What's the other one's name? Is that? So it's Mary Jacobs and. Oh boy. Oh boy. One of the depositions is where I heard about. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've read a lot. You serious? So Mary Jacobs is gone? From what I'm guessing, that's the one that was more. Are we sure? So are we positive? Let's make sure we're sure, because, it's just so much. So how about this? We're gonna be looking into that. Maybe we'll do that now. Do you want me to stop here so we can find out? I can start Googling. I'm sure I'll find out easily. I probably could have found out already. Sister still reported. There's 2 sisters, so we need to get them clear. So here, I'm on page 92. I'm going to write that down just in case. So I'll start again I'm just going to start from this Jerry Holman when I come back. Jerry Holman, 92. I'm going to write that down. And then, oh my gosh, should we do a quick check? Pausing at pause page, just in case I get lost. 92 at the Jerry Holman part. All right. Pause, just in case. So now I'll go back, because didn't they just mention the names? So Misty Moore is not the other one, right? That's a friend of Mary Jacobs. Because this is all about Elvis, so they must talk about the other sister in these. I probably read it 10 times here. That her name's. So Mary Jacobs' husband is Troy. So we're there, and I'll try and keep my eye on chat too. But if I see any other names, so it's Mary Jacobs. Abigail was paying. She said Elvis tried to give her. Mary Jacobs is the one that he tried to give the coat to. So it's good that we kind of, if we're going to get into this, we should be clear which one is which one he said what to. But if they both passed, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Wow. That's good we do this, and I hope you guys are enjoying this. I probably should continue reading, because I won't spend too long on this. So if you want me to read, how about this? If you guys want it, I'll mark this and I'll continue on. And if we get any updates, or how about this? I'll cover this later on. How's that? Oh, they didn't both pass away. I worded it wrong. Yeah, I thought maybe it's okay. So how about this? How about, so nothing, we don't know much. We know lots, we know too much, and we're confused. Nobody's fault here. We're gonna look up on this. So you guys talk amongst yourself and figure it out if you want. I'll continue reading from where I was. And if you want to do some search, or if we don't do stuff now, if you guys don't want to, or if you want to kind of look it up and just take your time, there's no hurry. If we don't kind of get it straight, just know I'm writing down that we want to get it clear which lister's which, if they're both alive, and what was said. So that's all. All right. So I'll move back to the Jerry Holman part. Right. Thank God I wrote the page down. Oh my gosh. I wrote down the wrong page, didn't I? Holy fuck. I'm such an idiot. Oh, what? I wrote down paused 92, but it's not. I couldn't. Oh my God. I'm such a dope. Look at me. I wrote down, because I know it said Jerry Holman, like right here. The page I paused at said Jerry Holman, like after 2 lines. And how far? Oh my God. I even wrote it down to avoid just this. And how? Oh, idiot. Oh my God. I went back for, oh my God. It must have, oh my God. What a fool. I didn't get that far. This is so weird. So we didn't get to Rod Abrams yet. So I'm such an idiot. Can't be, it has to be one of these pages. It said Jerry Holman right at the beginning. Like right 2 lines in, it said Jerry Holman. That's where I was going to start reading again. Not this. No. It was up here. It was like, it said Jerry Holman right near the top. This is so weird. Oh boy. You know, I said to myself I shouldn't get distracted and go on. And here I am. Oh boy. Does anybody remember? Oh, you know what? I'm going to go back on YouTube to see what page. I can actually just, 1 second. I can find out. I'll look at, I got my YouTube running. I'm going to go back to this live, and it's just like 2 minutes ago. Let's see where it was. It says page 92. It says page 92 and Jerry Holman. I got it paused. So on page 92, let's watch. And it says Jerry Holman right on it. But this isn't the same page I'm looking at. This is weird. It says Jerry Holman from Unified Command. Oh, I'm wrong. I thought it was up farther, but it is this here. Jerry Holman from Unified Command. Conducted. Yeah, this is it. I'm very sorry. For some reason in my mind, I pictured that it was up here, and it was like 2 lines, and it was up here. I'm totally wrong. Okay. Thank God I have my live running on the other TV. I went back to see. So, all right. No more distractions. Sorry for being part. No, you didn't distract. No. I'm lucky to have you guys talking to me in here. No, don't ever be sorry. If you're here because I used to talk with a wife, that's the only thing I guess that I won't like. Other than that, anything else goes. Alrighty then. So you guys are looking into that, or we can look up to it, and we'll come back to that another day if you guys don't worry about it. But Jerry Holman from Unified Command conducted this interview of Elvis. Kevin Murphy was also present. During this interview, Elvis agreed to take a mouth swab that would be used for DNA. So, like, think about this. Like, they're thinking enough to take his DNA, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. This is weird. One sec, okay? I need a quick drink, okay? I'll be 1 second. Oh boy. Oh Jesus. All right. I just kind of slouched in my chair there. I had to fix myself. That's all that happened. I swear. The whole truth. Nothing but. Elvis agreed to take a mouse. So what I was saying is Elvis gave DNA, right? They figured he was enough of a suspect to take his DNA, right? And then he's not at trial. Like how much? So forget about the nexus to Odinism. What about the nexus to a third party? Like, oh my gosh, this is wild. Dick, Jerry Holman, and Kevin Murphy, both with the state police, explained the purpose of the mouth swab with Elvis. So Elvis was aware that the DNA from this mouth swab would be compared to any DNA from the crime scene. At the conclusion of the interview, Trooper Murphy dropped Elvis off at his trailer. As described on page 1 of the Odin report, after Elvis exited the police vehicle and walked toward his trailer, Elvis turned around before entering his house and walked back to Trooper Kevin Murphy's vehicle. When Elvis came near the squad car, Elvis posed. Did I miss? Nope. The question to Murphy: what would happen if Elvis's spit is found on one of the girls, but Elvis, has an explanation? Would he still be in trouble? Elvis then walked back to his trailer. 117. Let me see. 117. Unfortunately, this spit comment made by Elvis to Murphy was not recorded, but Elvis did admit at a later interview what he somewhat remembered this comment concerning the spit. Elvis's second interview in June 18th, whatever. So let's just stick with that for a second. So, okay, so the defense has something from a police officer, a trusted police officer in Murphy, right? Murphy said he said this, right? Murphy's a veteran. Look at that. He's decorated. He's been, he's a police officer and a great one, an inspector, whatever they call him, an investigator, whatever Murphy is in all his titles. Okay, so they don't have it recorded, right? But all these other things that go for the defense for the state, right? We don't have it recorded, but here's our narrative and we're trustworthy, right? Right? Well, fucking why doesn't Murphy's take him saying this? It should be in his evidence. It's true. But they seem to blow it off as if it's like, no big deal. Not the defense, but the state, Judge Gull. She's able to take, we trust their narratives on everything. Liggett's making up all these tip narratives and they're Doolin's losing recordings of fucking Richard Allen. And, oh, here's what he said to me. Trust me, bruh. Take my word. Walla, here's what he said to me. Trust me. Everyone on that side is trusted so dearly. But Murphy is a police officer who said this, that the fucking Elvis Fields said this to him. And this guy's not at trial. Elvis Fields, there are no third, yes, exactly. Their whole investigation is a goddamn nexus. It's crazy. Like, why? Why isn't Murphy, Ferenczi's dead, Click's in jail, but Murphy is there at trial. Why aren't we trusting Murphy? He's a legit cop. Elvis said this to him. Gull should be like, holy fuck. A cop is saying he said this to him. A respected, experienced veteran cop like Murphy. Get this fucking guy in here. Why aren't you arresting this guy? Gull should be fucking, oh my God. Yeah, Gull's like, no, I don't see nothing. No, you can't. And didn't the defense try to get Elvis to come in on a stand or something, or whatever it was? They tried to call him in at trial. I know there's something that happened there, and she said no. Wow. Just reading it, it just is so crazy. Where's my little blue thing? Oh boy. Oh, here it is. It works. Look at, upon hearing. So upon hearing that troubling but incriminating comment, Trooper Murphy immediately called Unified Command and communicated with Detective Jay Harper. Is this a different one? 118. Yeah, it is. Murphy deposition. Oh. On August 22nd, and it's like a year or so after. a year and a bit, a year and a couple of months, right after. On August 22nd, 2018, Elvis's other sister, Joyce Moffat, there it is. We got it. We're on it. You guys seen that? So what's the other one again? Are they both named Joyce? No, wait, what's going on here? Mary Jacobs is the other one. So there's Mary Jacobs and Joyce Moffat. Okay, right on. We're on to this. Oh, is Four Pits here? Where? Did I miss him? Hey, what's up? Yeah, Four Pits knows a bunch of shit. Good you're here. Oh no, what happened? Somebody said something. Can you give us an update for what did they say? Four Pits and Kristen behind the fridge door. Here, you want a good laugh? Go watch Frank the Chomos and Kristen's Behind the Fridge Door. Is there an update? Who didn't Josh or somebody come in, or somebody came in and said something about something? Oh boy. Four Pits, nice to see you. Hello, welcome. Feel free to update us on what, just even anything that was said, or somebody said something. Fishy and them were all talking about something that was said. Who was it? That they said something. Or Sleuth was, I don't know who was, I don't know. That'll be interesting. I'm going to read on and I'm going to come back and check. And if, what just popped up? Anyways, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. And I'm going to continue reading. So we got that clear, right? Joyce Moffat is the other sister. Okay, so on August 22nd, 2018, Elvis's other sister, Joyce Moffat, was interviewed by law enforcement officers Kevin Murphy and Greg Ferenczi. Ferenczi. And he's the one that's gone too. One of them. On two previous occasions, Joyce had denied that Elvis had made incriminating statements to her. Oh, so one night. Unredacted supplement number 542. Joyce Moffat interview marked as Exhibit 64 and filed as confidential. Oh my God, we should be finding these. If I was better at this, I would go find, and read you the stuff. So, but however, in this third interview, Joyce reluctantly recounted to Ferenczi and Murphy statements that Elvis had made to her in the fall of 2017. According to Joyce Moffat, sometime in the fall of 2017, Elvis Fields moved in with her, Joyce Moffat, following the death of her boyfriend, 120. Nothing. The following statements Elvis made to her in the kitchen in October 2017, at a time when they were living together under the same roof. So there's two ways to look at this. He did say this to her in the first time she was trying to protect him, or he didn't say this to her, and now she's trying to throw him under the bus, maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know. Ooh. So Elvis said this to her. I guess, she later recalls this or whatever. I don't know. I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm going away for a long time. I was on the trail that bridge with those girls when they were murdered. There were two other people there with me when it happened. I spit on one of the girls after they were killed. Emphasis added. Not only did Elvis make the incriminating statement about going away for a long time and being on the trail where the girls were murdered, but Elvis also confirmed to Joyce that he had indeed spit on one of the girls. Although Elvis reassured Murphy that Elvis, would be able to explain the spit, it is unknown at this point if Elvis has provided that explanation. So then there's just highlights, big bold letters. Elvis lied to police, claiming he did not know Johnny Messer, even though Johnny Messer said he only knew Elvis, but that Elvis was interested in joining Messer's and Brad Holder's Vinlander crew. Wow. This is still great stuff. One sec. And we're back. Did we find out what they said about the other? No. And I'll keep reading. So in June 2018, in his June 2018 interview, Elvis unequivocally denied knowing the recruiter, Johnny Messer, 121. I have to check these because it could be, oh, this looks big. 121. Elvis's June 2018 interview, approximately at the 1520 mark, attached as Exhibit 92. This denial is important as it is evidence that Elvis knew that a connection with Johnny Messer would connect him to Brad Holder. However, in his October 2018 interview, Johnny Messer tells a different story. In that October 23rd, 2018 interview, Johnny Messer states that Elvis lived with his Johnny's Uncle Billy Messer. So 122. This is the addendum. All this information can be found in Johnny Messer's October 23rd, 2018 interview, beginning at the 219 mark. This videotaped interview has been copied, or 1419, sorry, onto a flash drive and marked as Exhibit 93 and provided to the court staff. Johnny Messer further stated in that interview that Johnny Messer, would take firewood to his uncle's home during the winter that Elvis was living with Billy Messer. Most importantly, Johnny mentions that Elvis's boss and self-described father figure, Ned Smith, and Elvis's roommate, Rod Abrams, all were interested in joining Johnny Messer's Vinlander Club. Remember, Brad Holder was also affiliated with that club. 123. Nothing. However, Johnny Messer claims that the Vinlanders would not be interested in the likes of Elvis, Rod Abrams, and Ned Smith. The importance of Elvis lying to police about knowing Johnny Messer cannot be understated. Elvis had to know that if Elvis, was connected to Johnny Messer, then Elvis, would eventually be connected to Brad Holder. It should again be noted that it is interesting that Ned Smith pursued an attorney for Elvis. Addendum 124. Ooh, this is like the longest addendum I've ever seen. So addendum at the bottom of the page in tiny writing. In supplement 523 on June 28, 2018, attorney Jill Gonzalez contacted Trooper Jay Harper and informed Harper that Elvis would not be taking a polygraph pursuant to her advice. Trooper Harper told the attorney that if Elvis refused to take the polygraph, that Elvis could not be excluded as a witness. Wow. And would always possibly be under consideration as a person of interest. Then, in spite of his claims that Elvis would continue to be a person of interest, Harper ended the report by indicating that no further at this time will be conducted regarding Elvis Fields. In other words, Harper was talking out of both sides of his ass, telling the attorney that Elvis would continue to be a suspect, but then closing the book on Elvis by stating that there was nothing further to do at this time. Boy, that is a lot. Like he's sitting there saying to Elvis's attorney that, oh fuck, if he doesn't do it, we're gonna still be on him. It's not, And then that very same report, he says that he's nothing else to look at. Wow. What's up? I need to take a quick drink. Sorry. Alrighty. What's up, guys? I can't remember now when it's a daycare pickup time. Oh. Uh-oh. Call him. Which guy? Anyways, let's continue. The importance of Elvis lying to police about knowing Johnny Messer cannot be understated. Elvis had to know that if he, Elvis, was connected to Johnny Messer, then he, Elvis, would eventually be connected. Did I read this? Yeah, I should have started here probably. Yeah, because I read that addendum, so I should have came here. And that Ned Smith wanted to sit on Elvis's October 2018 interview with police. In doing so, Ned was able to learn what type of questions were being asked of Elvis and provided Ned the ability to end the interview if Elvis started saying anything incriminating to Elvis, Ned, or Rod Abrams. This person who wanted to sit next to Elvis at the interview and had previously paid for an attorney for Elvis is the same Ned Smith that, according to Johnny Messer, wanted to join Brad Holder's Villander crew. Elvis's purported alibi. Rod Abrams lied about where he and Elvis were on February 13th, 2017. And Rod Abrams' false alibi conflicted with the alibi that Elvis provided to police. At his June 2018 interview, Elvis Fields told Ferenczi and Murphy that he, Elvis, remembered being at home in Rushville 492 days earlier on February 13th, 2017. Right. Ooh, and this is where he's going to say now he was. So he said it to two cops, and one's dead, but one's still there and trustworthy. So Elvis said that he was home on that day. It is quite a remarkable feat for someone with Elvis's mental capacity to remember a specific day 492 days earlier. Although it's possible he remembers because they've been questioning him about it since. Because weren't they questioning him right away? Isn't he some of that stuff in the beginning where the interviews went lost? Or, anyways, I could be wrong. Some people, like Elvis, could be recalling all the questioning, and if they didn't, he might not have obviously remembered. But I guess you'll remember when a bunch of cops coming and asking you about, two dead girls. So that's probably what he's recalling. So if that's the case, some people, like actress Mary Lou Hanner, are blessed with something called autobiographical memory. So they're being dicks here if that's the case, which allows that person to remember specific days in their lives, even years and years or later. No, they're being jerks. Is this Rosie? Like, this isn't the first time they talked to Elvis, right? Like, Elvis was questioned in the very beginning, wasn't he? So Elvis is recalling all that from then, because he probably he would remember what he said to them. He's not that slow. As previously noted by Murphy, in his opinion, Elvis Fields had the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old. That's weird. Because, they said that a lot. So, but after listening to Elvis in his deposition, he handled himself, pretty good. He might not be the brightest, but he ain't a 7 or 8-year-old. He doesn't have the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old, I'll tell you that. Because he would go read his deposition. He knew when to shut up and how to answer, and that's a little disingenuous to me, but oh well. I'm not protecting the guy, but there's that. Ooh, I was going to go check the addendum 125. Murphy's deposition. Still, rather than admit that he, Elvis, had no idea where he was on February 13th, 2017, Elvis claimed he specifically remembers not leaving Rushville on February 13th, 2017, addendum 126. Page 1 of the Odin report and June 2018 interview at the 1435 mark, also in his first interview, Elvis told police he had proof of witness that he didn't leave Rushville. February 2017 interview at the mark. This video is provided on a flash drive, Exhibit 95. So wasn't there the whole thing that He said he went to a hospital with someone. That's where he was that day. Is that what they're getting into here? I should probably keep reading, right? One sec. So the Rod Abrams problem. On August 29th, 2018, Ferenczi and Murphy interviewed Rod Abrams. When asked where he and Elvis were on February 13th, 2017, Rod Abrams said that he and Elvis and Ned Smith were in Muncie on that day. Yeah, visiting a sick friend at the hospital. Like, I know all this, but this is just now knowing that because when we knew about this all the first time, it was like before trial, and we thought, oh, fuck, this would be great at trial, right? But then we go to trial, and then this guy's not here, Elvis Fields. Yet there's this. He's saying he was at home, and these guys said he was with them at a hospital. And he can't be at trial, Elvis Fields. That's a big thing. 127, the Odin Report. Autobiographical memory must be in the water in Rushville as Rod Abrams. So he's being a bit dicky with that. Because these guys aren't recalling. The only reason they're recalling those days is because they were under huge scrutiny then. So they're recalling it, because if this was the first time they talked to him, year or so later, it would probably be a lot harder for them to remember. And they didn't know anything about, but it was pretty big news too. So when interviewed, was able to remember exactly when he was where he was 562 days earlier, in addition to remembering that they were at the hospital in Muncie. Well, they shouldn't emphasize that because they want him to seem. So why do they want to emphasize that? Because they should say, these guys' interviews, these guys, it was only 562 days ago. Look at, they remember, they're trustworthy. Let's have them as witnesses. They say Elvis was with him, and they're smart guys, and it was only 562 days ago. Instead of making it look like it's weird that he remembers that, because these guys are saying Elvis was at the hospital with him, contradicting what Elvis said. So they shouldn't be emphasizing that it's possible how the fuck would they remember, in my opinion, or I have it wrong, most likely too. Also stated that both he and Elvis had their phones with them. When told that law enforcement would check cell phone records to see if Rod was actually at the hospital in Muncie, Rod explained that hospitals cut cell reception on phones because they interfere with hospital equipment. So their phones probably would not show that they were at the hospital in Muncie. What? Well, when do they turn them off? If they say, yeah, they don't cut them off when you're out in the parking lot going into the hospital, if they do. So, it would probably ping a couple of times when you go to park your car, you're walking through the parking lot. And if they went there, their phones would show them going to there. Joyce Moffat interview. So number 542 in supplement 542, the Joyce Moffat interview. Joyce Moffat is the sister of Elvis and the other sister, Mary Jacobs. She provided in discovery handwritten notes, presumably of law enforcement, state the following: Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, not in Muncie on 2/13/2017 at hospital. This was the conclusion of law enforcement. So what's going on there? I'm going to read that again because it's confusing. Not confusing, just to get it right. So there's a supplement number 542, Joyce Moffat interview. So Joyce Moffat's being interviewed. It was provided to them in the discovery. Handwritten notes, presumably of law enforcement, stating the following: Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, not in Muncie. So they're reading handwritten notes from whoever the LE is interviewing Joyce Moffat, and the LE is writing down. He's taking notes, right? And he's just probably taking short form saying, he's talking to her, and the LE writes down Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, not in Muncie on 2/13/2017 at hospital. So she was saying that they weren't, and those two said they were, but Elvis also said he wasn't. So this was the conclusion of law enforcement and obviously Rod Abrams' ridiculous statement that their phone records would not confirm that their phones were at the hospital because of hospital equipment is common sense evidence that Rod Abrams was lying. So Rod Abrams was saying that, like, oh, yeah, well, that's a great, yeah. Hey, V, oh my God, V, we had it. Yeah. Should we tell? I'll give V a brief. Oh my. V, we had an incident. Would you like a brief, quick? Did you hear what went down, V, with the villain? Oh boy. I'll catch you up later, okay? This is getting really good here. So it's great. It's good that you're in chat again. Awesome. If you're getting sleepy, Nicole, that's V's. Are you sticking around, V, for a bit? Yes, a shocking turn. You were right about him. And I was not giving you a hard time, but I was like, you were onto him with the whole, how the fuck did you find this shitty channel? In a sense, like, he's like, oh, the algorithm. Ooh, oh, he's like, no. You're like, no, something's up here. Yeah, well, there's something up, all right. Oh, so you're not talking. Oh, I answered a question about the sisters above. And I'll move on. Just so. You were right. The villain, just so you know, V, I hid Donnie DeVillen. He's gone forever. I can't say if a new person shows up, it might not. But that Donnie DeVillen is gone forever. He's gone. And, okay, just so you know. And Nicole, if you have to go to sleep, I'll be able to keep an eye on chat. Nothing can really happen. So V's here now, especially. So if you fall asleep, Nicole, thank you for being here. You've been great. We'll catch up if you wake up or tomorrow or whatever. I hope you're feeling better and all that great stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, fuck. You think? Oh, boy. All right. Do you know, V, if they're both still alive? Elvis and Joyce? No, sorry, Mary Jacobs and Joyce Moffat? Because, anyways. So this was the conclusion. Did I read this? Yeah. And obviously Rod Abrams' ridiculous statement that their phone records would, no, that's what I was about to say. Because, yeah, what an alibi, like Rod Abrams says, oh, go check their phone records. It will show, it'll show, they won't show me there. Right? Because I wasn't there or whatever. Like, oh boy. That's the phone problem. On February 13th, 2017, phone records apparently show that Elvis's phone stayed in the same place in Rushville from approximately 10:30 a.m. until approximately 7:30 p.m. Addendum 129. The defense has not received any phone records yet, but are relying on page 1 of the Odin report for this information. Phone records also show that Elvis, for some reason, did not use his phone whatsoever for roughly 9 hours. Yeah, Elvis is at home for the day and doesn't use his phone. That sounds legit, right? Elvis told law enforcement that he usually kept his phone on him. Elvis February interview. As stated in the previous paragraph, Rod Abrams stated that Elvis had taken his phone to Muncie to visit the mystery friend at the hospital. However, phone records show that Elvis's phone was in Rushville during that time frame. The phone problem is twofold. One, Elvis's phone remaining at his home for roughly 9 straight hours conflicts with Rod Abrams' professed alibi for Elvis, Ned Smith, and Rod Abrams. 2. In today's day and age, it would seem highly unlikely that Elvis simply did not pick up his phone for roughly 9 hours, especially when Elvis claimed that he usually kept his phone with him. The takeaway for any curious investigator would also be a minimum twofold. 1, Rod Abrams lied about being in Muncie, but Elvis forgot to stick with that lie. Or 2, Elvis went up to Delphi but was told to leave his phone behind so that phone data could not show that he, Elvis, was in Delphi. It is unknown if Rod Abrams or Ned Smith's phone records were ever recorded. Wow. So why don't at this time, why don't they have all these records? Like, they're looking into these guys a year after. Why aren't they looking into that? One sec. Okay, Nicole, if you do fall asleep and you come back, or if you don't, thanks very much. Ooh. Oh, no, it's okay, V. I'll battle them. It's just that if I didn't receive that email, I wouldn't have known. So he was doing a long con, but there's that. I'll explain later. But thank you. Everything you do, just, yeah, if you know, thank you for being here in chat. And if you see anything, just know I trust your opinion, V. And feel free, because if do what you feel is necessary, if you want. You don't have to. So, you know what I'm saying? I guess you know what I'm saying. Thank you for being here. That's it. I appreciate you both, all of you. And if you're modding and helping, you don't have to do anything. Just to be here and enjoy yourself. And if you do see something, just know I trust you to do whatever you feel is necessary. Okay? Okay. So, Elvis described forming horns out of sticks and placing them on Abby's head in crime scene. Photos confirm Elvis's statement. Perhaps the most damaging piece of evidence that links Elvis to the crime scene was found in an unusual place, the middle of a report that memorialized the results of Mary Jacobs' polygraph examination. Are you saying he had 3 let people fight? Well, it wasn't even a fight, so it was just like a realization of like, imagine like somebody was stalking you or something, V. I know it's funny, but this is like, it was kind of next level stuff. It wasn't just a little fight or disagreement. All right. So, I mean, it's funny, whatever, but just because I'm a guy, still can be something more, which it is. So, anyways, that's funny. All right, where was I? So I was going to go check the addendum 131. A copy of said report is attached to this memorandum and marked as Exhibit 96, filed as confidential. In Mary's pre-examination interview, so there was 3 sisters? That's what I was just asking. Oh my gosh. Are you saying there was 3 sisters now? we were deciding if one of the 2 sisters was alive. Now V's coming in and saying there's 3 sisters. Oh boy. Elvis has 3 sisters. The one dead isn't the 2 from the Franks. Okay, well, that's awesome. So both Mary and Joyce are alive, as we've. Thank you. Mm-hmm. In Mary's pre-examination interview, polygraph examiner Stephanie Thompson recorded that Mary Jacobs stated the following. Elvis told her Mary Abigail is a little troublemaker, that he placed leaves on her and used sticks to give her horns. 132. Page. Horns and antlers are common symbols used in pagan rituals, and Brad Holder himself displayed the Odinite fascination with horns on his Facebook posts. Find attached Exhibit 97 from Brad Holder's Facebook page. As you can see, the middle photograph is an image of a person with small stick-like antlers on the top of their head. So did we ever get pictures of these? No. Dox my neighborhood. What do you mean? You think you can look at my security camera and see where I live? Canada's a big place. This city I'm in has 800,000 people. There's so many streets here. Oh my gosh. You think someone can find by looking at my camera? It's funny. But thank you for the concern. I mean, I'm not afraid of people come. See, the whole thing with this is, I'll quickly, I just don't like to get fooled. And I was about to get fooled, I believe. Okay. I'm not afraid. Don't get that. Like, think if I was afraid of people coming here, I would show you my cameras. I mean, I'll tell anyone, I'll give you my address if you sign like a promise to appear. So I'm not no little scared turtle, if that's what anyone thinks. So, I mean, I wouldn't be showing any of this if I were afraid of people coming here. I'd hope if somebody were looking for me and came here and they'd just know, it might not go as they expect. That's all. Better be smiling and ready to joke and make up. Anyway, from a distance, it may not be immediately noticeable. However, upon closer inspection, it is obvious that someone involved in the killings intentionally placed small sticks from a tree on top of Abby's hair to resemble horns or antlers. The horns formed from sticks on Abby's head look similar to the image found on Holder's Facebook page, Exhibit 97. The defense has not viewed one single report that discusses the sticks placed on top Abby's hair shaped like horns or antlers, being compared with Elvis's statements to his sister that he shaped sticks into horns on Abby. Therefore, the presumption is that Unified Command never figured this out. Trooper Purdy was present at the polygraph examination, but was not able to watch the examination, therefore would not know about Elvis's words to his sister, Mary, about using sticks to form horns on Abby. Like when people do polygraph tests, is there like a report afterwards of the questions that were asked and stuff? Because that shouldn't that hold weight? Because they seem to use it all the time against people. What? Your comments are getting left out? What? Are we? What? What are you talking about? What are you saying? What are your comments being left out of? Your comments are being left out of what? What are you talking about? Nicole, I think you do need to get some sleep. I didn't even say anything bad. Oh, well, what? Give us a, yeah, if it's just, like in these comments, I have a choice on these videos to choose, or my whole channel. On my live streams, in the comment section, I could kind of turn on like a basic moderation, automatic moderation. I don't have any of it. None of it's turned on. So if ever your thing gets, like if you type stuff in, it's good now that you know, because you see on another device. Yeah, if your comment doesn't show up, there must be at least one word in there that YouTube doesn't like, and they block the whole comment. So that's the only possibility here. Yeah. You don't know if that happens, V? Because you have to watch on two devices. If you put comments in that it's the YouTube algorithm. If there's a word like kill or murder or something like, something they don't approve of, YouTube will block your whole comment. Yeah, exactly. You have to spell them differently, or, change it, or just, but again, if you don't watch on another device, you won't even know, because it's still it looks all normal. If you're on your iPhone typing away, it just looks normal. But the only reason I know some of my comments don't show up is because I watch chat on my computer, and I'll think, oh, that comment didn't show up. I can see it. And if you're on live chat or top chat, all messages, then it's the YouTube algorithm blocking it. Right. No, it won't, V. No, you're wrong. I'll tell you. You won't know if your comments, if you don't, V. This is something you have to trust me on. If you don't see it on 2 devices, you won't know because it doesn't tell you when it blocks your comment in live chat. It shows up for you as normal. You don't know. It's not shadow banning. No, it isn't. What is shadow banning? Completely banning you from the channel? I think you're misunderstanding what we're talking about. Because I'm positive about what I'm saying. So, oh, maybe you should use all caps more often. But you just said it. Oh, don't V. Right. But here, you see this comment means you don't understand what I'm saying. You know that. It says, I'm not watching on 2 devices. Shit will post or it won't. No, it will post. To you, you don't know it. It looks like it posts. If you don't watch on 2 devices, you'll never know. So that's the whole thing. So I can tell you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not going to argue with you. But this right here tells me you don't understand what I'm saying. So play it what you want. Use as many capitals as you want. No, she doesn't. No, don't you guys start with me. Because she's saying this. I'm not watching on 2 devices. Shit will post or it won't. And no, that's not true. It always posts. And if YouTube algorithm blocks one, if you don't watch on another device, you don't know it. So you're not even aware of this, it sounds like. So take that. Yell at me all you want, but I'm sure. No, well, that's different. That's different. I'm not talking, no. Well, see, in other people's channels, there's certain levels of automatic moderation they can choose. So forget about all those other channels. This one has none of that on. So here, it's either one or the other. On their channels or on Profs or whoever else's you're at, I can't speak for that because there's in the settings before we do these lives, we can choose to have in our live streams an automatic moderation of basic, medium, or high levels, you know? So that's what you're talking about. That's the shadow banning that they choose levels of. For me, I have 0. I have that switched off. There's none. There's no automatic moderation. So if you're watching this chat and you don't see a comment, it has to either be the YouTube algorithm or not. Yet, if you don't have 2 devices, you'll never know. Right. Yeah. Well, no, that's not true also. No. I think you guys need to just trust me on this. Right. But Nicole knows this because she sees it on another device, right? If the YouTube algorithm blocks one of your comments, how would you ever know? I'll wait. That's the whole reason you need to watch on 2 devices. It's the only confirmation you'll have. And I won't know about it either. So. Oh, I'm not talking about the ones you're making now. Wow. Oh my gosh. Of course I see your comments because you're making comments that aren't being blocked. Nobody's saying that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Someone's cranky. Oh boy. See what you, Nicole, you see what you started? Your little emoji face. Oh boy. Yes, it is stupid, but it's details. They matter. So, use caps all you want, girl. It's not me. It's not me. I'll tell you why. I got proof. Okay, so V, just answer me this one question on this channel here with 0 automatic moderation settings in this live chat. Just answer me this and I will move on, please. If you're on one device, on your iPhone or whatever, and your comment, you see them going in, right? You see your comments showing up, right? How will you know if one of them gets blocked to all of us? How will you know? And I'm telling you, you won't, because it looks the exact identical to you. They don't tell you, they don't notify you. Your comment shows to you as normal. And you think it just went in and you're going to make your next comment. I'm telling you, you have to watch on a second device to know that that didn't show up. So that's all. And I'm going to move on now. But I'm not wrong, because I know I've been doing this for 2 years. Every comment I make, I confirm on the screen on my computer that I see it. And I'm always on live messages in top chat, not top chat, all messages, live chat, right? On my computer. So if the YouTube algorithm blocks it, or even any type of moderation blocks it, but here I don't have that on, so it has to be the YouTube algorithm, then I will then retype that until I get to see it. And it just takes one word. So that's all I'm saying. Yes. So it's not nonsense. I enjoy it. I just want the specifics. So there's that. A cigarette. Oh boy. Well, there. Okay. So that's good. Well, perfect. You don't care enough, right? See, I do. So that's, yeah, I understand why you're so blasé about it. But I accept that, and it's an awesome answer. I love it. I don't care to use 2 devices. I barely have. Yeah, I get it. I'm not saying anything that's bad. If you're fine with maybe not knowing when your comments don't show, I guess that's cool. I'm talking about me, not you. I hate it. And that's why I sit there and watch on a second device to make sure, especially the sketchy comments. I'm like, this feels weird. I hope it's going to show. And sometimes I even copy and paste it so I can then keep trying until I get to see it. So yeah, that's just, I'm not yelling. Oh boy, this is yelling. Girl. Ooh, wait till I yell. You're going to hear yelling. So there, that's perfect. I'm going to leave this on the screen. I don't care enough to use 2 devices. All right. So that's cool. Stay oblivious. I love that about you. I could never do that. No, that's not a stick in my ass. It's about you're the type of person that doesn't care if you make a comment in chat that doesn't show. So it's funny so you're making that comment and you're kind of thinking to yourself that everyone's reading your comments. But it's possible that if you use one word, it doesn't show up. I mean, you think I got a stick in my ass, or you enjoy not knowing. So I think it's not me, it's you. It has to be, because I'm not saying anything about you. I'm saying about me. I couldn't do that. If a comment of mine gets blocked by a YouTube algorithm or any reason, because my comments, I want the people to read them. So I then put it back in and I try to fix the word that made it block until I see it show up on the other device. So there's that. Don't you, I'm not stuck in, high nature love. Thank you. Yeah, you're trying to change the subject. Thank you. But I think this is just talking. We're talking great. Has nothing to be poor. Oh my, you're being difficult. The high nature love. I said hi to nature love, and I'm saying hi to you. I'll read on, but hey, if you want to say this is me, I'll refute that, because yeah, I'm the type of person that if my comment doesn't go up, I want to know. And you'll never know if you don't watch on a second device, because your first device doesn't alert you of it. It just shows up in the chat for you, but nobody else sees it. And you're okay with it. I'm okay with it for your comments. Mine, never. Rather than being curious in the year 2023 as to how Elvis knew such a thing, and then using this new information as a basis to secure a search warrant or even an arrest warrant on Elvis, when factoring in all of the other evidence devices. Sadly, it isn't expected that law enforcement will do the exact opposite of being curious. It is expected that law enforcement will claim that the photograph does not prove anything, or that the defense is exaggerating the photograph. Perhaps Unified Command will huddle together and establish the go-to party line stance on how to deal with the problem created with the polygraph examination information and photo of sticks formed as horns on Abby's head in the crime scene photographs. It's one thing. Did anybody see horns? Was there different pictures that showed it more clearly? Like, or are we kind of just, are they talking about, I don't need a drink. I need you to know that it weirds me out thinking that you don't care if your comments show up. That's all. But I get it. No, don't you guys. Oh. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Nature Love? You're going through a toxic. Oh boy. Do I know you, Nature Love? Oh my gosh. You're not. Nature. Have you ever texted me before, Nature, on the phone? Have you never texted each other? Oh boy. Look what you started, V. Nature? Have you and I ever texted before? Or just here, talked? Oh boy. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Yes, you did what? Oh boy. V, you're laughing at me. Don't you dare laugh. Oh boy. All right. There was horns on top. Oh, so you're saying yes. Okay. To the sticks. Ooh. So, like when I seen them, isn't it like really like I kind of pictured the way they went on about all this? Like there was, like big, like when you see a full male deer, like a buck, like I pictured that. Isn't that what everyone else kind of pictured when they were doing all this? Oh boy. No. But one time you said I did. No, boy. I'm confused. Yes, let's just forget all that. Yes. But so the antlers, like I pictured them being like buck deer, like a buck. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Yeah. Yes. But did so? If we've seen them, because I don't remember. I don't know. I just pictured the way they talked about it, like it was going to be huge branches that looked like a male buck deer in his prime. Like that's what I pictured. So that's all I'm saying for me. You do live in Indiana, and we was going to collab about some knowledge. Oh boy. But did you ever email me? Oh my gosh. This is getting weird. Nicole's laughing. V's laughing. Oh, you live that close to Delphi. Oh shit. Are you over 6'4"? Oh shit. I'm just kidding. Oh boy. No. Yeah. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, it was how I pictured it. They were, yeah. They didn't talk about it like that. No. Well, they did emphasize it the more than what was there. No. Meet me halfway. How about just like a young male buck deer? Like, well, from what I saw, people couldn't even tell if there were branches there or not. I just pictured a little more than what we saw. I don't know. Yeah, definitely me. Oh, I know I'm the root of all my problems, V. So let's just everything from now on. Let's just move with that as the Yes, I understand that. It would be refreshing if someone in unified command could stop worrying about how the public will view their incompetence. Yeah, even if all of this is just to cover up their screw-ups, it's, but it feels obviously more, but at the very least, it's that. Like, why is, what, let's just picture it like in the beginning. So the very beginning, the Turco Odin report. Why does Holman lie about it and say that Turco said things he didn't, and then cover it all up and then not know who him or her was? Like, why? Why do you do that? Well, because if you didn't do that, then clearing Brad Holder would look ridiculous, because Brad Holder is the exact type of guy Turco is describing. Either a real or fanboy or whatever. It's present. So that's just me thinking that. They did that. And why would the reason be to do that? Like I don't know. Because he should have said is that Turco said it was there. And we believe that Turco's part of the, fanboy not knowing or misdirection staging, and we didn't believe it. And we're not going off on a wild goose chase. So, like, we don't need to lie about what Turco said. We listened to what he said, and we don't think it's worth looking into. They didn't do that. They fucking completely lied about what he said and added shit to what he said and then hid his fucking identity. Wowza. That's next level. That's more than cover up. And then perform the type of police work that should have been performed 6 years ago. The defense is not holding its breath, as the defense told Holman in his deposition. The unfortunate expectation is that Holman and Liggett will try to figure out how to solve the problem rather than to solve the case of who murdered those girls. Elvis's insider knowledge of the crime scene may be a place for Holman to start. And one sec. What? You said I would email you first? I said I would email you first? Well, I don't recall that. You asked for my email, and I put it in, and you said you were going to email me. You never did. I never said I'd what would I email you about? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Wait. Uh-oh. Oh. They were proportionate to Abby's head, you think? So did I not see the ones then? I don't know. And it's another thing. Who knows what if we all saw the same pictures and stuff? This is weird, eh? I worked the third shift making copper and tin wire, and I wasn't lying. I wasn't lying. You same things, and I gave you. I put my email in chat. And I said I have never spoken on YouTube, but I would. And you said email me first. Is that? Oh boy. Oh wow. Well, if I said that, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'd email you about. Oh boy. So how about this? Let's just move on. Thank you for being here. I enjoy you guys all. You're awesome. I'm going to read it. I'm going to move on. Because, yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. Just know that. I'm a dope. So I'll screw things up again. So I'm sorry. I'll give you a preemptive sorry now. I don't mean to. I mean well. I don't want to hurt anyone. But I'll probably fuck up again. So, again, part of the Franks analysis involves the court reviewing the behavior of law enforcement to determine whether Liggett intentionally concealed and falsified evidence in Liggett's affidavit for a search warrant. Liggett and Holman and the rest of Unified Command's reaction to the information contained in the polygraph examination concerning sticks formed into horns on Abby's head may very well reveal whether Liggett is interested in the truth or in burying the truth, which again is part of the Frank's analysis. Yes, V. Yeah, I read things wrong all the time. I'm watching 9 cameras for my job. I'm watching another monitor, so there's nobody showing up. That's not has me blocked on YouTube on my other alt account. Have another screen with StreamYard up and all these different things I need to control. And there's another screen that I'm sharing with you guys, and I'm moving these documents and reading them. So yeah, I definitely, yes. Like I said, it's me. I know I'm the problem. Yes. Not just Canadians, it's me. And I happen to be Canadian. It's me, Shibby. I read things different. No, not differently. I fucking read it quickly or misinterpret it. And yeah, yes, I'm an idiot. Right. Right. Yeah, I might do that. And I'm only human. Fuck. I'm new at this. There, calm down. Exactly. Down, boy. Down, boy. I'm new at this, playing human. Last 10 years, I haven't played much human. All right? I'm rusty. Give me a break. Please. Yeah, I know it's me. Patrick Westfall's connection to the crime scene. Much of what connects Patrick Westfall to the crime scene has been discussed in the section detailing what connected Brad Holder to the crime scene. To shorten this section, the defense will numerically lay out both the evidence previously discussed, as well as a few other pieces of evidence that tie Westfall to the crime scene. Addendum 135. If the fact or piece of evidence that has been discussed in a previous section, the defense is not going to drop a footnote to that reference, as currently the defense has 126 footnotes and believes the court may appreciate not duplicating footnotes to reference exhibits already discussed and attached to this memorandum. This will help shorten the already long memorandum. Look, Odin cover story years later, 2 years later. What? Oh, let me see. Female deer do not have antlers. Odin, what does that mean? Oh boy. Well. So what's with the female deer stuff? What does that mean? I'm not even sure. Female deer do not have antlers ever. Odin, etc. cover story years later. Because I was just talking about my interpretation of what those antlers would look like before we all seen photos of the crime scene. Like I just pictured the way Rosie explained it. I kind of pictured there'd be at least, branches that looked like when you see a male buck deer, it's like fucking, they look big, right? You wouldn't mistake something like that if it was like, that's just what I pictured with these branches, not like from tiny little twigs that people can't tell or whatever. That's all. So I brought the male deer in only for that, the buck. Makes it right. Right. Oh, yeah. Because all I said was, this is the way just me, how I envisioned it. I pictured there to be antlers, because antlers and horns are different, He said antlers, right? So antlers look like antlers. Horns look like horns. A horn is like something that's on a bull. A bull has horns. A buck deer has antlers. So that's what I pictured, because I'm very... Well, that's right. Yeah, and I thought it would be more prevalent. But was it obvious that they were put there intentionally? So I hear people saying they don't see anything. I had pictured whatever, horns or antlers, that they would be no, like, immediately you'd get it. No, they weren't proportional. They were just laying on her hair, wasn't it? Like, see, that's another weird thing. Maybe we all seen different pictures and we're being messed with too. So I don't know. Yeah, deer nuts. I heard they're under $1. Like, I just pictured antlers, that's all. And this is just me. Cover story. Well, I'm not sure what, but I mean, all of this is from the discovery that the Ellie handed the defense or gave to the prosecutor, right? So I don't know. I'm not sure how you. Yeah, it's weird that this all isn't there, because, and then people on the other side would say that, oh, the defense made up all this Odin shit, and all the stuff they're talking about, they got from the discovery. So yeah, it's weird that it's not there at trial. Weird. Staged, right? Yeah, yes, like as a misdirection, right? True. That's very plausible, right? But Holman said nothing was there. No staging, no nothing, no horns, no nothing. Nothing was there. He said, Turco said, nope, nothing to see here, and Turco just didn't, right? Turco said that he couldn't tell who or what they were thinking when they did it, if it was, completely there, or a few people, or just fanboys and LARPing in the woods, and, some meth-induced psychosis guy, with shit on it, putting little runes and cherry picking the best and bastardizing and ruining, and I'm sure that 99% of these Odin people are just normal, wonderful people. I don't know. But that's not what he's saying. He said something was there, Turco, and then Holman lied about it. That's all I was saying. So, yeah, whether it's misdirection, and then Holman to throw in that fucking ridiculous statement that it's the sticks were, Libby's sticks were to hide her, and Holman fucking sat on stage just a couple months ago at CrimeCon with McClellan and Susan Hendricks, and said to the crowd that not only were those sticks to hide Libby, the angle of those sticks was to hide her from being seen from Weber's private drive there. Oh my fucking God. How is this guy still employed at the police station? Wow. Holy fuck. Did you guys hear that? The CrimeCon shit? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. And away we go. So the defense will numerically lay out both the evidence previously discussed as well as a few other pieces of evidence that tie Westfall to the crime scene. 1. Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were friends at least until late January 21st, 2017, as proven by Facebook photo previously attached. And I'm sure that's the one I always think of, Patrick Westfall. I'm sure they're so excited Holder's posting shit on social media with him. 2. However, according to Amber Holder and law enforcement monitoring Facebook posts between Holder and Westfall, a fight between Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall occurred sometime in February 2017 concerning a ritual gone bad in the woods near a creek. 3. In the Odin report, Brad Holder told Amber Holder that the person that murdered the girls was Patrick Westfall and his crew. 4. Furthermore, as referenced in the Odin report, Brad Holder told Amber Holder that Patrick Westfall is dangerous and has powerful friends that will protect him, and that she, Amber Holder, needs to back off, or he, Brad Holder, will not be able to protect her. Ooh, did I miss an addendum? No, I read all that before. One sec. Who, you or me? Shibby, about to quit this YouTube BS. You or me? I'm not going to quit. I enjoy reading this. Yeah. Brad Holder told law enforcement that Patrick Westfall has post-traumatic distress disorder, PTSD. You're going to quit? Oh, I'm not a YouTuber. Me? I'm not going to quit. I'm having fun. I wouldn't be doing this if I weren't. It's 28 people listening to me now. You're here talking to me. I'm having fun. Just know I mean well. The next time I fuck up, okay? That's all. I'm a good dude. And away we go. I'm not quitting. Oh, baby, I'm just getting started. 6. The video or the ritual in Fort Wayne that Ferenczi sent to Liggett and which has been attached is an exhibit shows Brad Holder videotaping someone that looks like Patrick Westfall using his fingers to mark a tree in the ceremony. Ooh, and we went over this last night. We probably should have found the video. At about the same height that the F tree was marked with Libby's blood, leaving the question of whether Patrick Westfall marked the F tree the same way that he marked the tree in the Fort Wayne ceremony video. 7. Patrick Westfall lives within a 7-minute drive of where the girls were murdered. 8. Johnny Messer and Brad Holder commonly hung out at the Monon High Bridge and in the woods around the Monon High Bridge, 137. Messer, October 23, 2018, videotaped interview that the defense just received September 8th, 2023. This can be heard on the 1405 mark. 9. Patrick Westfall also admitted that he knew the woods around the Monon Trail very well. 138. It's the same thing. An unredacted copy is attached here too and marked as exhibit, filed as confidential. In that Facebook post, Brad Holder, I missed that one, 10. A Patrick Westfall Facebook post from just 2 months before the girls are murdered shows Westfall. Wait a second. Patrick Westfall never posted that, did he? I thought Holder posted that, so they fucked up. A Patrick Westfall Facebook post cutting the tree limbs into ruins by slicing. That's with him in the orange t-shirt, right? Pretty sure they fucked up there. That it was Holder who took the photo and posted it. I'm guessing, unless I'm wrong. Westfall cutting tree limbs into ruins by slicing the tree limb with an electric saw, creating clean, smooth edges to the tree limb. 139. Find attached exhibit 99, which is the Facebook post of Westfall. Did Westfall post that? No, you're not trolling me. You're awesome. Oh, did I miss you? Sorry. Purple, hello. Welcome. Morning, all still half asleep, but is Shibby being trolled? No, I'm trolling myself. I'm such a big dope, it's funny. I'm jumping in the chat and reading stuff halfways and getting stuff wrong. It's 1,000,000% me, Purple. Just enjoy and laugh, and hopefully you can laugh at me or with me as long as you're smiling, and enjoy this. I'm going to keep reading. I'm not quitting. I'm not being trolled. I'm fortunate to have people like V and Nicole and other people help me out and put up with me. Yeah. No, definitely not. I'm being so lucky to be even talked to and helped by these lovely, 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 beautiful women mods, or just anybody. I didn't mean like that, wonderful people helping me. I'm the dope. Yes. Kelly Lou Brown. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Hi, Kelly. Welcome. Just in time to save me from myself. Yes. Yeah, you need a coffee. If you want to watch the replay, I probably trolled myself a few times. No, I'm so fortunate to have these lovely mods. I don't even know what I did to deserve it, but I'm lucky and I'm grateful. So there's that. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Holman is definitely a piece of shit, and they lied. Oh, yeah. Yep, a never-ending story. Great movie. 14. There is no evidence that so was I right that, I should go back to, I'll see ya. So Patrick Westfall never have posted that stuff, right? This must be a typo. I'm sure you know, because I cannot picture Patrick Westfall posting anything. Pretty positive it's Holder took a photo of Westfall in the orange shirt and posted it. I'd be shocked if Westfall posted this on Facebook. 11. In that Facebook post, Brad Holder is commenting, cutting runes. Maybe it was. Was he commenting underneath it? Or if Brad Holder commented it, it's his post. Ugh. It's totally me. I'm very literal, specific, and yes, I know it's me. Get used to it. 12. At the crime scene, one of the tree limbs placed on Abby has its end sliced cleanly and smoothly, similarly to the way that Patrick Westfall is slicing the tree limbs in Exhibit 98. 13. Westfall's alibi for February 13th, 2017 is that on the day of the abduction, Patrick Westfall, was at home with his son, Nick. 14. There is no evidence that law enforcement knocked on doors to determine if Patrick Westfall was at home at the time, nor any evidence that law enforcement walked around the neighborhood to see if any ring door cameras or any other type of camera caught Patrick Westfall leaving the house. Law enforcement just believed Patrick Westfall. 15. Patrick Westfall was a pastor for a religion known as Asatru, which is a warrior type of religion with many gods, including Odin and Thor. 140. Previously marked. Okay. 16. Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were both affiliated with Vinlanders Club or gang, along with Johnny Messer. 17. On March 2nd, 2017, only 16 days after the girls were found murdered, Unified Command member Kevin Hammond, so 16 days after, indicated that there was no lead required concerning Patrick Westfall, meaning no further need to investigate Patrick Westfall. Patrick Westfall is connected to the crime scene in multiple ways. It is unknown if Brad Holder threw Patrick Westfall under the bus to Amber Holder in order to take the stink off of himself. Or if Brad Holder knows that Westfall murdered those girls and then marked the tree like he did in the Fort Wayne ceremony. So all they had was what Amber Holder said, and it wasn't even like she had a lie detector test in that too, or did they not want to give her the lie detector to see if it was true, or I don't know. I mean, either way, it cannot be underrated that one single solitary softball interview between law enforcement and Patrick Westfall is disgraceful, considering everything listed above that links Westfall to the crime scene. Let's repeat that. It appears that Westfall was interviewed one time on February 19th. Wow, 2 days after, eh? So what were they so interested in him for? And that's the interview they lost, too. 2 weeks later, on March 2nd, 2017, Westfall was eliminated as a suspect. The defense is unaware of any search warrants requested on Patrick Westfall to determine whether this Asatru pastor had taken clothes of Abby or Libby as ceremonial keepsakes, or even if he had saved Abby's blood. By looking at the 5-paragraph report generated from the only interview of Patrick Westfall, it looks like law enforcement did nothing but lob giant softballs at Patrick Westfall, rather than conduct an intense interrogation the way citizens would expect for someone that the evidence shows is so closely connected to the crimes. 1 sec. Sorry, know you're reading. Don't want to disrupt. Want to though. Go ahead. I need to take a break. Never disrupting. I'm so gracious, grateful you guys are here. The fact that you even want to talk to me is great. Did I miss anyone? Purple, Kelly, welcome, guys. You just waking up, starting your day. Welcome. You never ever interrupt me. The only thing is if you ask and I miss something, it's totally me that misses it. I'm never ignoring you guys. All right? Just know that. So if you have anything, throw it in. You know what? I kind of need to go to the bathroom. Would that be okay? I really have to go. I'll be so quick. If Nicole's not here, I don't have to wash my hands. Just kidding. I will wash my hands. So are you guys okay with that? I'll be right back, okay? 1 second, please. And we're back. Hey guys, sorry. Did you miss me? Oh, Fishy. Hello. Hiya. Hiya, Fishy. Welcome back, Fishy. Where you been? Cheetos. Just as bad in AM as nighttime. Are you eating Cheetos for breakfast? You OMG. Cool. Anybody new? Huh? Yes, never ever feel like you're asking me a question would be distraction. And the only time I won't answer is because I'm a dork and I probably missed it. So it's awesome that you guys are here. I'm so lucky to have even one person listening. So thank you guys and enjoy the chat. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Alrighty. And away we go. 31 people here. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mom's going to be so proud. Mom's going to be so proud when I call her tomorrow. Johnny Messer's connection to the crime and crime scene. Ooh, is there anything you guys would like me to address before? Let me know. I'm sure you guys are just here enjoying each other, and I won't bug you anymore because I'll probably ruin it. So Johnny Messer's connection to the crime scene and to the crime and crime scene. Alrighty, that's two. Yes. As has previously been discussed, Johnny Messer was close with Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal, and also knew Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, and Rod Abrams. Addendum 142. Ooh, the next addendum. What's the next addendum going to be? Oh, not on this page, that's for sure. It's 142 now. What's the next one? Johnny Messer, October 23rd, 2018, videotaped interview at the 205 mark and also the 1417 mark. Sorry, 1405 and 1417. So are we going to get to see all these interviews, you guys? Is that, or do we already have them out somewhere? Or that would be great, eh? Furthermore, as previously discussed, Johnny Messer was a recruiter for Vinlanders. See footnote 9899. Ooh, should I go see it? What was it? Footnote? What's a footnote? Footnote. What the fuck? Footnote. I'm not gonna. Nope. I'm not falling for it. Damn you. Also, as previously stated, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, and Elvis Fields all hoped to join the Vinlander Club, according to Johnny Messer. Around Valentine's Day 2017, Johnny Messer went up there to Delphi to hang out with his Vinlander buddies. See Odin, page 5. Odin Report, page 5. As stated earlier, Patrick Westphal claimed to be at home in Delphi on February 13, 2017, and Brad Holder claimed to be in Logansport on February 13, 2017. Therefore, if Johnny Messer was going up there to visit his Vinlander buddies, Johnny Messer, was going to Delphi to spend time with Westphal, who was like Messer's brother, or possibly to Logansport to visit Holder. When Messer came back from being in Delphi around Valentine's Day, the vehicle he drove to Delphi had blood along the side of the vehicle, and Messer, had no explanation for the blood's existence. Taylor Hornaday had to go to the car wash multiple times to clean off the vehicle. This is one thing I don't like every time I read it, because if you have blood on the outside of your car, it's probably not all that easy to get, hard to get off, especially if you go to a car wash. So, a couple of times. Yeah, I don't fall for that. Especially if you're going to one of those ones with the hose you're spraying yourself, where you put coin-operated ones. It's not going to take you a couple of times to get blood off of the car. Not like a fucking shirt. Anyway, evidence shows that the recruiter, Johnny Messer, was the connective tissue between the Delphi crew and the Brushville crew. Unified Command overlooked these connections, and furthermore, Liggett failed to inform Judge Bloodlust Diener of these connections to the murder scene. Rod Abrams' connection to the crime scene. Rod Abrams told police a lie about his whereabouts on February 13, 2017. This was discussed and referenced in Elvis's section, as was the fact that Elvis's alibi conflicted with Rod Abrams' alibi. Here are a few other evidentiary nuggets picked up from the defense's review of Rod Abrams' February 27th, 2018 interview that the prosecution just provided to the defense on September 8th. There we go, 143. Kaboom. The I love you addendum, 143. Let's see. Ooh, it's long too. 143. The defense has had very little time to review the voluminous amount of discovery, though voluminous and dumped on the defense on September 8th, 2023, including hours upon hours of never been seen before videos. Therefore, the defense will do its best to detail the important aspects of the Rod Abrams video with references to the mark in the video where the words are spoken. Could have been better. Oops. Some of these evidentiary nuggets from Rod Abrams' videotaped interview incriminate Elvis Fields. 1. Elvis had been working for Ned Smith since 2005, but then stopped working for Ned in 2017, the same year as the murders. 515 mark of video 1. Is that sus? I don't know. According to Rod Abrams, Elvis was communicating with a 12-year-old girl. Oh boy, do we remember this? What? Elvis was communicating with a 12-year-old girl on the internet and discussing inappropriate things. 1207, mark of Rod Abrams video marked as Exhibit 100. Did we know that? You guys, smart people? Seems pretty new. Hey, just in time. Yeah, definitely. RC9991 or 991. Hi, good morning. Yeah, this Elvis guy seems like a real jerk. He's more creeper. I think Holder would be more jerky. Elvis would be more creepy. Because also remember Elvis's and one of the depositions, actually it came out that so Elvis Fields has 5,000 friends on Facebook, and they said 75%, so it's around 3,750 of Elvis Fields' friends on Facebook are young. I think they said Asian or Thailand females. It's one of those, like young Asian girls. So he has Elvis Fields had 3,750 friends on Facebook that were young Asian girls, and they weren't specific of the age or something like that, or some Thailand, or it was definitely, please, I don't quote me on that, but it was definitely the numbers right, 3,750, and that they were young girls of some type, Asian or I forget exactly what the name was, but yeah. He's creepy, for sure. I mean, fuck, I got 198 friends or 191 friends on Facebook, and I know every one of them, mostly family and people. And I do not mix this with YouTube, especially now. No more. Never, ever. Not again. YouTube and Facebook don't mix. No, you haven't. Have I? If I ever did that, I'm totally sorry. You're the least jerky person I know. V, you're fishing for compliments, and you deserve it. You're great. And if I ever did, I meant myself. I'm the jerk, okay? You're awesome. Fishy's awesome. Kelly's awesome. RC 9091 is awesome. Just reporting, you're awesome. You guys are great. Nicole, too. I know you're still listening. I'm the jerk, and I get it. All right. Ooh, did I change pages here? No. Elvis, I read this one, right? 2. According to Rod Abrams, Elvis, I'll read it again because this is kind of the big one. 2. According to Rod Abrams, Elvis was communicating with a 12-year-old girl on the internet and discussing inappropriate things. 1207 mark of Rod Abrams video marked as Exhibit 100. So right there, isn't that something if somebody says that to you, don't you go and investigate that? What? So some guy tells you his friend or guy he knows is communicating inappropriately with a 12-year-old girl. That should be like its own investigation, right? Oh boy. 3. Elvis used Facebook to communicate to young girls aged 13, 14, and 15. Found at 1345 on Rod Abrams' second video, marked as Exhibit 101. Well, what evidence did they have of that? Those are some big claims. Did he tell anybody? 4. When law enforcement, I got to keep just reading. 4. When law enforcement asked Rod, has he, Elvis, ever talked about doing anything to a couple of girls? There is a long pause. Then Rod Abrams finally said no. The law enforcement officer then said no and said, well, are you sure? And Rod responded, he's never, he has, The law enforcement officer then says, you kind of hesitated when I asked you that. Yeah. 5. When Rod Abrams is asked if Ned Smith and Elvis will also say that they all were in Muncie on February 13th, 2017, Rod Abrams doesn't answer the question, but after another long pause tells a long rambling story about how Ned doesn't always remember things, the 9:30 mark. 6. Finally, law enforcement asks Rod if they can look at Rod's phone to see any text between Rod and Elvis. He, Rod, refuses, claiming that Elvis no longer has his phone number after Rod changed phones. 9 minutes. 7. According to Johnny Messer, Rod Abrams, along with Elvis and Ned Smith, were all interested in joining Messer's and Holder's Vinlander Club. The lies about Elvis's alibi should have been especially alarming to Unified Command. However, the items enumerated above all should cause Unified Command to pause about Rod Abrams and Elvis Field's involvement in the murders. Conclusion of Part 11. Part 11 was dense with information. However, the court should be able to see that Tony Liggett knew about the obvious connection between Odinism and the murders, and specifically the connection to Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Johnny Messer, and Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams. Based upon the evidence provided to the court, the fact that a mystery Purdue professor purportedly led the Unified Command off the scent of, that's where they lied, because he definitely didn't. He said these guys, if they're into Odin, especially Holder, and would be the exact type of guys to do this. In one, at least, in his assessment, if it was like just fanboys and guys that were kind of bastardizing the Odinism. So the fact that a mystery Purdue professor purportedly led Unified Command off the scent of Odinists is preposterous. Additionally, according to Todd Click's affidavit, the FBI cold case unit determined that Odinites, I'm not going to say that anymore. I'm going to say Odinists, because I don't know if, on one hand, I think either they didn't know and they really believed this, or 2, they might be trolling people, or 3, maybe they said Odinists and the other ones are writing Odinites to make them sound like idiots. But they also did say it a lot. But this is a long time ago. I don't know. We all know it's Odinists. So determined that Odinists were involved in the murders. But Unified Command did nothing to investigate the Odinists. Unified Command seemingly rebuffed the Rushville investigators, Ferenczi, Murphy, and Click, who believed, based upon a large collection of evidence, that Holder, Westfall, Fields, Messer, and Abrams were all involved. Liggett's concealment of this Odinist information from Judge Bloodlust Diener was intentional or reckless or both. Yeah. Because at the time he's getting all those the search warrant and stuff. Fine if they it's not. It should be that, okay, get more search warrants, if you're for these guys too. Not that it shouldn't have been Richard Allen, I guess, but or maybe they were. Maybe I have it wrong, but like if you're going to search Richard Allen, why wouldn't you search all these fucking guys? They had or at least a couple of them. Elvis and Holder for sure. One sec. Oh my gosh, 34 people. I've never had this many people. Holy fuck. 34 is my record. Oh my god. 1 sec. 35, and we're back. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Part 3. Liggett concealed and falsified evidence in his affidavit for search warrant. Fucking right he did. The concealed and falsified evidence blows Liggett's timeline apart, which explains why he concealed and falsified information. For Liggett's timeline to work and to place Richard Allen on the Monon High Bridge at 2:13, the time of the famous Down the Hill video, Liggett desperately needed Betsy Blair to describe a man on the Monon High Bridge that looked like Richard Allen, and perhaps more importantly, needed Betsy Blair to describe a car that she observed parked at the CPS parking lot at approximately 2:15 as looking like Richard Allen's black Ford Focus. Betsy Blair's description of the man she observed on the Monon High Bridge around 2 p.m. looked nothing like Richard Allen. Liggett concealed the information from Judge Bloodlust Diener. Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle she observed at the CPS parking lot looked nothing like a black Ford. Oh yeah, she said the 65 Comet. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Liggett also concealed this information from Judge Bloodlust Diener. Yeah. Imagine. Okay, so Richard Allen doesn't drive a car like that. So why isn't he telling? It's not going to help him, but is he allowed to leave that out? That the same witness he's using for this also said that she saw a car that looked fucking nothing like Richard Allen's car? For good measure, Liggett also lied about what Sarah Carbaugh observed, at 3:57 p.m. that also blew up his timeline. So Betsy Blair's first, this is awesome. I love this shit. Man, I haven't read this for so long. Betsy Blair's first description of the man she saw on the bridge was memorialized in sketch number 2, illustrated on February 17th, 2017, 3 days after the girls were found, but not released to the public until April 22nd, 2019. Yeah, she had to go in there and say, fuck, guys, why aren't you putting out my sketch that I described? So they asked her to draw, they can draw a sketch. So she's a witness. She sees a guy and she gives them, they sketch a guy on February 17th, 3 days after they found the girls. Yeah. And they don't release that one until April 22nd. So that's the second sketch, but it was the first one drawn. The hocus pocus, abracadabra, tentacles, Carter. On February 17th, 2017, Betsy Blair met with State Police sketch artist Taylor D. Bryant and provided a description of the man she observed from 50 feet away on the Monon High Bridge. The same man that Liggett claimed in his affidavit was the killer. Right. Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the man she observed was, Betsy Blair, a white male, age 20, had brown curly hair, poofy hair. Wow, We know all this and it just sounds crazy listening to it. She sees him from 50 feet away. Liggett says the guy she saw is BG. Is BG describing the picture she described? No. It's one thing if it was a little off, whatever. But fuck it. And it doesn't matter if she's an older woman. Wowza. Medium build. She's not saying poofy hair and all that. Find attached and marked as Exhibit 103, the unredacted facial identification reference sheet. Ooh, it's another thing. White male, age 20, brown curly hair, medium build. First thing would be short. Fucking tiny little garden gnome. I saw a tiny little garden gnome today. 5'4", white male. Fucking short ass motherfucker. Excuse my language. You know what I'm trying to say. Find attached and marked as Exhibit 103. If you see a 5'4" guy, anybody from 50 feet or closer, or you're not the first, you're going, oh my God, I saw the fucking guy was short. Facial identification reference sheet. filed as confidential that contains the description that Betsy Blair provided to the sketch artist. Also, find attached a copy of the sketch that Taylor D. Bryant produced from Betsy Blair's description of the man she observed on the bridge marked as Exhibit 104. Should we be looking for this? Does anybody know where that sketch is? I could probably find it. Ooh, Dave, hey. Ooh, I'm going to finish this and say hi. One sec. This illustration is also called sketch number 2 because it was released to the public second. Upon looking at the sketch, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that illustration was a 10 out of 10 for accuracy. Oh, addendum. Ooh, you're trying to throw me off, Mr. Addendum. Better be good. Blair's 10 out of 10 comment is memorialized in a perfect. So she says that, oh, wow. Yeah, that's awesome, eh? I just read that and did let it sink in. Upon looking at the sketch, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the illustration was a 10 out of 10. Man, that's fucking wild, eh? And it looks nothing like Richard Allen. Dave, welcome. Hello, brother. You driving or you out? I believe the height originally was 5'9". Oh, of the description they thought of BG? Yeah. Like the FBI put out that one. Mm-hmm. Oh, Betsy Blair, according to her statement, did not see RA. Yeah. Well, she says it's a 10 out of 10 for the sketch. Where is that one? Should I go look for it, guys? Would you like to? Yes. A garden gnome. I love garden gnomes, Kelly. Are you like Heavy, Heather Brown, Heavy? We joke all the time. Ooh, you guys want to hear a funny one? Heather Brown is like, she says she's 5'1", right? So I always say, no, she's 3'25" because it sounds better. But the funny thing is, Heather Brown, years and years and years ago, she had this garden gnome in her front lawn. This is a true story. I won't exaggerate. She had a garden gnome in her front garden, and her fucking neighbor didn't like it for whatever reason. The neighbor comes over, this other woman comes over, tries to steal it out of her garden and break it or do whatever, and Heather goes out there and they're fucking fighting over it. They fought over it, and then the cops literally had to call the cops and everything. So that was a funny story. So I call her Hebby's a garden gnome wrestling champion. So that's the truth. And so this photo, you guys want to see it? Should we look at it or what? Like, it should be everywhere, no? Or if you guys, anybody feels like looking through it and telling me, it's got to be in here a bazillion times in exhibits. So what am I reading again? I'm reading this stuff, right? Broadcasting exhibits, motion. So shouldn't it be in the exhibits? The photo of, yeah, Todd Click. So we want Betsy Blair's sketch, right? Brad Holder's tree painting. Here's all Brad Holder's stuff. Betsy Blair's got to be in here. Or the sketches, or if anybody knows where I could see them, I should. You know what? I swear to you, I should have this on my computer. I've seen these. I should have a folder I could just open and show you of my computer. This is silly because I end up looking for all these. Yes, they were fighting over me. Oh yeah, definitely. Picture her in her garden, wrestling. Like her neighbor's like trying to grab her garden gnome. So, oh, maybe it did, Fishy. You're right. Where was it? Did I look? Sketch number 2. Oh, marked as Exhibit 104. Fishy. Thank you again. 104. Well, you smart ass. Fushy. Oh, it's that one we can't. Oh, these fuckers. It's that one we can't see. Why do they do this? So where can we find this? It's got to be in the other one. All those ass wipes, eh? Look at this. That's it. Like, you know? They did this intentionally. Because, like, you can't even read, like, as if they're writing that, you know, like, just such a shitty copy. Oh, my gosh. And you can see the ringed papers here. So they probably scanned it and then put it in and scanned it and photocopied it 10 different times. And it's lost. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. And I probably have that a bazillion times. Yeah, you guys. Well, it's in here. And I don't know if I should waste my time. I'll have a quick look because I know. Ooh, the one at the end. At the very end of this is what page? How do I get the page thing up again? Oh, I gotta use my keyboard. If I hit this on my keyboard, it pops up. Yeah. Oh, I'm at the end already. So I know that the was here at the very end of this. Oh my gosh. I'm on page 155. So it's here, not non-confidential supplement of volumes. This is it. I was looking for this earlier, wasn't it? Oh, this isn't it. Or maybe it is. It is it. It is it. Because I can click on them here. These are where the clear photos are. Fucking right. This is what I looked for hours the other day. So was it still, should I go to that same one? Would it be the number? 10, what was it? 1 something? Yeah, here we go. Kaboom. Please, 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 please. I'll try the 104 first. You ready? Oh, you motherfuckers. That's even worse. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. I thought it'd be better. There's zillions of these photos. Look at this. How is this possible? Is it something I'm doing? Can I have more quality? Could be me, right? Like, just, it's horrible. You know what, guys? I promise the next time I won't do this. I'm going to go and find all the awesome photos. I'm going to save them on my damn desktop. So whenever I have to, and I'm going to label them, and this will never, ever, ever happen again. All right? Because one of these was a crystal clear photo, wasn't it? The one of the Brad Holder Facebook info where he says he went to the gym. And it was like really awesome. Oh, and his painting. His painting photo was awesome too. Brad Holder Facebook post of hand. Bodies side by side, report, sculptures. Sorry, guys. I will get back to this in a quick second. The painting. No, not the close up. Yes, painting. No, this is the shit one. I got to find out where because every time I clicked on the other ones, it was like they were all crystal clear. Like wicked, the actual screenshots, not these shitty things. They were the actual awesome crystal clear screenshots. All right. Last one. Oh, I saw Betsy Blair. Here, there's this car she saw. That's the car Betsy Blair saw. Look at it. All right. Oh, it was 104, wasn't it? Sorry. Yes, last chance. Fuck it. Okay, I'm going back. Sorry, guys. I will get all this shit. All right. I need a quick drink. 1 second. Ooh, why are you saying it like that? That's what I had. Yeah, the young guy sketch. Right. Why are you yelling? B. Oh, Google. Yes. See, Fishy's nice. I'm going to listen to Fishy more. I'm just kidding. So Googleette. Yes, David. You're right. What am I doing? I'm an idiot. See, I get caught. Like it's like I don't want it to beat me. Like I want to find it, because I know it's in there, the good one. But I would spend hours. I'm fucked, and it's totally me. I get it. 1 second. Here we go. I'm going to talk to Google. So what do I want? Young guy sketch from, or should I say Betsy Blair sketch from, young guy Betsy Blair sketch from Delphi murders. Young guy Betsy Blair sketch Delphi murders. Fuck. This is too easy. Oh, you fuckers. Yeah, it's all over the place. I'm an idiot. How do I make it big? Big. Oh, I don't want to go to X. Fuck X. Well, that's a great photo. Oh, fuck. You don't want to see all this shit here, you fuckers. Motherfuckers. Doxed myself. Boy. Fuck X. I don't use X. That's awesome, though. So I should be saving these photos, but I won't. This one looks good here. Where are you? Oh, boy. I just saw it. So you guys get the point. So when I click on these, why don't they just go big? Ah, there you go. Look at this fucking guy. Betsy Blair says this is a 10 out of 10 for the guy she saw. 10 out of 10. Fucking wild. Bro, be nice to V. You're right, Fishy. V is awesome. You are awesome. Dave is awesome. You guys are all awesome. I'm a dope. I should be nicer. B, I'm nicer. I'll be nicer. 33 people watching. 33 people. Ooh, cherchez les croix de jeune homme. I should know what that means. Cherchez les croix de jeune homme. Oh, something about a man. I'm not a nice man or something. Fishy, you speak French? Wow. I took French every year since like grade 1. And I know enough to say, puis-je aller à la toilette? And voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? That's what I know. Fishy, I didn't yell at her. I did not. You're being silly. I was yelling at myself in your honor. Isn't that wild, eh? 10 out of 10 sketch, guys. Let's go. Oh, 10 out of 10 right here. Check it out. Everyone, 10 out of 10. Let's go find this guy. 10 out of fucking 10. Positive. Yet they wait 2 years to find this 10 out of 10 sketch. Oh, boy. How do these guys get away with it? So I'll use the Google Let stuff on instead of looking like an asswipe. All right. So the Unified Command did not release the Betsy Blair sketch to the public for over 2 years. Instead, they first released the Sarah Carbaugh sketch. Oh, should we go? Oh boy. Sarah Carbaugh sketch. So that's BG, right? Oh, I had it on there too, right? I'm such an asswipe. I should have thought to have them. There was ones with both of them together, right? Oh boy. Because it was released to the public. That's Hoodie Guy. The Sarah Carbaugh sketch was illustrated by FBI sketch artist Plants from Detroit on June 19th and released to the public on July 17th, 2017. Addendum 145. 145. Find attached a screenshot from Indianapolis showing the release of the sketch. Ooh, what was that again? Screenshot from WTHR of Delphi sketch. Watch this quick. Screenshot WTHR Delphi murders sketch. Oh, look at that. There she is. Oh, it's a video. Oh, this guy looks a lot like him. Oh, my. What's he doing? Oh, blank. Oh. Holy fuck. And the weird thing is at 2019 CrimeCon, sitting beside Mike Patty, Jerry Holman says that he said it with certainty that this Hoodie Guy sketch, older guy, whatever they call him, old BG or Hoodie Guy sketch, is Mike Patty. He said it was Mike Patty at the 2019 CrimeCon, sitting on stage beside Mike Patty and Anna Williams was there and Becky Patty was there and probably Susan Hendricks on the stage. They were on the stage. Jerry Holman says that this sketch was Mike Patty. He said it. Wild, eh? This fucking guy. Like, if you see this guy. Oh, man. Oh, what? So here's a great picture. Oh, fuck. Bastards. Here. You see him? So she comes and says this is 10 out of 10, like 2 days after. They wait 2 years to release it. They release this one first. And Holman says it looks like Holman says it was literally Mike Patty, a sketch of Mike Patty. And then this was the arrest. Oh boy. Anyway. All right. That's cool. That Google is great. You guys know about that? You ever hear that? Google, try it. Should I read your questions? Sorry, guys. So is the sketch that has like the mouth covered and the guy that right there the same sketch, and they just took the liberty of like filling in the bottom part of the sketch? Who knows what these guys did? On the stage, you said it. Wild, that fucking guy. Did you not know that? Or are you just like fucking with me? There's video of him saying it. Video. It's on video. Jerry Holman sitting beside Mike Patty. They have a chuckle. 2019 CrimeCon on stage, and Anna Williams is on stage, and Becky Patty's on stage, and I think Kelsey might be there, and Susan Hendricks, and they're all having a laugh. Jerry Holman says that fucking hoodie guy sketch is of Mike Patty. Somebody saw Mike Patty and made that sketch. Is what he says. You did know that, and you were fucking with me. Well, V, did you know that 8 unified command officers piled in a van to go down and investigate Elvis? Bet you didn't know that. Now you're still fucking with me, aren't you? I'm not going to talk to you. You're just messing with me. V, fishy, V's being mean. Oh, I'm just kidding. I deserve it. I'm an asshole. So, let's go with this. Oh, did I read this part? Where did I stop? Oh, I didn't read this. This looks, oh, look at this. Oh, the blue mark. Oh my God. I stopped 145 addendum. Blue mark. Check it. Boom. Professional. Creator, influencer, broadcaster, journalist. Sweet dude, Shibby. Who was the person that Sarah Carball was describing in her sketch? According to Liggett's affidavit, at approximately 3:57 p.m., Sarah Carball observed a man walking westbound on County Road 300 North. Sarah Carball was headed eastbound on County Road 300 North, operating her motor vehicle, while simultaneously observing this man walking on the road toward her on the opposite side of the road. This is the same man that Sarah Carball described for the sketch artist on June 19, 2017. We will be discussing Sarah Carball's description of that man later. Ooh, stay tuned. Did you get that, guys? You can't go anywhere now. All of us right here, we will be discussing Sarah Carball's description of that man after this. Roughly 2 years later, in March 2019, Betsy Blair met with Tony Liggett, frustrated that her sketch, Betsy Blair went back and she was pissed. Sketch number 2 of her 10 out of 10 sketch had not been released to the public. 146. C, Exhibit 105. Not falling for it. Betsy was frustrated because sketch number 1, which had been released to the public almost 2 years before, did not match the man that Betsy Blair, observed on the High Bridge. Betsy even commented that number 1 was wrong. Yep, 147. Where are ya? Find attached a flash drive containing Betsy Blair's March 17, 29 interview. Ooh, oh my God. Do we have this? It's an interview with Tony Liggett marked as Exhibit 107. Like the interview. Betsy Blair states that the sketch number 1 with the golf hat is wrong at the 11:37 mark. So are all these videos up or no? Man, I'd fucking love to watch all these. If you guys know Fishy or anybody, no. I don't think so, because we would have seen them, eh? Think we'll ever get to see them? This will be fucking wild to hear her say it. Oh, gosh. I hope to God. I'm sure we'll find out sooner or later. Certainly, it was odd that the Sarah Carball sketch was, chosen to be released over the Betsy Blair sketch for the following reasons. Yeah, Betsy Blair walked, right, thing was flipping by in a car, right? Driving by Sarah was. Betsy Blair provided her description to the sketch artist only 4 days after seeing the man on the bridge while it was fresh on her mind, compared with Sarah Carbaugh, who provided her description to the sketch artist 126 days after Carbaugh observed the man on the road. So they come to her 4 days after they draw a sketch, and then 122 days later, 4 days, 126 days after, 126 days after Carbaugh sees the man. So it'd be 122 later from the 4 days after she gave the first sketch. They didn't show anybody that first sketch. They wait 120 days with no sketch, and they come and get her to draw a sketch. So that 122 days between from the 4 days after she says her first sketch, they didn't bother using it at all, right? Because they didn't release that until way after in 2019. So they go 122 without any sketch. Sarah Carbaugh gives them the other sketch. Holy fuck, it's wild. So Betsy Blair had a good look at the man's face while stationary from only 50 feet away. Yeah, it's 10 out of 10, she fucking says. Oops. 148 addendum. Liggett's affidavit marked as Exhibit 108 and also Exhibit 107, blah, blah, blah. Sarah Carbaugh was not stationary, but rather traveling down the road, operating her vehicle while simultaneously trying to observe the man on the road. But I think forget the moving. I think the part that it's 120 something days later versus Betsy Blair's was 4 days after, and she insisted it was 10 out of 10 of what she saw. It's fucking wild. Oh my God. Cool. Is there cool TV shows? Yes. And hope you enjoy anything you choose today, you lovely, fine people. And if you spend 2 minutes with me, I'm truly honored. And if I ever say anything stupid, ignore me. You're awesome, all of you. How's that? I'm presuming they are not, because it's been a fight to get like every single piece of, oh yeah, and they still don't have all the exhibits and such. Yeah, it's wild. Like what? Like stuff, obviously redacted stuff, and the stuff we don't need to know. I'm sure we'd all admit that, but some of this stuff, especially there in the United States, with your freedom of information, the trial's over, right? How can they not be available? Many things, many more than what we're getting now, at least, right? So like all these interviews, especially like Elvis Fields, why were they protecting him so much? Elvis Fields, they didn't lose that, the second one or whatever. He did interviews. They said it was on video. I don't know. So finally, on April 22nd, 2019, Unified Command released Betsy Blair's sketch number 2 to the general public. In fact, upon its release, Superintendent Doug Carter commented that the man in the Blair sketch number 2 was responsible for the murders. He did say that, eh? Wow. So Betsy Blair, that's wild, eh? I know all this, and I'm just so fucking confused and gaslit the fuck. So Betsy Blair insists that her sketch is 10 out of 10. Doug Carter says this her sketch was the guy who's responsible for the murders, and that fucking guy is 20-year-old that looks nothing like Richard Allen. Oh, holy fuck. Oh my God. 151? Ooh, no. 151. Find attached Doug Carter's press conference. Yeah. Oh my God. All these. If I was a better person, I'd take you to these and show you them. But I'm horrible. I'll just keep reading. Or I'd be better prepared, but I'm not. Also, at the time of the release of the sketch, number 2, Doug Carter also stated that sketch number 1 now became secondary to the investigation. 152. The fact that Sarah Carbaugh's sketch number 1 had become secondary to the investigation is confusing, considering Liggett's and Holman's claim that sketch number 1 and sketch number 2 are the same person. Oh boy. Yeah, they said that. So Sarah Carbaugh's sketch number 1 had become secondary to the investigation. They're now looking for, but Liggett and Holman said that both the sketches are the same person. Oh boy. How did these guys get away with this, eh? You always tell when I'm using my talk to text because there's like 25 likes contained in each comment. You say like a lot, Fishy? Oh, who else showed up? USA? Where? Hey, USA, Libertarian, welcome. Hello, sorry if I missed you. I love how Carbaugh said, I never said he had sexy eyes. Nobody said you did say, Sarah. What was it again? Poofy hair, right? And who threw in the eye stuff? I remember hearing that a lot. He had pretty eyes or so. No, I think it was somebody. No, it wasn't Sarah. I think one of the girls, didn't one of the young girls say something about eyes? He was close enough to see his eyes when she walked by someone on the trail. One of the younger girl, the teen girls. That's probably, anyways. Oh boy. Oh, I thought I was reading this wrong. I read it as drowning. I wasn't going to read it, but I like the idea of drawing. Never seem to have or make the time to do it for fun. I sketch a lot of designs. Yeah, some people can just draw. Drawing's neat. Everyone would like to draw. It's not easy though. Just drawing a car, like it's, just to get the proportions right, and you either got it or you ain't. You either got it or you ain't. My buddy could draw so good. And when we were kids, we used to read comic books and that, and he would just freehand draw these wicked photos. And I was like, fuck, so jelly. So, did I just click the screen away? Because I lost my little blue mark. Sorry. I was going to start here. Yeah, he said he was. So Blair's sketch number 2 was responsible for the murders. Also, at the time of the release of sketch number 2, Doug Carter stated that sketch number 1 had now become secondary. Okay, so this is where they both say. Then we went down to the addendum, and then it's weird that he says that this guy was responsible because Holman and Liggett were saying the sketches were both the same. And he's saying this guy's no longer, On March 7th, 2019, Liggett was present when Betsy Blair described the man. Yeah, March 7th is when. And the weird thing is about this March 7th, we're going to find out here is that we don't get to see all that. Tony Liggett on April 1st, not even 3 weeks after this, writes a narrative of what he remembers her saying. You know what I'm saying? Watch. That's coming up. That's his tip narrative. It's in the very beginning on that 1,200 page shit. Liggett's tip narrative that we tore apart is April 1st, 2019, about this March 7th thing. And instead of hearing what she says on this, Liggett gives us his narrative of what she says. These fucking guys are wild. What do we need your narrative for, Liggett? Fuck your narrative. Give us what she said. Liggett was present when Betsy Blair described the man she observed on the bridge. Betsy was actually talking to Liggett face to face when she provided the description. 153. See exhibit. Okay. Liggett heard Betsy's description of a much younger man with brown, poofy hair, but chose to conceal this information from Judge Bloodlust Diener. Yeah, so at the very least, if he's honest with Diener, they would have to go for another person too. I don't know. Blair's description of a youthful, boyish-looking person in his 20s, maybe early 30s, with brown, poofy hair, obviously does not at all describe Richard Allen, 154. Find attached a videotaped interview of Richard Allen marked as exhibit. This will provide an image of Richard Allen. In order for Liggett to have provided Judge Bloodlust Diener with honest and accurate information, he would have had to state the following in his affidavit. So this is their interpretation. This is their narrative of what he would have said. I, Tony Liggett, believe that Richard Allen. So this is just this defense throwing this in of what they think he should have said. So I, Tony Liggett, believe that Richard Allen is the man that murdered the girls for reasons stated herein. I also believe that the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge is Richard Allen, and therefore the killer. However, I must also inform the court that the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge really looks nothing like Richard Allen, whereas Richard Allen was a man in his mid-40s with short or even shaved grayish hair. Addendum 155. Find attached a transcript of a statement of Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, marked as Exhibit 111. When Kathy was asked what length Richard's hair would have been in 2017, Kathy, is that how they spell her name? No, it's this way, right? With the K, but not IE. Said Richard has always had short hair. In fact, when asked for further description of how her husband has always worn his hair, Kathy said Richard, shaved it, explaining that he had always shaved since being in the National Guard, like buzzed or short, whatever. Yeah. No poofy hair there. The man that Betsy Blair described was youthful, boyish looking, and had brown poofy hair. Also, Your Honor, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the man she saw on the bridge was just 20 years old. This description came only 4 days after she observed the man on the bridge. Right, so, man. 2 years later, Betsy Blair still maintains that the man was in his 20s or maybe early 30s. Also, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist back in 2017 that the resemblance of the boyish sketch of the man she observed on the bridge was a 10 out of 10. I must also tell you that, Judge, that this 10 out of 10 sketch looks absolutely nothing like Richard Allen. Signed, Tony Liggett. That was their narrative of what he should have said. So, Liggett had a legal obligation to inform Judge Bloodlust Dieter of the vast differences between Betsy Blair's description of the man she observed on the bridge. So I'm not sure of the exact things, like this is the defense saying it, right? But what are the rules with these guys? Like, is he allowed to just leave all this stuff to get kind of what they want or something? Like, doesn't Diener get to know all of this? Because I mean, they're witness that they're using Betsy Blair. They use her for some stuff, right? Like, isn't everything the witness says of importance? Like the car she saw, and like, why do they get to leave that out? Because she's a witness, right? She has no skin in the game. She saw a squared off car and a young guy with puffy hair. So it's wrong for him to not say this to the judge, right? I mean, and Richard Allen, she observed on the bridge, and Richard Allen. He did not. That fact alone should be sufficient to merit tossing the warrant and suppressing the fruits of an illegal search. However, there is more. So wait, let's see it again. He didn't. So that fact alone should be sufficient to merit tossing the warrant and suppressing the fruits of an illegal search. So I remember all this. Just, I'm going to take a quick drink and read your guys' comments, because I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring you. And we're back. Ooh. Get all eyes on DB Live. Was that a real, some DB, maybe it was not a real one, I don't know, came into my chat, I guess yesterday. It said something about frauded or something, but it also said DB and had that photo. I don't know if it's, again, if it was a real one or not, but a frauded something was here, and when I looked, it was it said DB. So that was yesterday, I believe, in my life. Anybody fresh? Did I say hi? Yeah, drawing in pencils. Is that what you're talking about? It's fun. Yep. When I was a kid, I used to love drawing like a star, like a star just with a ruler. So you'd make like a cross and then a star where the bottom was longer. And then in the middle of it, you draw like another star. And it's like one of those stars with all the like millions of stars behind it. And it would just get smaller and smaller. So I don't know why. I have all my books from like grade 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I drew that constantly. I don't know why. So in order for Liggett's timeline to work, he needs Richard Allen's black Ford Focus to be parked at the CPS lot from 1:30 until 4:30 p.m. Betsy Blair sees one car at the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m. and is not Richard Allen's car. Wow, so fucking awesome. Richard Allen voluntarily was interviewed on October 13th, 2022. Watching the videotaped interview, it is apparent that Richard thought he was being asked questions to help assist the police in solving the crime. They're just gonna, I gotta go, but they're just gonna say that he was 156. Sorry. Find attached. Yeah, interview. He does not realize he's being interrogated as a subject until much later. I shouldn't. In trying to provide Liggett and Moonman Mullen, I gotta say it. Moon Mullen. Yeah, that's for someone else. I promised, and I love it. If I have a good nickname for them, I'm going to use it. So, in trying to provide Liggett and Moon Mullen a timeline of when Richard Allen, was at the trail, Richard stated he arrived at the trail around noon. I have to look. 1:57. Exhibit 110 is Richard tells Liggett and investigator Moon Mullins from the prosecutor's office that he had arrived around noon. And Moon Mullins has got to be one of the dopiest looking guys. So the fact that he was chief at this time, fucked up so royally, chief of police, and then got to work for Nick McLean as like his lead investigator. Then after all those other fuck ups and losing stuff, and gets then back to chief of police again, and DNR Doolin fucked up so badly for 5 years, and then after this is kind of going over, he's Doolin's now the chief of the department or whatever he's in, and oh my god. Later in the interview, Richard Allen told Liggett and Moon Mullen that he probably left the trail around 1:30 p.m. Addendum. Yeah, 1:58. Nothing. In his affidavit, Liggett states that Richard Allen parked his black Ford Focus at the CPS parking lot and then cut over to the trail, where Richard Allen, then walked to the high bridge, ultimately following Abby and Libby across the bridge before abducting them. 1:59. Nothing. After murdering the girls, Liggett stated in his affidavit that Betsy Carbaugh. After murdering the girls, Liggett stated in his affidavit that Betsy Carbaugh observed a man. It's probably, yeah, it has to be Sarah. Yeah, sorry. That Sarah Carbaugh observed a man that Liggett claims is Richard Allen walking along 300 North at approximately 3:57 p.m. westbound toward the CPS parking lot. The implication being that Richard Allen was walking back to his car after abducting and murdering the girls. So, oh my God, 36 people. Holy fuck, I've never had that many. Holy shit. If what Liggett wrote in his affidavit were true, then Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would have been parked in the CPS lot from 1:30 p.m. until at least 4 p.m., giving him time to abduct the girls, murder the girls, and walk back to his black Ford Focus parked at the CPS parking lot sometime after 3:57 p.m. when Sarah Carbaugh observed Richard walking down 300 North. In other words, for Liggett's timeline to work, Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would have had to remain parked at the CPS building from roughly 1:30 p.m. when Liggett claims Richard Allen arrived until roughly 4 p.m. until roughly at 4 p.m. after, as Liggett claims. Richard Allen had abducted and murdered the girls. If Richard's black Ford Focus was not on that CPS parking lot between those hours, 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m., then Liggett's timeline would be blown up. In his deposition, Liggett was asked a series of questions by defense, and Liggett answered those questions as follows. So, question by Rosie or Baldwin. So, is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 1:29 roughly p.m. on February 13th, 2017? Yes. Is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 1:45 p.m. on February 13th? Yes. Okay, you guys get the hint. Yada, yada, yada. Richard Allen, oh my gosh. Basically, he asked him a bunch of times, 2 p.m., 2:14, 2:15, 2:13, and Liggett says yes, yes. He asks him again if it was there on the 13th at 2:45, yes. 3 p.m. I would have gone along with this, but this is totally unnecessary. You guys all get the point. If you're listening to this, I'm kind of skipping over where he's asking him 3 p.m., 3:15, 3:30, the exact same question, all the way up until, so I'll read the very end. So after all those every 15-minute increments, is it your contention that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 4:30 p.m. on February 13th? No. So up until 4 p.m., he says yes. And then obviously, yeah, at 4:30, it's gone because it's 3:57, right? So, oh boy. What time do you contend that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was no longer parked at the old CPS building? Around 4 p.m., says Liggett. Through his answers, Liggett demonstrated that he recognized that for his timeline to work, Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would have to be parked at the CPS lot from 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. in order to give Richard the time to abduct and murder the girls and return to his vehicle. Therefore, if there was any evidence that Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was not parked in the old CPS parking lot between those times, that is something that he, Liggett, would be required to share with Judge Diener. Rather than tell the truth, Liggett concealed the evidence that Richard's black Ford Focus had left the CPS parking lot probably 1:30 p.m., but certainly before 2:15 p.m., when Blair saw a completely different car. And therefore, Richard Allen could not have been on the bridge at 2 p.m. or committing the murders soon thereafter. For starters, as noted earlier, in his interview with Liggett and Moon Mullen, Richard Allen stated that he, Richard Allen, arrived at the trails around noon and left around 1:30 p.m. Liggett failed to inform Judge Bloodlust Diener that Richard Allen stated he had left the trails at 1:30. He should have, especially if there were evidence that a different vehicle was parked at the old CPS lot after 1:30 p.m. but before 4 p.m., which would then support Richard Allen's statement that he, Richard Allen, left the CPS building around 1:30 p.m. So the next question to ask is, did anyone see a vehicle parked at the old CPS building between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. that did not resemble Richard Allen's black Ford Focus? Thus supporting the timeline that Richard Allen provided to Liggett, but which Liggett concealed from Judge Bloodlust Diener? The answer is yes, someone did see a car that did not resemble Richard Allen's, where Liggett said Richard Allen's car was. So when Betsy Blair arrived at the trail at roughly 1:46 p.m., Betsy Blair had parked her vehicle in a different location that the defense calls the Mears parking lot. When she left the Monon Trail and pulled out of the Mears parking lot, Betsy Blair headed west on 300 North in her car and was spotted on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, heading toward the old CPS lot at 2:14 p.m. The old CPS lot is only 36-second drive from the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, 161. From an affidavit, addendum 161, from an affidavit from a member of Richard's defense team, Matt Hoffman, the defense investigator, who paced how he paced it. So he walked it. He paced Matt Hoffman, who paced the distance from the Hoosier Harbor store to the old CPS lot. It said it takes approximately 36 seconds. This affidavit is marked. So where did I leave off? Oh my gosh, where's the addendum? I should mark it. I thought it's so close. Why bother giving it the blue mark? Then I come back and I can't find it. Giving Betsy Blair a full minute to drive from the Hoosier Harbor store to the old CPS lot would mean that Betsy Blair would pass the old CPS lot at around 2:15 p.m. Remember that Liggett has admitted under oath that at 2:15 p.m., Richard Allen's black Ford Focus would be parked at the CPS building while he, Richard Allen, was abducting and murdering the girls. However, at 2:15 p.m., when Betsy Blair passed the old CPS building, Betsy Blair did not see a black Ford Focus parked at the old CPS lot. The car that Betsy Blair observed as she passed the old CPS building at 2:15 p.m. looked nothing like a black Ford Focus. According to Liggett's own report, Betsy Blair observed one car in the CPS lot at 2:15, and that car resembled a 1965 Ford Comet 162 that her father once owned 163. 162. Defense counsel recognized that in 1965, Ford did not make a Comet. Mercury did, but a Mercury is Ford. But these were the words of Betsy Blair, who knew what the Comet looked like, but erroneously thought Ford produced a Comet. Because I guarantee you, Betsy Blair knows her dad's a Ford guy. He probably says it every time he's there, a family drinking beers, and uncles and dads get together, and there's Ford guys, and they're all wearing the Ford shirts. And even in my family, they got a Ford shirt or a Chevy shirt, and so she probably sees Ford signs all over. And although Mercury is technically like Chevrolet, is GM. GM makes Chevrolet, Pontiac, Cadillac, and Ford makes Mercury and whatever else. So it's the same thing. So for her to get that wrong, I don't blame her, because what really matters is I bet her dad had that car forever, and she's probably looked at it and stared at it and saw it and drove in it. So she knows it well, regardless if she said Ford or Mercury. Just the fact that it's a 1965 exactly looked like the one she's been probably looking at her whole life. I'd like to know how long he had it. Probably a long time. So there's that. Oh, look at the blue. Oh boy. That her father once owned. The shape had sharper, oh my God, do I get to go down again? 164. The shape had sharper angles. So I didn't even read 163 last time, so I will, just for fun. Liggett's report previously entered as exhibit, number 164. Betsy even provided a sketch, of the side profile of the car that she observed at the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m., featuring the angles that the car possessed. Blair's sketch of the side profile of the car is attached here too and marked as exhibit. Like just the shape of that sketch that Betsy Blair provided. Like my dad had a 1978 Dodge Diplomat, and it would have matched that. Like up, roof, down, trunk, Picture like what year would cars have stopped looking like that? Man, easily in the 80s, 90s. Trying to think of the last car that would plausibly look like that. Like Malibu, maybe in the early 2000s, or I don't know. Again, you're not any new car. You're not saying 1965. It's one thing if she mistaken from the 70s to 75 or 80s, but 2016 to 1965 is just not happening. Again, to whom did Betsy Blair provide this description of a 1965 Ford Comet looking angular in appearance vehicle? None other than Liggett himself. 165. ID. No. Liggett was fully aware that the car that Betsy Blair described as being backed into a spot at the old CPS building looked nothing like Richard Allen's black Ford Focus, but Liggett concealed that information from Judge Bloodlust Diener. It should also be noted that if Richard Allen left at 1:30 p.m., then the person that Betsy Blair observed on the High Bridge at roughly 2 p.m. was not Richard Allen. Yeah. And she described a 10 out of 10 sketch of somebody who looked nothing like Richard Allen. Poofy hair. Wow. This would explain why the person that Betsy Blair observed on the High Bridge looked nothing like Richard Allen. Oh, did I just read that? Because it wasn't Richard Allen. It was a 20-year-old kid with brown poofy hair, concealing Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle at the old CPS building from Judge Bloodlust Diener may have temporarily plugged a hole in the dam of Liggett's problematic timeline when Diener reviewed the affidavit on October 13th, 2022. But Liggett's concealment has now been exposed, and it gets even worse. When asked to describe the color of the car that resembles a 1965 Ford Comet, Betsy Blair actually told Liggett that the car she saw was not black. 166. Last paragraph of page 1. That is right. Liggett heard from the mouth of Betsy Blair that the 1965 Ford Comet-looking vehicle was not even black, which is the color that Liggett needed the vehicle to be in order to fit the description of Richard's black Ford Focus as described, just to fit the color description of Richard's black Ford Focus as described in Liggett's affidavit. Because of Betsy's description of the car she viewed at the old CPS building, evidence supports that Richard Allen left at 1:30 p.m., as he told Liggett. At some point in the time after Richard left the old CPS lot, an older, angular-looking car that resembled a 1965 Comet and was not black arrived at the old CPS building. Then the driver of his 1965 Ford Comet-looking, angular, non-black vehicle backed into the CPS parking lot. At roughly 2:15 p.m. when returning home, Betsy Blair observed this car that reminded her of a car her dad had growing up. All of this adds up to this fact. Evidence concealed by Liggett supports that Richard Allen was not at the crime scene, as he had already left at 1:30 p.m. and was already home by the time that Betsy Blair observed the 1965 Ford Comet-looking non-black vehicle at the CPS parking lot. And Liggett knew it, again because of Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle she observed at the old CPS building. Evidence supports that Richard Allen was also home by the time that Betsy Blair saw the 20-year-old with brown poofy hair on the bridge, which again explains why the person on the bridge looks nothing like Richard Allen, because it wasn't Richard Allen. This is simply outrageous and abusive behavior on the part of Liggett. Abusive in that Liggett used his power as law enforcement officer to conceal evidence to secure a search warrant. 26 days before an election which he was running for sheriff, and at the brunt end of Liggett's abusive behavior is Richard Allen, who has been sitting and suffering in hell for over 10 months. Liggett doesn't even have the excuse that Betsy Blair provided the description to a different detective, and therefore Liggett, could not have known of Blair's distinguishing description. Yeah, she told him. Making it a simple administrative snafu that fell through the cracks. No, he can't do it. No, Liggett heard the description straight from the mouth of Betsy Blair, yet chose to conceal this timeline-destroying evidence from Judge Bloodlust Diener. If Judge Bloodlust Diener had known that evidence shown that Richard Allen was home by the time the girls were abducted at 2:13 p.m., Diener would never have signed the search warrant. But that's not all. It gets even worse. Liggett flat out lied when he told Judge Bloodlust Diener that in 2017, Sarah Carbaugh described it. Oh, this is the part. Oh boy, I love it. A man is wearing muddy and bloody clothing and was also wearing a blue jacket. For Liggett's timeline to work, not only did he, Liggett, need for Richard Allen's black Ford Focus to be parked at the old CPS between 1:30 and 4 p.m., but he also needed Sarah Carbaugh's statement concerning the man she claims she saw walking westbound on 300 North at 3:57 p.m. to match Betsy Blair's description of a man wearing a blue jacket. It would also help if the man had blood on his clothing to further tie him into the murder. In his affidavit, Liggett wrote, so this is what Liggett wrote. An interview was done of Sarah Carbaugh in 2017. She states that she was traveling east on 300 North and observed a male subject walking west on the north side of the 300 North away from the Monon High Bridge. She stated that he was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans and was muddy and bloody. She further stated that it appeared that he had gotten in a fight. Investigators determined from the video that she was on 300 North at 15:57 hours. The blue jacket described by Sarah Carbaugh would need to match the color of the jacket described by Betsy Blair to help Liggett's timeline. Again, the blood and the clothing would be an added bonus in that it would tie the man that Sarah Carbaugh observed in with the murders and therefore assist Judge Bloodlust-Diener in making the decision to sign the warrant. The problem is that in 2017, Sarah Carbaugh told Liggett to his face that the man she observed walking west on 300 North was wearing a tan-colored coat, a lighter colored coat, not a blue jacket. 167. Find attached flash drive containing Sarah Carbaugh's June 7th, 2017 interview with Tony Liggett. Oh, can't wait to see these. I hope we do. This is Exhibit 115. Carbaugh describes that the man she observed was wearing a tan color coat, lighter color coat at the 5:07 mark. This is a problem because the color of this man's coat did not match the color of the 20-year-old boyish-looking man with the poofy brown hair that Betsy Blair observed on the High Bridge around 2 p.m. According to Liggett, both of these men were Richard Allen, 168. Liggett deposition. Another way to put that is that Liggett has asserted that sketch number 1 and sketch number 2 are the exact same man, Richard Allen, addendum 169. Remember that Liggett has this is the addendum 169 at the bottom. Remember that Liggett has testified under oath that only one man, Richard Allen, committed these crimes. Therefore, if Betsy Blair observed one man while Sarah Carbaugh observed an entirely different second man, then this would cut against Liggett's preposterous contention that only one man committed this crime. Like, how much reasonable doubt would you need? Like, that right there should be the reasonable doubt that went towards in favor of Richard Allen, but this jury was confused about reasonable and they thought it was unreasonable. Like a preponderance of it had to be unreasonable, when all it needed was reasonable doubt. And this probably, in my opinion, I think would have been that. Should have met the bar there, because that's a reasonable doubt. The fact is that perhaps neither the young man Betsy Blair observed nor the muddy man Sarah Carbaugh observed had anything to do with the murders. Meanwhile, as Blair and Carbaugh were observing these two different men, Richard Allen was at home and a 1965 Comet-looking non-black vehicle was parked at the CPS lot. Carbaugh saw a man walking on 300 North wearing a jacket. Liggett needed the color of that jacket to match the color of the jacket worn by the man Betsy Blair had observed on the High Bridge at 2 p.m. because Liggett is claiming that both men are the same man. Richard Allen. The problem was that Carbaugh did not observe the man walking down 300 North wearing a blue jacket. She observed a tan jacket. This meant that Sarah Carbaugh and Betsy Blair observed two different men. This created a problem for Liggett's timeline, so instead of being honest, Liggett chose to represent to Judge Bloodlust Diener that Carbaugh observed a man wearing a blue jacket when in her 2017 interview, Carbaugh said it was tan. Like right there alone, because he's switching the color to blue because it must have been blue because Blair saw blue and, we saw the video. The rich guy had blue on, so he gets to switch it to blue. When the witness he's quoting saw the quote, said it was tan. Right? And that's the arresting PCA. So right there, they arrested him because of this. They used this to arrest him after the search bullshit. This is for the PCA, the arrest warrant. But that's not all. Nowhere in Sarah Carbaugh's 2017 interview does Sarah Carbaugh use the word bloody. Right. This is exactly what I always say. To describe the clothing that the man was wearing, Sarah Carbaugh never said bloody. And she's at fucking trial stating that he was so much blood, he looked like he gutted a pig. Oh my gosh. Nowhere the so-called muddy bloody lady is actually just the muddy lady, as Carbaugh only used the word muddy to describe the man he observed on 300 North in her 2017 interview. And we all know that if these guys were lying about this, fucking Judge Gull would have hung them by their literal nuts, to be blunt. So they have to be telling the truth here because they see the interview and it's on video or wherever they're getting it from. They could not go and say this if it wasn't true, or Judge Gull would have reamed him out. It certainly would help Judge Bloodlust Diener in making his decision if the man walking down the street was wearing a blue jacket and also wearing bloody clothing, as if he had just murdered somebody. However, Liggett just flat out lied. Sarah Carbaugh never mentioned the blue coat and never mentioned blood in her 2017 interview. But on the arresting PCA, he arrests Richard Allen on the grounds that she sees a guy in a blue coat with blood all over him. But she never mentioned it. He added the blue, he switched the blue coat to tan because she must have been wrong or whatever. And he added blood because she inferred something about he looked disheveled or he was in a fight. So that's fucked right up. So obviously he must have had blood on him, but nobody said blood. Instead of lying, had Liggett told Judge Bloodlust Diener that the man walking down 300 North at 3:57 p.m. was wearing a light-colored tan coat instead of a blue coat, then Judge Diener would have realized, Judge Bloodlust Diener would have realized that Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh did not see the same man. Instead of lying, had Liggett told Judge Bloodlust Diener that the man walking down 300 North only had on muddy clothing, then Judge Bloodlust Diener would not have associated that man with murder. Again, Liggett can't claim that when drafting the affidavit, Liggett relied on the false description provided by a different investigator. No, Sarah Carbaugh told Liggett to his face that the man she observed was wearing a tan coat and was only muddy, not bloody. If Judge Bloodlust Diener had been told the truth, he would not have, nor should he have, signed the search warrant, was it? Maybe I got it wrong. I thought it was for also, but I guess he describes it also in the arrest warrant too. But he's saying search warrant. Either way. There is a reason that in his sworn affidavit, Liggett concealed key information from Judge Bloodlust Diener and lied about other key information. Had Diener known the hidden and falsified facts, then Diener would have never have signed the search warrant. A search warrant that was already, so this is for them because they wanted to get the bullet thrown out, so the search warrant was then. Either way, for both of the PCA and the search warrant, it was wrong. A search warrant that was already insufficient in linking Richard Allen to the murders even before Liggett's lies and deceptions. Liggett's concealed and falsified evidence would have told a completely different story had Liggett not concealed evidence and lied about evidence. Richard Allen told Liggett to his face that he, Allen, had left the old CPS parking lot by 1:30 p.m., but Liggett opted to not let Judge Bloodlust-Diener know about what Richard said. When Richard Allen drove away from the old CPS parking lot at 1:30 p.m. to go home, at some point in time before 2:15 p.m., a person driving a car that resembled a 1965 Comet, angular in shape and not black, backed their car into the old CPS parking lot and parked. Then at 2:15 p.m., Betsy Blair. So I think it's weird they're calling it a parking lot, because wasn't it just like a room for one car that could park? I could be wrong. From what I remember, it was just like. Then at angular shape. So then at 2:15 p.m., Betsy Blair drove past the old CPS parking lot and observed the car and remembered what it looked like because it reminded her of her youth, a car that her dad drove in the 60s. One sec, I need a drink. Sorry, guys. And we're back. What's up, guys? Anyone new I didn't say hi to? You guys having fun? Fishies? Ducky, when'd you get here? Sorry, I missed you. Sorry. LOL was fun, but Ducky's high. Are you high again, Ducky? Where you been? Last time you were around was like 3 or 4 live streams ago when you had me on your little dating community fun app. Because you were telling me that like I had like 30 something people at that time watching, and Ducky was playing me somehow, just the audio on like a community, whatever, somewhere. And she said she had like 70 something or 100 people listening. You still here? Well, hello, Ducky, if you're still here. Nice to see you. Oh, you're high. You probably fell asleep already. That was 4:37 a.m. That was 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed you. Oh, you're here. Yay. You're always here? Are you one of my lurkers? Girl. That's one thing I can always do. My grandkids love that. When I do that for my grandkids, oh my God, they fucking laugh every time. Oh boy. So Ducky's an admitted lurker. Thanks for telling the truth. Say hi always, you noodlehead. Or you don't have to. Just knowing you might be here is good enough for a big dope like me. Thank you and hello. Did I miss anyone else? Fishy's still here, which is great. Oh my gosh, Fishy usually leaves. USA Libertarian, I said hi to you. Yeah, just reporting. I'm not, what is that? I see you. Anyone else? Anyone? Sorry, guys. Kelly Lou, you still around? Hopefully. No? Yes? Hey, guys. And away. Here, you're going to stay up with me for a second or two. I'm always here, quietly sitting in the clouds, dreaming and watching and listening to you. Oh, you didn't write that, but I think you meant to type that. I'm sure. All right. Because Richard Allen had left the CPS parking lot at or before 1:30 p.m., it certainly explains why the man that Betsy Blair observed at the high bridge, that's where Ducky likes to go, the high bridge, at 2 p.m., and Fishy too, their little vape, was a boyish and youthful-looking 20 to 30-year-old man with poofy brown hair. That looked nothing like Richard Allen, because it was Richard Allen. One sec, I got to clear something. Because it wasn't Richard Allen. Sorry, one sec. All right, let's try that again. Because it wasn't Richard Allen, as Richard Allen had left for home a half hour earlier. There's reason that the man Sarah Carbaugh observed on 300 North at 3:57 p.m. was not wearing a blue coat like the man Betsy Blair observed on the High Bridge. The man that Liggett claims was Richard Allen. It's because the man that Sarah Carbaugh observed on 300 North at 3:57 p.m. wasn't the same man that Betsy Blair saw on the bridge at 2 p.m. Yeah, like think about it, eh? So at the time, I was always saying that Liggett changed the blue coat from the scene of BG video. It's really he changed it because Betsy Blair said she saw the guy with the blue coat. Assumedly, it's the guy, bridge guy, and then they say bridge guy did this, and then so then all of a sudden, bridge guy murders the girls, allegedly or whatever, gets all muddy, but has no blood on him in a tan coat, walks down the street, and all of a sudden she sees a guy in a tan coat, bloody, but doesn't say bloody, muddy, but doesn't say bloody, and then all of a sudden Liggett's writing down that Sarah sees a guy in a blue coat with blood. So the truth of the matter is she saw a tan coat. Forget out the blood or no blood. Just the fact that she saw a tan coat means she didn't see the guy that Betsy saw, and Betsy saw the guy that walked onto the bridge in the blue coat because we saw the blue coat in the video. Therefore, the guy she sees, if that was Richard Allen, he wasn't the murderer because he had a tan coat, or she saw someone different or whatever, eh? Fucking wild. Oh, look at you agree. Abso-fucking-lutely. I agree. That I am. Like Criminal Network. You're higher. Ducky is higher. Oh, and you fly too, Ducky. You're higher than a ducky's titty. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. An eagle's titty's like the bird. I wasn't meaning yours. Oh boy. Ducky is higher than an eagle's titties. That's what CN would say. I wasn't referring to, yours. Oh boy. I should stop talking. Oh, where's that blue fuck? Oh, did I screw myself over here? Oh, I was clicking away my mouse for some reason. Where was I? I did it. I fucked up. I had a blue mark, didn't I? Shit. I'm just going to start from here. It's because the man that Sarah Carbaugh observed on 300 North at 3:57 p.m. wasn't the same man that Betsy Blair saw on the bridge at 2 p.m. It was a completely different man that had mud, not blood, on his clothing. Betsy Blair saw one man, perhaps the man that Riley Voorhees, Bree Wilbur, and Anna Spath saw on the trail. Sarah Carbaugh observed a completely different man, and while all these witnesses were observing two different men, Richard Allen was at home where he had been since leaving the Monon Trail on or before 1:30 p.m. That is the difference. That is the difference the concealed and falsified evidence would have made for Judge Bloodlustiner. Part 4. Odinites in Westville. Oh boy, here comes the guards. Ducky, love the emojis. If you ever want to just get me excited, put in any emoji you like, especially those special ones. And Fishy knows all the good ones on the special YouTube emojis. I love those ones too. But let's go. Part 4. Odinists in Westville. I'm not going to say this way anymore. Fuck it. I'm not sure if the defense is still saying at this time Odinite. They probably didn't know. Or if they did say Odinist and these people are writing Odinites to troll us. I don't know. From now on, I'm no longer going to say Odinite because we know that's a rock. And although Odinites rock, Odinists are different. Odinists are from the ones that were in Westville. So I refuse from now on. After his arrest, Richard Allen was forced to be housed in Westville Correctional Facility based upon a safekeeping order. On April 3rd, 2023, two of the transport guards walking Richard to and from his visit prominently displayed multiple patches on their Department of Corrections uniform. 170. Addendum 170 at the bottom. At that time, April 3rd, 2023, the defense was fully aware of the Odinist's involvement in the murders, but law enforcement would likely not have known that the defense was aware of the Odinist's involvement, which would explain why they felt comfortable wearing the patches. It is wild that so there's two ways to look at that. Okay, so let's say it's a coincidence that the only two Odinist guards in all of state level IDOC Westville, the only two were just happened to be on and Richard Allen, and they're wearing, they turn around and said they were not Odinists or whatever, that they were Norse pagan heathens. But either way, it's all the same. Odinism should be a blanket statement for, does the guy you like drink anything out of a horn? That should be but again, and this, I'm sure that the real Odinists are pissed at these guys or whatever for bastardizing. If there are any guys up to no good, not saying it's these guards, because who knows. But okay, so the two guards had Odinism patches, and it turns out they weren't Odinists, they were Norse pagan heathens in heathenry or something. The one guy says it in his affidavit that, I'm not an Odinist, I'm a Norse pagan heathen. So either way, it's a difference without a distinction or something, whatever that saying is. So what I was going to say is that, out of I think they said at the time it was 3,500 prisoners and 750 employees or something like that, because the one guy describes it. I think he was talking about Westville. He might have been talking about the other prison. Either way, there's probably hundreds of guards, right? Not that they're at the same day, but they probably have a couple shifts, 2 or 3 shifts, probably 3 8-hour shifts or whatever, and something like that. So let's say there's hundreds of guards. So the only two guards that are on him are just the only two coincidentally in the whole, or there's maybe lots more Odinist guards into any version of Odinism. I think it's the latter, that there's more involved. Hence, turns out that Shane Meehan guy who's getting a new trial now, or he was convicted, but the state wants to bring back the death penalty because at his trial they said, no, we're not going for the death penalty. And now after his conviction, they want to go for the death penalty because of the new administration recently put in stuff about if anyone murks a law enforcement officer, that it's an automatic death penalty case that they have to go for. But so the new people are saying, we have to go for it now. So they're trying to get changed. So what I'm trying to say is Shane Meehan, although it was thought he was only a ex-federal prison guard in Indiana. So the federal is the whole country level, but he was an ex-federal prison guard in Lafayette, so in the state of India at the federal level. But in his affidavit, it says he was both. It says he was both a state level at Westville or whatever, and I don't know if it said exactly Westville, but he said he was an IDOC, which is the state level prison guard, and an ex-IDOC and an ex-federal prison guard, Shane Meehan, and he's the guy that murked Ferenczi. So, I mean, there's no link to say that. No, I don't think they have any evidence to say he was an Odinist. Just that, Shane Meehan, the guy who murked Ferenczi, at an FBI field office in Terre Haute that was investigating the Odinism angles, he was an ex-state prison level and an ex-federal prison guard. But nobody linked him to Odinism. But I mean, that's I guess something worth looking in, right? But also that people were talking that like there's a possibility that I guess Meehan was at the drive-through or whatever, and Ferenczi, he has no idea who he is, cut him off around the corner, and he follows him. And this has happened, but highly unlikely. But I mean, it's possible that he follows the guy at a road rage and lobs a fucking Molotov cocktail at the building, towards the building, through the window, whatever it was. We always heard through the window, but in his in Meehan's defense lawyers were probably saying that to lessen how it sounded, because if you're throwing a Molotov cocktail through the window, you're also throwing it towards the building. But that's how they word it. But that's his defense, Meehan's defense. Shane Meehan's defense lawyer said that he lobbed a Molotov cocktail towards the building, and Ferenczi was walking out of the building just to get stuff out of his car, and then got in a fight with Shane Meehan, and they both shot each other, whatever, and he returned fire, and Ferenczi dies, and Meehan jumps in his truck and takes off. And there was also another FBI guy in the building too that came out too. So there's that. Why am I saying that? Oh, because of the whole Odin guards. So, I mean, do we think, A, that the odds are that just the two guards and none of the other guards are Odinists at Westville? Just the only two that happen to be into Odinism and wearing patches and stuff on their are the ones that happen to see Richard Allen? That would be a wild coincidence, And then the guy who murks Ferenczi, who's investigating Odinism at a FBI field office, and he's an ex-federal prison guard in Indiana and an ex-state prison guard in Indiana. He's and then he, they say there's no link, but I mean, the odds are that it's plausible to think that he was an Odinist. Like, why else is unless he could have murked fucking Ferenczi because maybe he banged his wife or maybe he cut him off. But what else would there be? I don't know. Just a thought. Not saying anything, just a thought. So the top patch in Odin We Trust was displayed under their embroidered name tags on the right side of their Department of Corrections hereinafter DOC uniform shirt. On the left side, so was it sewed to their shirt, or were they like poking it on like those Velcro ones on the vests? Or was it like sewn? It sounds like it was on the shirt. That would imply sewn, right? So was displayed under their embroidered name tags on the right side of their department on their DOC uniform shirt. On the left side of their DOC uniform shirts were two patches. The lower of the two patches consisted of a partial American flag and interlocking triangles. The interlocking triangles is a common symbol for those involved in the pagan Odinite religion. 171. An undercover state trooper who is familiar with hate groups, runes, and Odinism stated that interlocking triangles are associated with the Odinist belief system. Depot of Undercover State Trooper X. I know him. And he's actually the Undercover State Trooper X was also, he said he wasn't. So this trooper, he gets called in. Baldwin and Rosie call him in to give him a deposition because they heard he was, not only was he an undercover, that he was also an Odinist himself in real life and like his whole family or whatever. And when he comes in for his interview, he says he's not Trooper X, which they doxed, and I won't say his name because if he's undercover, he's taking risks, because this Trooper X is also talking about following some white supremacists to their barbecues and all this weird shit and walking in those 2A gun rallies as an undercover. So, but the state doxed him in his, not me, and I won't do it now, but anyways, he got doxed in his deposition. And he said, so Baldwin and Rosie called him in because they heard he was also an Odinist in real life, his own self. He says he wasn't, right? He says he wasn't, and he has nothing to do with no form of any Odinism, drinking stuff out of horn cup, religious cult, nothing. Nope, they're wrong. And they were surprised. Then Purdy comes in for his deposition and says, fuck, Anthony Portwood. At first, he comes to them to offer his help. And to Purdy, nobody asked this undercover trooper to come help, right? He offered himself up. This undercover trooper offered himself to Purdy as, how can I help out? And he didn't let Purdy at the beginning, didn't know he was in real life an Odinist in his own life, personal life. He just thought he was someone trying to come help him. So he kind of, I don't know what he confided exactly. And so this undercover Trooper X that says he wasn't an Odinist comes to offer his help to help out the investigation of Purdy, who's looking into Odinism guys. And it turns out Purdy then says Trooper X was lying, that he was. Later on, he finds out that he was an Odinist in real life, and like his whole family was Odinist. Not to say that they're these type of Odinists. And I also thought, like, hey, maybe this Trooper X is pissed that these guys are bastardizing Odinism and wants to go find out. And, but whatever it is, this Trooper X comes and offers his services to the Purdy, who at the time didn't know he was an Odinist. But now, so Trooper X says he wasn't. Baldwin and Rosie call him in because they heard he was. And Purdy, in his deposition, said definitely he was a fucking Odinist in real life, in his own life. Trooper X, C-37, but he was also a 37-year veteran. So it's fucked up. We don't need to know his name. It's in there. They dox him a whole bunch of times. But that's the state. Just know that, if it makes sense, I hope. So, Judy Wilkie, hello. Hi, welcome. Kelly Lou Brown, hello, you're still here. Great. Oh, Lola, when did you get here? Did any of these witnesses come forward to speak in public? Sarah Carbaugh, is she even real? No, she was at the trial. Oh yeah, she's real. She was at the trial, and they thought she was fucking wild. But they described, a lot of people described Sarah Carbaugh at the trial as I don't know if it was erratic. There was definitely, I'll have to look it up. But yeah, Carbaugh was definitely at trial. And she's the one at trial who said, so in the beginning, she said to Liggett, her first descriptions to Liggett was that the guy she saw at 3:57 p.m. on 300 North, near the cemetery, whatever, she saw the guy she saw had a tan coat and muddy, and looked possibly like he was in a fight or disheveled. She didn't say blue coat. She didn't say bloody. So, but then at trial, she's all blue coat, and the fucking guy had so much blood on him. He looked like he's just, I think the word stuck a pig, but that's she says that at trial. And then everyone thought she was, I forget the words, but welcome. Are you leaving? Good night, Paula. Everyone, Pop Culture Paula signing off. Good night, Paula. You've been listening the whole time? Thanks. Good night. Sleep well. All right. So there's that. And just reporting, no court will acknowledge any pagan stances. What is that? Oh. And night, Paula. So you've been listening the whole time? Cool. Good night, Paula. Hope you sleep. Hope you sleep well, young lady. All right. So Lola, you're just waking up. Are you one of those weird people that wake up early in the mornings like a normal human? You weirdo. Yeah, exactly. Did I miss anyone else? Sorry, before I go on, I need to say hi to anyone. So I said hi, Judy Wilkie, welcome. I can't really read all your comments, but just know I'll read this one because you got my name in it. At Shibby. Regardless, they shouldn't have had, and yeah, for sure, on their uniforms, not state authorized. Yeah, definitely. Exactly. Because, I mean, like, if they're legit religion, they're not like, like technically, it's a religion, and they should be allowed, like, say, like all of them. I guess the Muslims, I'm sure, and anyone at their time on their own time would probably be allowed to, and whatever. But yeah, none of them should be allowed to put any religious things on their uniform, right? They'd be like guys putting crosses and then all, any religion. So yeah, but I mean, it's legit, and I'm sure all the real people that are into this are pissed at these guys for bastardizing it and stealing, especially guys like Holder, who would kind of cherry pick just stuff, what they liked from it, and then all, so yeah, that would be like a bastardized version of it. And I'm sure the real ones are like pissed they're making them look bad and stuff. So but regardless, whatever they really thought, yeah, it shouldn't be. She was she was something, eh? Yeah, regardless of what it is, it's on their state uniforms. And Gallipoux knew about this, right? He admits knowing about that and stuff. So none of them should be putting it like. But obviously, it's not like they can't still be that. Like, they have that right to be that. And if they were to, on their breaks, want to go and drink water out of a horn, I'm sure they'd be allowed. And you know what I'm saying? Like, so there's that. But yeah, Sarah Carter, wasn't it Baldwin or something? Somebody said she seemed combative. Because Baldwin, I hope we get to read that sometime soon. Baldwin was poking at her or something, like, not poking physically, but kind of on the stand, I believe, too, right? I'm sure you'll say that, yes, because, yeah, that should be coming up, I'd guess. But you're right. USA Libertarian, did you just get here, or you've been here the whole time? Hello, if you, or you just were listening. Hello, welcome. Yeah, she was definitely combative with the defense on the stand, right? That's wild. I wasn't there, but oh yeah. No, I understand. Yeah, I remember it totally. Oh yeah, and even like people like Bob, people that were there were describing it for sure. No, you didn't have to be there because I remember it very well. And it was probably Baldwin, as I recall, too. So there's that. Yep, you're right. Last one. They knew what they were doing in sending him there because they needed him to get back. Yeah. Yes. To force a fight. Yes. Oh, yeah. Like, so what do we think that the odds that, so there's 700 guards and maybe half of them weren't there. They were on other shifts, or let's say there was even a couple hundred guards there that day, but they would have to watch them 24 hours a day. So they're probably on shifts, I would guess they'd have 3 8-hour shifts because that works out perfectly, right? I'm only guessing, but that's a lot of guards that work probably at Westville, hundreds, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is. Are we to think that these two are just the only two that are into Odinism, and they were just like it's just a random choice? Nobody knew. It just happened to be regarding Richard Allen. Like, come on, that's fucking wild. No way that's just an accident or random. So let's go on. Ooh, the numbers are dropping. I should keep reading. Sorry, guys. Here I was. Above this American flag interlocking triangle patch was a patch that proclaimed, "I hate people." Below are images of those patches. In spite of the fact that over 5 months, from November 2022 to April 3rd, 2023, Richard Allen's defense team had been able to bring in their phones when visiting Richard Allen after Richard's defense team showed photographs of the decrepit Richard Allen at Westville. Warden Gallipoux apparently issued an order that Richard's defense team were no longer allowed to bring in their phones. Yeah, look at that. It's like he's vindictive, It's like for all this time, no big deal. They're playing along and not causing trouble. Then boom, they say something because it's going to get Gallipoux in trouble. So he retaliates and then fucking tries to make their lives harder. Like a little vindictive bitch. Petulant, vindictive little bitch, Gallipoux. Because for what was it, months and months, they could walk in with their phones or whatever, and then all of a sudden they bring up that there's guards wearing patches, and Gallipoux's like, ooh, what can I do to these guys, Because Richard's defense team were no longer able to bring in their phones, the defense team was not able to take photographs or video of these patches after April 3rd, 2023. Therefore, the defense is providing affidavits, from members of Richard Allen's defense team that viewed these patches on multiple occasions after April 3rd, 2023. Addendum 172. Cool patch. Ooh. Find attached the affidavit of Max Baker. And if you don't know Max Baker, he's the young guy, Rosie's intern. Helped him out. Rosie's intern, Max Baker, marked as Exhibit 117. The attached, and Matt Hoffman is the defense investigator. Marked as, so the investigator, Matt Hoffman and Max Baker. So here are the patches worn by the guards. The images below of the patches worn by Sergeant Robinson and Jones were found on Etsy. These patches can all be purchased off of Etsy. So we know who we trust. Oh, I hate people. I always kept thinking it was like they didn't write I hate people. I kind of thought it was like IH8 PPL or something like that, but I hate people. Don't hate create. I hate people. Just kidding. The first time that Richard's defense team noticed Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson and the patches shown above that they wore on their DOC uniform was on April 3rd, 2023. This also coincides with the time frame that Richard Allen's mental health began a steep decline. Yeah, they fucking broke him. They left the lights on 24/7. They let the fucking other prisoners scream and yell at him all night, baby killer. And this guy's, Richard Allen was there as an innocent citizen of the United States of America on pretrial detainment. He wasn't convicted yet. He was still innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty on pretrial detainment. And they're fucking saying he was faking his illnesses and then forcefully injecting him Halidol, sending in Walla, a succubus, a female who would then befriend him after months of isolation. And then she was doing weird things like on YouTube, Facebook groups, all these different groups about the Delphi murders, and on the Gray Hughes channel talking about stuff. And he's a YouTube Delphi creator and all that. And she was also looking up people like illegally in their database, breaking all these things. And then the confessions that allegedly he says to her are the ones they're using in court after she's broken all these policies, and then it turns out that we don't get to hear the confessions or whatever. It's just what her narrative of his confessions. And oh my God, it's wild stuff, eh? So 1 sec, I need a quick drink. And we're back. Ooh, Lita Joe. Hello, Carol. Do you all think Rick will get a new trial? I believe he will. I believe he will. If any case, oh my God. Like, it's usually one or two of these things would get somebody a retrial, right? Like, just pick 5 or 10 different things. The fact that it's wild. He has to. Like I said before, if Richard Allen doesn't get an appeal or whatever, then nobody will. Then we're screwed. You guys in the States are screwed. If after this debacle, the investigation and all the shenanigans and all the missing stuff and all the stuff they were given in discovery but couldn't talk about at trial, or if he doesn't get whatever the appeal reason would be, and the multiple violations from every IDOC employee and all the sketchy shit that fucking they lost, and Holman lying in affidavits and Liggett lying in affidavits, the arrest and search warrants, and oh my God, all the fucking gag order violations from Cleveland and Vito and Holman and even Becky Patty, who shouldn't have been, she should be exempt from it because she's family. They could never, with her First Amendment rights, really gag her order, but they were agreeing with it and going along with it. all the YouTubers admitting to talking with them and getting information after the gag order, and all that shit they gave to Fig, and bullets that were supposed to not, all the stuff about the bullets, and Fig making videos, and just, oh my gosh. Then Gull's assistant Jody talking with Fig about stuff and that she shouldn't have been doing, and that Judge Gull fucked up a few times with her filings and did things wrong. And I mean, I don't even know where to start, and I'm probably missing a bunch of shit. If he doesn't get a fucking retrial or appeal or whatever they want to call it, because I'm a dope. I don't know the exact term. I don't know the process. If this doesn't get reevaluated, then the fucking you guys in the United States and all, it's going to trickle on to the rest of the world. We're fucked. Because, I mean, this is a poster, in my opinion, for a retrial. So there's that. All right. Does that answer who was it? It was Carol. Hey, Carol, what's up? Anyone? Best all and Rick Allen gotta work tomorrow. Oh, good night. Just reporting. You going to sleep or whatever? Good night. Best all and Rick Allen got to work. Oh, you got to work tomorrow. Well, have a great day. Good night. Thanks for being here. Well, I don't know how it works. He may have to take it federal before it's granted because Indiana will fight. Yeah. I don't know exactly how it works, but I guess this, the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of Indiana, they call it the ISC, the Indiana Supreme Court, where they had the contempt hearing where Judge Rush, female, the little tiny lady, I had so much faith in her when I first saw her before the contempt hearing. I thought for sure she was going to do the right thing and get rid of Gull, and because the way that she was talking, the way they were talking, it's almost like she had beef with Gull a bit. And I don't know. I was surprised when they didn't remove Gull at the chance they had at the contempt hearing. I was surprised, honestly. The problem is there are too many problems instead of one. Oh my God, yeah. Pick one. Like, I mean, you always hear Nick and them talking about, well, it's not exact evidence, but it's the totality of everything together, right? Well, fucking give me the totality. I could just be a dope. I could give you fucking some totality that I've read, and this isn't my opinions or nothing, the only reason I'm spouting them is because they are from court filings, real Delphi court filings about all this shit. The Odin guards admitted to it. Wall admits to it. The other doctor, they're giving him Halidol against forced Halidol, and they're saying he's feigning, like all these contradictions. And then Gallipo's admitting that the suicide companions weren't supposed to be talking to Richard Allen, but they were, and the fucking lights are on 24/7. And all this when he's an innocent man on pretrial detainment. And then fucking what else was there? Oh my God. I can't even think. Oh, those fucking big, huge guards wearing, the Odinist guards. Richard Allen a few times would refuse, like he was standing near the door, right? And you know how they have those where you'd have to put your hands through to be able to put handcuffs on them? He was standing there with his hands through them a couple times, and they were like, put your hands back through. And he's like, nope. And then they probably gave him a couple warnings. They fucking tasered him because he wouldn't put his hands back through. They used a fucking taser on him. Oh my God. Then they walked him around with a leash, all shackled up like fucking Hannibal Lecter. Oh my God. What else was there? Whew. Then the whole Walla thing. So Walla's admitting to all that and breaking policies, and the guards. Gallipo knew about the guards also wearing the patches, so he's breaking some rules, right? Because obviously they shouldn't be. And then the guards were admitted to that, and oh fuck, yeah, there's so much of it. I think none of the witnesses have spoken in public because they know this case is a lie and are too embarrassed to speak up. Either way, so that's why they didn't want to have a trial that used sketches to find a guy. Those sketches weren't admitted at trial. They weren't used at trial. Sketches, A, because they contradict each other, and B, because they don't want to bring it. Nick and Cleano didn't want to talk about the sketches because the especially the three witnesses that were there. They wanted to blow over it because all three of them, from what it looks like and sounds like, all three of the different witnesses saw a different guy, and none of them saw Richard Allen, because none of them would point to Richard Allen. You know, don't you see it? How many movies? We're all watching movies and TV shows and even real trials on here. At the very, before or after they do the questioning of witnesses, they say, "Oh, and can you point that man out to us here?" Do you see? And they say, "Oh, is that man sitting right there?" And they say, "Yes, it's blah blah blah, Richard Allen. That's the man I saw, and he's sitting right there, and he's wearing the orange jumpsuit with the bow tie, and yes, so they're clear. That's the guy." Not one of them in trial said that. They didn't even say, "Is that the guy?" So all three of them can't point to him and say that's the guy they saw, and none of them are describing the same guy. Fucking wild. Yeah. Gull was right up in there. All those times, yeah, Dina recused, but Gull, there was times when they were calling Gull for advice about, I think it was Baston, when he didn't want to come out of his cell, and oh my gosh. Yeah, it's wild. There's just so much. But whatever, the totality, I don't know. I'm not, these appeal lawyers, they must, I don't know if they have to pick the best one, or can they just give up all of them? And then the whole totality, I don't know how it works, but if his case doesn't get an appeal or whatever, then nobody ever will, in my opinion. So there's that. Oh, keep reading. Where the fuck was I? Was I here? Odin. Oh boy, I do this every time. I was here somewhere. First time, but I was probably here. And I probably went down to so I'll just go on. Odinite correction officers Robinson and Jones would walk Richard Allen to and from his attorney's visit. So this is what they're going to tell you about. He had him on a leash. They have a fucking camcorder in his face, literal hand camcorder in his face. And he's there as an innocent person because he's on suicide watch or safekeeping, for his safety. And they're fucking torturing him worse than all these Guantanamo fucking terrorists are getting tortured. And everyone's fine with it in the state of Indiana or even the whole of USA. Why isn't everyone flipping out? Because at that time, he was innocent until proven guilty. And they treated him like that. So away we go. Richard Allen to and from his attorney's visits, as well as on one occasion when Richard Allen visited with his wife, always wearing these embroidered patches, the guards. For a period, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones were also videotaping Richard Allen and his interaction with his attorneys. This ended only upon complaint by Richard's attorneys after several visits. Additionally, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones were always close enough to Richard to be assured that Richard did not feel comfortable talking to his attorneys or his wife without knowing that these Odinist guards were within earshot of anything he would tell his lawyers or his wife. So from Max's affidavit. Here we go. Max Baker and Matt Hoffman have both been a part of Richard Allen's defense team since December 2022 and have met with Richard on several occasions. Paragraph 10 of Max Baker's affidavit, Exhibit 115, provides insight into some of what's going on at Westville with Odinist guards Jones and Robinson. Sorry, guys, took a drink. So this would be from Max Baker. And if you don't know Max Baker, again, Max Baker is Rosie's, they'll probably say it. He's Rosie's intern, the young guy that helped out at trial. So during one memorable visit on May 4th, 2023, myself, Attorney Baldwin, and Attorney Rosie met with Richard Allen to discuss matters involving the case. At this time, Richard Allen was in a mental and physical state of deterioration, and was nearly non-communicative. During the visit, Richard Allen repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay, and if his family was okay. Like he's got shell shock, like they're fucking probably whispering when the camera's not around, like, how's your wife? I saw your daughter, who know, I'm not saying they did, just possibility, right? Because he sounds shell shocked at this point, like a fucking torture victim, like a he kept asking if his wife was okay and if his family was okay. He claimed on a couple of occasions that they were going to kill him. When asked who he was referring to as they, Richard Allen responded by saying the guys with the Odin patches. Up to this point, in the legal process, Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned Odinist or Odinism to Richard Allen, either directly or indirectly the first time. Either indirectly or indirectly. The first time I'm aware of any mention of Odinist involvement to Richard Allen was during a visit on August 25th, 2023, when Kathy Allen attended and a discussion occurred between attorney and client regarding ties to the crime scene. So, at an August 10th, 2023 deposition, the defense finally revealed to Dick Jerry Holman, one of the main investigators on this case, that the defense knew that the evidence exposed the high likelihood that Odinists committed these murders by laying out the evidence right in front of Dick Holman. Up until that time, the defense had strategically played dumb about possessing any knowledge of the Odinist involvement. This strategy was in place for many reasons. However, the defense finally revealed its knowledge to Dick Jerry Holman on August 10th, 2023. 1 week later, during their first attorney visit since that August 10th, 2023 deposition, Sergeant Robinson, as usual, dropped Rick off at the attorney meeting. Sergeant Jones was absent on this visit. However, something else was also different on this visit. Notably missing from Sergeant Robinson's uniform were the Odinist patches that Richard's defense team had taken note of on every attorney visit ever since April 3rd, 2023. Perhaps not so coincidentally after Dick Jerry Holman became aware of the defense team's knowledge of the Odinist involvement in the murders. Magically, those patches were removed from Robinson's uniform, leaving blank spots where the patches used to be displayed on the very next. Oh, so they were like sewed on. So he had, oh my. I always kind of assumed that they were like, I watched a lot of those arrest videos and stuff, the body cam stuff, and you see the cops wearing like those vests with like Velcro on them, and they can kind of put patches and stuff on. But here they're saying that magically the patches were removed from Robinson's uniform, like right on the shirt. They were leaving like you would see if somebody had a black patch there and took it off. There would be like the little wherever they were, like if they were sewn on and then removed. So where the patches used to be displayed on the very next visit. That's cool. What was it again? 175. Sorry. Nothing. The defense would remind the court that also, perhaps, not so coincidentally, Tony Liggett was the only person that refused to support the transport of Richard Allen out of Westville when other options, Cass County, were available. Liggett cited as his sole reason for rejecting Richard Allen being moved from Westville, 76 miles away, to Cass County, Logansport, is that he, Liggett, would have difficulty transporting Richard Allen to Delphi from Logansport for hearings and trial. A distance of less than 20 miles, 176 addendum. Nothing again. Sorry. Oh shit. Sometimes my mouse literally just disappears till I got 3 monitors. One's below and one's over, and they're extended so I can kind of go down and over to all these different screens. And my mouse just fucking, for no reason, just takes off. So that's weird. Certainly, state police were available to assist in transport if Carroll County could not, yet Liggett refused to agree to the transport. leaving Richard Allen in Westville guarded by Odinists. When factoring everything contained in this memorandum, Liggett's objection to moving Richard Allen to Cass County over transportation concerns is troubling, especially when the patches were moved after the depots. Also filed contemporaneously with the Franks motion and memorandum is the defense's emergency request to transport Richard Allen out of Westville to the Cass County Jail. Despite Tony Liggett's objection to the same, as the defense has legitimate concerns of Richard's safety once this motion and memorandum are filed. Beyond Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson wearing in Odin We Trust patches, what else links them to Odinism? Ooh. Oh boy. Quick drink, one sec. And we're back. Am I new? Look at you, Lola. So are you just waking up all perky and stuff? You weirdo. Getting up in the morning like a normal, weird human. Oh boy. I think none of the witnesses. Oh, did I see that? Yeah, you read that. I read that. And you guys having fun? Everything little as fuck. You think so? Really? I don't know. I mean, I think this. No. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I don't think we have to take it as a totality, because even if you just think of, like, for me, I'm a dummy, but what about like his treatment at Westville? Okay, so he's an innocent guy, right? And they're using the confessions. That's the main thing, right? He confessed and said he's, and where did they get those confessions? Out of Westville. But what was happening at Westville was, there was like a solitary, and their policy says 30 days maximum or whatever. The whole world and Geneva Convention and all that stuff says 15 to 30 days, and they had him in 395 days for his safekeeping, So there's all these violations, which would basically be civil rights violations. And then all the shit, the person that said he confessed to him, Monica Walla, she was committing violations, right? Looking up people in the database, and she wasn't supposed to. And what was the other one? Oh, admitting to doing things like talking on Gray Hughes' site and YouTube about Delphi. And I don't know if it was Facebook groups, whatever. She admitted to that on the stand. So that's wrong. That's a policy violations. And Gallup, who admitted to violations of knowing the suicide guys were communicating when they shouldn't have been with him, because he got pissed and had to remove them off of there. And the other stuff with the patches, he knew the guards were wearing patches. There's lots of violation of their policies. And basically policies, like, I guess, little laws inside, So there's also, what was the last one? Oh, the guards themselves admitting to, wearing their patches and doing that stuff. And then I don't know if it was a policy violation for to get a tattoo on his face, but he went and did that after he had to remove the patches. So they're pretty defiant. And I'm sure there's more I'm thinking of. Oh, and so the older man, the doctor, also admitted he was feigning the illness. At the same time, they were giving him forced Haldol injections. So, and there's got to be more. The lights being on 24/7, and honest to God, that doesn't happen at Guantanamo Bay to terrorists. And this is still an innocent citizen of the United States on pretrial detainment. So I think that would be a good one to go with, in my opinion. Although I could be wrong. I guess we'll wait to see what they come up with, right? So I don't even. I see what you're saying. Like, I don't know if they can just kind of. You always hear, Nick, the totality of it all. Putting it all together, like. Or if in this situation, I'm not sure. We'll find out. They have to kind of go with the biggest ones and kind of pick the biggest one or two. I'm not sure, but I don't know how that works. To me, there's got to be whatever they decide is the biggest, the best chance to go with, if they're limited to that, I'm sure it'll be a doozy still. So we'll find out soon, because I guess if they're getting that extension, it might be we'll have to know by the 17th or whatever, if they get that extension from, so there's that. And I'll keep reading. Sergeant Jones, Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson's relationship with Odinism went beyond the patches that they each proudly displayed while transporting Richard Allen to and from his attorney's visits. Sergeant Robinson. On his page, Sergeant Robinson does not hide his devotion to Odinism. On June, I forgot about all this stuff too. Those fucking motherfuckers bench pressing 3 plates aside, if you've ever tried to bench press 2 plates, I swear to God to you, if you can bench press 2 plates, man, you're a fucking strong person. 3 plates, 3 45-pound plates aside, and this guy's got it on his Facebook. He's about to bench press them. I don't know how many he does. If he does even one down to his chest and up with 3 plates aside on the bars 45 too, holy fuck, these guys are strong as fuck. That's a lot of weight. So on June 25th, 2023, Robinson posted a photo of what the defense would call an altar featuring horns, antlers, and Thor's hammer, and a dish sitting atop some type of animal fur, with various runes decorating the outer edges of the dish. All these items were placed in what appears to be a circular wooden platter, 177. Addendum 177. Nothing. Just so it's all exhibits except this last one looks good. So 180 I'll go look at. So it appears that Sergeant Jones liked Sergeant Robinson's Odin altar post. Sergeant Robinson's altar to Odin is similar to an altar to Odin posted by Brad Holder. As stated by Max Baker in his affidavit, Sergeant Robinson was involved in transporting Richard Allen to most, if not all, of his attorney's visits. Sergeant Robinson always wore his Odin patches. Right here is a nexus to Odin. Forget about if they want to say forget it, the 2 guards that were watching Richard Allen were Odinists. Isn't that a nexus? Oh my gosh. However, that changed following Holman's contentious August 10th, 2023 deposition. In that deposition, which has been attached and provided to the court as an exhibit, about 2/3 of the way through the deposition, Holman begins getting called out by the defense for Unified Command's incompetent handling of the Odin aspect of the investigation. It was also at that point in the deposition that the defense began asking critical questions concerning the way that Unified Command handled the investigation of Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Johnny Messer, and Elvis Fields. 180. Holman's deposition has been provided for the court. The contentiousness of the deposition began on page 210 and lasted throughout the rest of the deposition. Yeah, because he was definitely, Holman was like taking shots back. Oh no, I think the reason it was because Richard Allen didn't, So you will note that nowhere in that deposition did the defense reveal to Holman that the defense was aware that Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones were wearing the In Odin We Trust patches. Attorney Rosie and defense team member Max Baker visited Richard Allen on August 17th, 2023, only 7 days after the contentious deposition with Holman, in which it became obvious that the defense was fully aware of the strong evidence that Odinists committed the murders. See, they're getting it right now, right? That makes me wonder if they were typing Odinite intentionally here. I wish the defense would address that. Yeah, we were saying Odinist, but these fuckers are typing it to make us Odinite to make us look like assholes. Because it looks, or not, then I think they look like assholes if they really were saying Odinites. Committed the murders. At this August 17th, 2017 visitation, as Max Baker states in his affidavit, Sergeant Robinson no longer was wearing the patch. 181. Addendum 181. If you hear me say that, then nothing. If you're just listening, and if I say like a 181 or 3-digit number, that's an addendum, one of those little numbers, and I'm going down and looking for it at the bottom of the page kind of thing. Sometimes they're pretty important. So that one wasn't. And one quick second, sorry. Oh boy, here we go. The defense team. Oh, so I should quickly just check. You guys okay? Anyone new? Still 23 people. That's cool. You guys good? Hope you're having fun. You're still here. That's always good, even if you're sleeping. Shh, be quiet for the sleep for everyone who's sleeping, which is probably most of you. The defense team has no direct knowledge as to whether Dick Jerry Holman or anyone from Unified Command contacted Sergeant Robinson or anyone else from Westville to alert them that Rick's defense team was fully aware that evidence supported Odinists. Like, why are they getting it right all of a sudden now? What's changed? Being involved in the murders. However, because like this whole fucking thing was Odinite. However, it is certainly a curiosity that deserves attention and consideration. As Max Baker also describes in his affidavit, Sergeant Robinson was also within a few feet of Richard Allen during Richard's meeting with his wife, Kathy. The 2 visits that Richard had with his wife were without the hustle and bustle and noise of other inmates during their visitation. While Warden Gallipoo may claim that Westville was doing Richard a favor by allowing him privacy with his wife, the defense views it differently. With no other inmates in the room was completely quiet. Oh, I see what they're saying. Yeah, so they'd be able, with the tape recorder, be able to catch the audio. Yet, if everyone was in there, you don't want people, all that shit noise in the background would make it impossible for them to catch the audio. And meanwhile, they weren't even supposed to be catching the audio. They were just supposed to be watching him for his safekeeping. So with no other inmates in the room was completely quiet. Sergeant Robinson could hear everything that Richard told his wife. Certainly, Robinson and Jones stood close enough to Richard to intimidate Richard from talking openly and honestly to his wife about what was going on at Westville. Additionally, in their combined 50-plus years of practicing criminal defense, attorneys Baldwin and Rosie have never had their purported confidential attorney visits videotaped with a handheld camcorder. Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson, beginning April 3rd, 2023, began videotaping Richard Allen's interactions with his attorneys. Particularly outrageous was the fact that Richard Allen was required to face the camcorder from about 10 feet away through glass. This means that so they're making him, look this way, and they're obviously saying, oh, it's because he could commit suicide. He could, we have to keep eyes on him. Hey, all an excuse because it's in the safekeeping order and stuff, so that Richard's mouth was being videotaped. This means that Richard Allen was not able to speak freely to his attorneys and say things like, what I was thinking, they should have maybe brought in one of those little masks and gave Richard a mask, those little white ones, just to cover his lips from, so his lips couldn't be read. You know what I'm saying? Like a little COVID diaper mask face thingy. They're stating that if I don't tell my wife that I'm guilty, then they said they're going to harm my wife. If Richard were to say anything like that, it would be on video. Remember, Richard Allen continuously asked his defense team if Richard's wife, was okay, and if his family was okay. Addendum 182. Nothing. The defense has obtained video from the prison. One of the videos that we obtained show the aftermath of something that happened to Richard Allen. Find attached a still shot of Richard Allen taken from a video that Westville produced. The defense does not have the exact date, but the video indicates that the video was taken between May 26th and May 30th. The still shot is attached to this memorandum and filed as Exhibit 121. The defense is not sure exactly what happened to Richard Allen that caused him to look the way depicted in the still shot. Whether it was self-harm or something else, the fact that Richard is being watched by Odinists and the evidence strongly supports Odinist involvement in the murders causes great concern for the defense in terms of Rick's safety. Additionally, in Matt Hoffman's affidavit, Matt Hoffman is a defense investigator, affidavit, you will find that the last hearing on June 15th, 2023, Rick was constantly pleading with the guards not to shock him. Please don't shock me. Please don't shock me. Please don't shock me. Matt Hoffman indicated that Rick made that comment in front of multiple guards and in front of multiple members of Rick's defense team. So Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones's Facebook posts reveal his ties to Odinism. Find attached an image taken from Sergeant Jones's Facebook page marked as Exhibit 122. As you can see, the interlocking triangles that appear on Sergeant Jones's patch also appear in his photo. You will also notice a rune in the lower left-hand corner of the photo. It is hard to see because it is in black. Also, remember that Sergeant Jones liked Sergeant Robinson's altar to Odin. The defense would request the court to review Max Baker's affidavit to learn of Sergeant Jones's involvement in guarding Richard Allen. It is nearly identical to Sergeant Robinson's involvement. So the conclusion of Part 4. They don't teach you in law school what to do when your client, who is accused of murder, is being guarded by members of a religious cult whose members evidence strongly supports were the actual murderers. 183 addendum. So 183. Again, the defense is not claiming that Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson are involved in the murders, just that they are Odinists, member of the same religious cult that evidence strongly supports were involved in the murders of Abby and Libby. You should say group, whatever. Oh, whatever. So, yet, that is where we are. At some point in time, coincidences cease to be coincidences. Yeah, the fact that Liggett did not want Richard Allen to be removed from Westville, purportedly over transportation issues, is curious. The fact that Odinists are guarding Richard is very concerning, or at the very least curious considering the evidence discussed in this memorandum. The fact that Sergeant Robinson stopped wearing his In Odin We Trust patches within days of Dick Jerry Holman and the Unified Command learning that the defense was fully aware of the evidence linking Odinists to the crime scene, and that the Unified Command had avoided investigating Odinists is curious. Even worse, Unified Command Jerry Holman went to Turco, and Turco said, "Yeah, something's there, real, fake, whatever. Something curious is there. I don't know what to call it, but some fuckers that would drink from a horn or even play LARPing in the woods and fanboys, something was there." He didn't know exactly what, but he saw evidence that some form of it was there. Call it what you want. Odinism, blanket term, Norse pit, whatever. So then Holman lies about it, says he didn't say that, lies about it, says he said other things, that it wasn't there, and then fucking hides his whole identity and the whole report and how to get a hold of him. But he used that report that he had. He used that to clear Brad Holder. Do that with what you want. Do with that what you want. Again, the court must determine whether Liggett acted intentionally or recklessly when he omitted or lied about information when he, Liggett, drafted the affidavit for search warrant. The defense would ask the court to consider that Liggett objecting to Richard Allen's transfer to Cass County over transportation issues is evidence intentionally in that Liggett wanted Allen to remain in Westville. guarded by Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones and any other Odinist that the defense of whom the defense has not learned works at Westville. Oh boy. Still tons more. Should I go through this? I might as well power through this. It's only another few more pages. We're at 129. Let's do this. You guys ready? Don't fucking write it. We'll do it. We're going live. Part 4. Richard Allen has no ties to Odinism or any religious cult and has no ties to the crime scene. Tony Liggett has testified under oath that there is no DNA linking Richard Allen to the crime scene. Addendum 184. None of these are good. They're all about just page numbers of a deposition. So I will skip every one of these fucking numbers I see plastered everywhere. Liggett further has testified that he is unaware of anything that links Richard to the crime through his phone, computers, or electronics. Liggett has further testified that he is unaware of any evidence that links Richard Allen to any weird religious cult groups. Jerry Holman has testified to the following. There's no DNA linking Richard Allen to the crime scene. No data extracted from Richard Allen's phone connects him to the murders. No data extracted from Libby's phone connected Richard to the murders. There is no evidence that Richard Allen is or was connected to any other suspects in this case. There is no evidence found on social media that connects Richard Allen to the murders. There is no evidence extracted from Richard Allen's computer that connects him to the murders. There is no fingerprint evidence that connects Richard Allen to the murders. This section is very short because there is simply no evidence linking Richard Allen to the murders. However, in this affidavit for search warrant, Liggett attempted to drum up as much connectivity as he could muster between Richard Allen and the murders to convince Judge Bloodlust Diener that it was more likely than not that evidence of the murders would be found in Richard Allen's house and vehicles after 5 years. Here, essentially, is what Liggett swore and affirmed linked Richard Allen to the crime. So Richard Allen was on the trails sometime between 1:30 and 3:30. That's so, the fact that they have to throw sometime in there. Like, what if it was 1:31? Still fucked up. Richard owns a blue coat. Oh my God. Where does one get a blue coat? That's weird. Richard owns guns. In the state of Indiana, especially. That's weird. Richard owns knives. 5. Liggett's claim that withholding key evidence that a black Ford Focus was parked at the CPS building between 1:30 and 4 p.m. Liggett's claim, while withholding key evidence that Betsy Blair observed a man on a bridge that Liggett claimed was Richard Allen. Yeah. Right. So she sees the guy in the blue coat. Liggett claims it's Richard Allen, and then the next witness sees no blue coat. 7. Liggett's claim, while withholding key evidence that Sarah Carbaugh observed a man walking down the road that Liggett claims 1 was Richard Allen, and also 2 the same man that Betsy Blair viewed on the high bridge. And that's it. So yeah, Liggett claims the Carbaugh saw Richard Allen walking down the road. 2, Betsy Blair saw the same guy on the high bridge. Yet they're wearing different colored coats, for one. And don't forget, Betsy Blair saw a young guy with poofy hair. Yeah, don't forget. And she said it was a 10 out of 10 match. Betsy Blair. So Betsy Blair saw a 10 out of 10 match to her sketch with poofy hair and I guess a blue coat. I'm not confused, but whatever it is. Whatever. You know what we're trying to say here. You work it out and tell me later. That's it. That's all. With all the evidence linking Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, Johnny Messer, and Rod Abrams to the murders, as discussed in Part 11, Liggett did not seek a single search warrant for any of those high-level suspects. None. However, 26 days before the election, Liggett made a choice to seek a search warrant for Richard Allen's house based upon the items 1 to 7 above. So let's run through this one by one. One. Richard Allen was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30. The single solitary source for this information is Dan Doolin from the Department of Natural Resources. Therefore, in order confidentially trust that Richard Allen actually said that he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30, as stated in Liggett's affidavit, Dan Doolin's work product would also have to be trusted. Words matter when talking to someone. For example, if the exchange between Dan Doolin and Richard Allen was this: Richard, we think the girls were abducted between 1:30 and 3:30. Were you on the trail at any point in time between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. on February 17th? And Richard answered yes. That does not mean that Richard Allen was actually on the trail the entire time between 1:30 and 3:30. However, Doolin could memorialize that exchange as Richard claiming he was on the trail the entire 2-hour time span. If so, Doolin's report would be inaccurate. Therefore, Doolin's accuracy in writing reports may need to be considered and scrutinized. The defense does not have to go very far in scrutinizing Doolin's accuracy in report writing. It can start with the report Doolin wrote about his interaction with Richard Allen. The conversation between Richard Allen and Dan Doolin came about when Richard Allen called the tip line to provide the limited information that he, Richard, may have had from his time on the trail that day. Doolin and Richard met at a grocery store in Delphi. At the conclusion of Doolin's interview with Richard Allen, Doolin, prepared his report. However, Doolin screwed up the most basic of tasks, getting the name right. Yeah. So we'll trust him, the guy who can't write the name right. Doolin was so sloppy in drafting his report that he put Richard Allen's name into the system as Richard Allen Whiteman, Addendum 194. 194. When Liggett was asked if Doolin made any mistakes in the report that Doolin drafted following his interview, Liggett responded, I don't. None that I'm aware of, no. Liggett deposition, whatever. But fellow Unified Command member Dick Jerry Holman had a different answer. There was an error. I don't know if it was processing or whatever you want to call it, but at some point it got lost in the shuffle and entirely entered incorrectly. Holman's deposition. But before being forced to sell their house and move away from the community that they loved because of the horrific allegations that Rick brutally murdered 2 young girls, Rick Allen, and his wife Kathy lived for many years on Whiteman Drive. This is probably the source of Doolin's mistake. Find Exhibit 123, Doolin's unclassified FOUO report affiliated with DIN, which shows DNR officer Dan Doolin identifying Richard Allen as Rick Allen Whiteman in the system. Well, since we can't necessarily trust DNR Dan's accuracy in writing reports, at least there would be a tape recording that would be able to provide the precise words used by Richard Allen, right? Wrong. Find attached Exhibit 124, which is a report provided to the defense in discovery from DNR Dan concerning his interview of Richard Allen. In this report, DNR Dan wrote the following: I checked my audio recordings and cannot find one for him. I will keep looking because I'm sure I recorded every interaction I had related to my assigned leads. So get that, yeah. He's sure he recorded, right? But the one man that said he was on the bridge didn't get recorded. Oh boy. And this motherfucker's the captain. Doofus Dan Doolin has been promoted to captain. Of course, another source of information of what time Richard Allen was on the trails that day is Richard Allen himself. As discussed previously in this memorandum, Richard Allen told Liggett that he, Richard Allen, arrived on the trails around noon and left around 1:30 p.m. This was information that Liggett concealed from Judge Bloodlust Diener. Richard's black Ford Focus was not parked at the CPS building at 2:15 p.m. according to Betsy Blair. This was also information that Liggett concealed from Judge Bloodlust Diener. Liggett also failed to inform Judge Bloodlust Diener that DNR doofus Dan cannot be trusted to perform the most basic of tasks when conducting an investigation. Get the name right. Liggett swearing under oath that Richard Allen was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 based upon Dan Doolin's lost and unrecorded interview may not be the best benchmark for Judge Bloodlust Diener to rely on. Unfortunately, Judge Bloodlust Diener would not know the unreliability of Doofus Doolin's report because Liggett never let him know. 2. Richard Allen owns a blue coat, as do fucking millions of other men. 3. Richard owns guns, as do millions of other men. 4. Richard owns knives, as do millions of other men. But what Richard doesn't do is Richard isn't a blacksmith who makes knives. But Brad Holder is. Probably, obviously nothing. Imagine Richard was a blacksmith who made knives. Oh boy, they'd be fucking all over that for sure, eh? Especially like ceremonial type knives or whatever, you know. Odin knives. 5. His black Ford Focus was parked at the CPS building between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. As the court knows by now, at 2:15 p.m., Betsy Blair observed a vehicle parked at the old CPS lot that resembled a 1965 non-black Comet with an angular design. This was not Richard Allen's vehicle. More importantly, Tony Liggett concealed this fact from Judge Bloodlust Diener. 6. Betsy Blair observed a man on a bridge that Liggett claimed was Richard Allen. As the court knows by now, the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge was a 20-year-old kid with brown, poofy hair that did not resemble Rick. Like, Rick has never had poofy hair. Or probably not since he was fucking in high school like me. Imagine describing me as someone with poofy hair, eh? This is not surprising considering that Rick Allen left the Monon Trail at 1:30 and therefore was not on the high bridge when Betsy Blair observed the 20-year-old kid. Rick's black Ford Focus was not on the CPS lot at 2:15, which is further evidence that Rick Allen was not on that bridge as he had already left the trails. Again, Liggett concealed that Betsy Blair identified a young man on the bridge and not Rick Allen. 7. Sarah Carbaugh observed a man walking down the road that Liggett claims 1. was Richard Allen and also 2. the same man that Betsy Blair viewed on the high bridge. As the court knows by now, Sarah Carbaugh observed a man wearing a tan coat and muddy pants. This man does not meet the description of the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge, which according to Liggett is the same man that Carbaugh observed on 300 North. And because Richard Allen's black Ford Focus was not at the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m. when Betsy Blair passed by and saw a 1965 Comet-looking car at the CPS lot, Richard Allen could not have been the man walking down 300 North. Liggett lied to Judge Bloodlust Diener when he, Liggett, claimed that in 2017, Sarah Carbaugh observed a man with a blue coat and muddy and bloody clothing. Conclusion. Richard Allen is not connected to these horrific murders in any way. Liggett attempted to convince Judge Bloodlust Diener that evidence of the murders would be found in Rick's home over 5 years after the girls were slain based upon the 7 enumerated reasons identified above. If Liggett had been honest, then Judge Bloodlust Diener would not have signed the warrant. Liggett wasn't honest, though. Richard's lack of any connection whatsoever to the crime scene, combined with Liggett's lies and concealments, merit a Frank's hearing. Conclusion of the memorandum. To prevail on its request for the court to set this matter for a Franks hearing, the defense must make a substantial preliminary showing that omitted or false statements were made, knowingly or intentionally, or with reckless disregard. If the trial court concludes that omitted facts or false statements were necessary for the finding of probable cause, the trial court should set a hearing on defendant's request. Franks v. Delaware, Second Circuit, 1978. Indiana's Girth Court actually provided a simple way to assess whether a Franks hearing is justified. Is the concealed and false information contained in the brief the type of information that any reasonable person would have known was the kind of thing that the judge would wish to know? Girth v. State, Indiana Court Appellate 2016, quoting Wilson v. Russo, Third Circuit 2000, and also State v. Vance, Indiana Court of Appeals 2019. So they were just stating like precedents from other cases. The defense provided a very, very long and detailed analysis of the facts because the court must determine whether evidence exists that Liggett acted intentionally or that Liggett acted with reckless disregard. The defense believes that the very long and detailed analysis of the facts was necessary to provide a very strong foundation from which this court could conclude that Liggett acted intentionally or with reckless disregard. Or more simply put, the very detailed analysis of the facts allows the court to conclude that yes, the omitted information and false information identified in the memorandum is the type of information that Judge Bloodless-Diener would have wanted to know before signing the warrant. Girth at 375. Wherefore, Richard Allen, by and through his attorneys Andrew J. Baldwin and Bradley A. Rosie, request that this court set this case for a Franks hearing, at which time the defense will be asking for the search warrant to be deemed illegal and the fruits of the illegal warrant to be suppressed. Respectfully submitted, Andrew Baldwin, Bradley A. Rosie, Certificate of Service, and a copy of Baldwin Rosie. That's it. Oh boy. So there we go. Wowza, I made it. Oh my gosh. 7 hours again. This is wild. Still 25 people here. Oh my gosh. So, if there's anyone here, I guess we'll be saying our goodbyes. If you'd like to, or if you have anything I'll kind of quick through, I'm not ignoring your comments. So you should cover the Kevin Murphy 12-page Odin report if you get the chance. Didn't I do that? I probably did. I'll double check, but I probably did. I've been reading a lot of stuff. 12-page. I probably did, but I might have didn't. I'll double check on that. I'll let you know next time. If I did, I'll go back and I'll rename it because I do remember reading something that was 12 or 13 pages. I'm sure I probably did because I've read a whole bunch of shit. Thank you, Marissa. Well done. Thank you. Thanks for being here. And you just getting back or what? Hi, everyone. So it's laugh out loud. We call those addendum. Is that right? You keep. Oh, sorry. Huh. Is it not an addendum? Fuck. I feel like such an ass. I have been calling it. It's a footnote, right? Oh, shit. What's an addendum? I'm an idiot. Thank you. Well, at least you're going to save me now. You're the first one who's told me I've been doing it. Probably been doing it in every live stream I've had the last 10 days. Oh my gosh. It's not an addendum, right? Oh, fuck. I don't even want to know. It's so depressing. It's a footnote, right? So is that like the number? Oh boy. I told you I was a dope. But from now on, I'm going to double check. If that's a footnote, well then gosh dang it, I'm going to call it a footnote. And I'm going to rename it. If you're the first one that's told me this, I thank you so much. It'll be a Judy Wilkie footnote. Okay? Okay, maybe I'll just do a JW footnote or something cool in your honor. All right? Yeah. Thanks for telling me. Guess it's never too late to learn you're a boob. So That appeal turkey is going to be well stuffed, definitely. Time for Xmas for McClellan and Holm. Yeah, it is weird though, especially in the beginning when he was an innocent guy, and all those fuckers that are doing all this lying and that, and Judge Gull, and they're all so sitting around and the holidays, and he's in there rotting away, even before he was convicted. So every little thing. Oh, I read that. Supposed to be separate from. Oh, I read that one. So. So after Diener recused, they should have had a hearing on the safekeeping, but that's not enough because a judge signed off on it, right? Yeah, none of the witnesses, yeah, we saw this, spoken in public because they know this case is a lie and are too embarrassed probably, or afraid, or waiting for their other half of their check. I don't know. Possibly, but I agree. And okay, so if anyone's still here, 27 people. I feel guilty. You guys, there's no way I'm going to read more. This is weird. Shabby. Don't worry about the typo. Keep it. Love Shabby. Shabby. How many watch hours is the channel up to? Mine? Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't even know. They keep sending me it. I'll tell you right now if you want to know. I'll go to my Facebook or my thingy. So it tells me. It keeps saying, "Great job, you dope." It's okay. Watch time hours. In the last 28 days, it says 3,400. But all time, I think there's one that shows me. Oh, on the YouTube, it shows me an all time thing, I think. So there's that. And I know it's like 13,300 or something. I'll double check. Because I had a few dumb videos before my RC cars, but wasn't much watch time before I started doing all this. It says, where do I find? Oh, it's in my view, thing. More. Oh, that's views. Where do I see that then? Oh, the analytics. It says 210 subs, 13,700 views, 1,000 likes, 153 comments, 53 shares, and 2,300 views in the last 7 days. Was there more analytics or I've seen that watch hour thing. That's probably what I told you the first time. Well, I don't know. I enjoy reading this stuff. Now that I'm good at StreamYard, I will definitely, I should, when I start getting bored of this, I should go through and kind of make, I can cut these also into videos. I have them all downloaded, right? Instead of putting timestamps, I should make an hour of this video, and I'll put them as videos. So I guess you'll know if you'll know when I post them. So, because these marathon streams, I can't see. It's 29 people here. So that's wild. Must be people falling asleep. Must be. But anyways, I'm honored and I should probably finish this up because it's 7 hours and 18 minutes and there's 29 people. I feel guilty with that many people. Should I do more? You guys like something else? Or would you like to just stay and talk about anything? I feel guilty shutting it down with 29 people. I don't know if it is still the way, but you used to have so many watch hours to get money. Oh yeah, it tells me. Oh, that. I can tell you because it's I have a long way. Yeah. Oh, because it says earn and down. Oh, right. So this one says I think it says you have to have 500 subs to even apply for it, and I'm at 210. So it's there's a blue line that's not even halfway. There's 3 video uploads in the last 90 days, so I meet that criteria. Oh, so and one of the following 2,500. So you need 3,000 watch hours in the last 365 days. So my blue line's almost at the end. I'm at 2,535 valid public watch hours of the 3,000 needed. But then I think that's just so you can apply. So then I go to the bottom and it says you need eligibility is 210 subs. I have of 1,000, and you need 4,000 ones for the eligibility, I guess. So I'm at 2,535 valid public watch hours of the 4,000 you would need to be monetized. So it's probably mine is, if I keep up this, I'll need subscribers, if anything, because I'm at 210 and I'll need 1,000 or 500, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know. I think 500 is to apply. Showing eligibility. Well, it's the first eligibility. I don't know what it's for. I think it's about applying. I need 500 subs. I have 210. So the watch hours I'll be at soon. So that's no problem. And all the other stuff I meet. So it'll be, I need more subs. And I'll need 1,000 subs after that for whatever they want. And another 1,000 hours. But yeah, I don't know. People are watching, I guess. 29 people still here. So I should, even if they're sleeping, I should probably leave this running and go to sleep myself. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. But you know what I'm saying? There's 28 people. So I guess I'll say good night. Okie doke. Last questions. Any last questions? Awesome. Now we need to make everyone like, oh yeah, thank you. Share, yeah, like, comment, leave comments under the videos. I think that helps. And just all you being here, watching and commenting, thank you. Check out the Texas Aggie pre-law student who was, oh no, what happened? Was just killed. They're calling it suicide, but there's no way. Yeah, lots of suspicious suicides, eh? And good night, Judy Wilkie. Thank you for being here. And Marissa Beth, awesome. Yeah, if you guys ever want to like or comment, I don't know, you can just throw some in the bottom below. Put a bunch of emojis if you want, or ask any questions. I'll get back to you. Or my top-notch staff, Nicole and maybe V and Fishy, will answer your questions, because the mods can do stuff like that or whatever. Anybody can, I guess, too. So I guess just, the interaction, the comments, and I don't know, watching any of the other lives. And, if you're bored, clean your house, put one of them on and let it play, or whatever you like. If it makes you happy, it makes me happy too. Mm-hmm. So if you're still here, good night, RC 99.1. Yeah, I'll definitely check on it, because I'm positive I read something that was like 13 pages. I'm pretty sure I've read it. So I'll find it for you, and I'll you know what? I'll rename it. I might have already done it. I don't even know. Next time I see you, I'll remember to let you know. I think it might be in my lives already. So if you're still here, good night, USA, Libertarian. Good night, Sunflower Lola. Just reporting, left a while ago, but good night. Kelly Lou Brown was here a while ago. Good night if you're still here. Lita Joe, Carol, if you're still around, good night. Anybody who's still listening, good night. Pop Culture, Paula, good night. And that's as far as I'm going to go back. Alrighty. Oh, Peggy shows up. Look at you. Good morning. How dare you? How dare you with good morning? Oh, I'm about to go to sleep for 8 hours. Hi, Peggy. How are you? What are you doing waking up this early like a normal human? You weirdo. All right. I was just about to leave, but if Peggy needs any last, you have enough. If you can go back and watch this. I've been talking for fucking 7 hours and 20. Is this crazy, Peggy, for me? I've had over 30 people this whole time, pretty much, except recently. At one point, I think my highest was 34 people or 33. Is that crazy to me keep talking? I kind of figured that if I see more than 20 people or 10 people, I should keep reading stuff. And I think it's mostly because most of these people may have fallen asleep, and they're like slobbering on their smartphone right now, or their desk or their keyboard or something. Or, hey, peggers. Or that, I don't know. It has to be something like that. Or, yeah, like what I said to people to do. if I annoy you, mute me. Find something else you enjoy listening to, like another live stream that's interesting but has a shitty chat, and mute me. Go there, listen to them, but then come back and chat here. So that's possible that half of these people aren't even listening to me, or they're listening to their Amazon or music playlist, which I strongly suggest if I annoy you, or they're just lurking quietly. I don't know. 28 people, Peggy. Should I shut it down now? 28 people? Would that be okay? I mean, I know it'd be okay, but I feel guilty. But hey, anyways, I'm going to take off. So, good night, Marissa. Good night, Peggy. Or good night. It's a good night for me, even though it's 6:25 a.m. Always. And on a high note. Yes. Peggy, thank you very much. Yes. Before I screw things up, I should definitely end like the great George Costanza says, leave on a high note. So you're right. Before I fuck shit up, I'm going to end it because I'm so tired and I have to go to the bathroom so bad. Last 2 hours. But so, Peggy, I'm sure you will enjoy my replays and I'll catch up on yours too because I missed a couple. Big hearts to you. LOL. Love, love, love. Marissa, sleep well and have a great day. And everyone, I'll see you again very soon, I'm sure. All right. Thanks for being here. And good night to the 28 or 25 people sleeping. Sweet dreams to you if you're listening and sleeping. All right. Thanks. Good night, guys. Or goodbye. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
25 ways to say shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby. Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby.
Shibby.
I'm so shibby.
Yeah, I'm well shibby, ain't it, bruv?
Shibbiest shib in the world.
As shibby as shibby can be.
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
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 Can we just stop on the shibbying?
How many have we done?
I don't know about... I don't really know. I haven't counted.
Me neither.